Alright. Sick of these brutal ass work days. I wish there'll at least be a little moment of respite. Alright. Almost home though. Take a comfort shower. Down. Alright, home sweet home. Let's see if there's a rat around here. Nope. Not yet. Little bastard. Alright. Oh, I thought that was going to stick it around. That did not do that at all. Contain this on my Sorry. Oh, you fucking kidding me? Fucking really. Ugh. That rat been in there. I am getting like hella fixated on these little fuckers. Speaking of which, one's right over here. Yeah. And it's being quiet now. Small little bugger. Alright, Zooks. Little Zookoff. Oh, well, look at you. Oh my god, well, look at all this nonsense. Oh my god. What have we done over here? Hello. Bro. Really? Why do you do this? Oh my god, look at you. Oh. Ah! Hello. Hi. What is this? What are you getting into? Yeah, you. What are you getting into, you little butt? You're getting in, like, I know you didn't eat that, so you just got into the wrapper. I know that much. My mom made all that, but you are eating the wrappers trying to soil yourself. Oh, you big happy boy. Alright. Let me grab my shit. Yes, hello. Oh, you have to be. Need some boy. Of course, it's fucking. Ugh. Alright, hold on. Alright, doggo. Now you can free roam back here all you want. Open this fucker up and... Hush, boom. Alright. Yeah. Closing out yet. Hey, pup. Hey, pup. How you doing, pup? How you doing, little doggo boy, huh? What is up? You sweet little... Oh my fucking god. Okay. You sweet little thing. Look at you. Why must you be so cute and goofy? Alright. What are you doing? Hey. Okay, of course, I figured that was likely gonna happen. Alright, get those in. There we go. Cool. Ugh. Hey. Down. Down. Good boy. Yeah. Keep it trying to get into every, like, oh, fuck. You can't, like, get into every little thing, bro. Like, what the fuck? Did you, like, somehow snoop in here or something? How's this over here? Oh, God, yes, hello, hello, hello. Yeah, hi. Yeah, you know there's ham over there. Yeah, you want the ham, don't you? You want those hams. You want that, you want to be a little slice of ham? Is that what it is? Is that what you want? He's staring over there. He knows it's over there. Got a bag of ham, and he really wants it. Guess what? You're not getting it quite yet. There we go. Oh. Bruh, 6 fucking straight days. Blech. Bleh. Like, I know at least, you know, paychecks can be pretty good, but, definitely just, like, oofs. Some oofs, for sure. Is definitely how I feel. Here, play a little no song man, huh? Let's play this. Yeah. Get a little thrashy. I mean, you gotta at least, you know, pertain it to, you know, title and stream, at least be a little thrashy. Definitely in the mood for it. Smoked up here. loaded. And primed and ready to go. Sweet. So, there we go. Well, that felt amazing. I felt just like the woes and the load of dealing with the meat counter all day today. Just erasing from my body there. It wasn't even because the meat counter was busy, but because I wanted to get that shit deep cleaned because we're expected to have like some Ecolab walkthrough. And take it the extra step, mainly because there's like a lot of shit piled up behind these like these heavy ass like countertops and shit, stainless steel ones, and had to like push all those motherfuckers out so I can actually get back behind them so I can sweep them out, mop them and shit. And that like took it right the fuck out of me today. Ugh. Should take some pictures, like some progress pics, like here's how it started, here's like once I got everything like ready to go, here's like, you know, before I mopped, here's after I mopped, and here's everything put back, cause I like that shit looks fucking fine now, dude. Like I made sure that meat counter looks fucking like spanking brand new practically. Like got everything reorganized, like there was a bunch of boxes in the corner piled up, which is mainly a bunch of chips and stuff like that, so reorganize all that shit. Actually made it like a space that, you know, isn't all like cluster fucked out, and actually kind of organized and everything kind of, you know, set up and everything. And also found a clipboard of like 3 different like, you know, meat counter sheet lists, you know, for codes and stuff that was just buried under a bunch of shit in that corner. So now we have like a bunch of meat counter sheets, so that's great. I found that randomly while cleaning everything out. And oh my god, those floors were fucking horrible, dude. Oh my god. Those floors were insane. Like, once I got the water on it, I saw like those, like, cause with our, like, elemental, like, mop soap shit, like, it has, like, these special enzymes that only really work in cold water. But when you actually, you know, like, but sometimes when shit, like, the floors get so fucking rank, you can actually kind of see that shit work. And I saw that shit, like bubbling up and everything. It was kind of cool. Because after a while, like after I let it sit for like 5 or 10 minutes, I came back and it was like ridiculously like sudsy and like this weird gray paste. It was nasty. But thank God, I mean, I was able to actually get back there, clean that shit. Because oh my fucking lord, man, it really so badly needed it. Glad I came in today anyway, just because it was also just consistently steady and busy. Nah, fuck, stop. Like, people, go away. Like, Jesus. Like, management's hounding on us to do all sorts of crazy shit and all this deep cleaning stuff and everything in between, and y'all want shit? It's like, stop. So, you know, that's great. You know, you get, like, steady consistency. Because, like, the 2 closers that were supposed to be there got switched to be in the morning. And we're only there for like 30 minutes to an hour by the time I showed up, and like they were literally just consistently doing nothing but either doing like pre-slice or snap packs and maybe doing some cleaning here and there and just help customers out with it all day. It's like just 8 hours of pre-sliced meats and shit or snack packs and helping people. Like, fuck that. Oh my god. Ugh. So definitely glad I showed up today. Because then they were able to at least focus and finally, you know, smack all that shit out. And I was able to at least, you know, get some deep clean shit too. There's just like that weird little interlude period, you know, while we were still open, where it was just non-stop, not like slammed, but like every like few minutes there's always like 1 to 2 people, and they always want like, you know, some dinner deal or some shit. They don't want just like, oh, a couple tenders, you know. It's like, no, I want like a dinner deal and plus like a pound of Joe's on the side and like 2 pounds of salads. Like, you know, set me the fuck up, son. I'm feeding a legion. It's like, Jesus. It's like, man, it's like, why is like everyone show up with all these like big ass orders? I mean, I get it, I guess. I mean, but it's what I don't get is that it's all at once. It's like, like, why does it all have to be at the same time? Can it at least be more spread out a little bit? Or a lot of bit, thank you. That'd be great. Because that would actually legit be kind of legit. But at least I got my main objective done today, which is really just deep clean the fuck out of the meat counter. And holy shit, it, like I said, so badly needed it. And also, like, a part of the reason mainly why it got so bad is because, like, the drain to, like, our prep sink over there, like, it's loose. Well, like, the piping that, you know, goes to the drain is loose. And it's not like a full connected pipe. It's just a pipe that goes and connects, you know, above, like, to the actual drain itself. So, like, moving the, you know, so you can actually, like, move the pipe and actually off-center it from the drain, and thus have it, like, drain all that water to the fucking floor, and thus gets everywhere. So, a lot of the reason why it got so fucking rank was because of that shit. And also just because, like, random little bits and chunks of meat and stuff, you know, don't necessarily get, like, cleaned up back there and stuff, so, you know, it's little bits of residue builds up over time and shit, and, I mean, honestly, I mean, at least once a month, I mean, that meat counter needs to be, like, pulled out like that, you know, like I was doing, you know, tonight, in its entirely. I only did it, like, half of it. Like, I didn't even get to the rest of it. I only did half of that shit. There was no way I was doing the entire fucking department. Or at least the meat department side of our, you know, broader department. Hell no. It was, like, it took a lot of fucking, like, you know, a little bit of blood, sweat, and tears just moving those, like, just 2 of them, let alone fucking 3 of those big stainless steel counters. Because I wasn't gonna, like, empty them out and, you know, try to get those fucking slicers off, because I tried that initially. I took one slicer off of one of them, which made the other one easy to move, but then it made the other one impossible to move. So I said, you know what, fuck that. I'm just gonna have it so one slicer's on each of them instead, like they were, you know, how they were set up, and just do that way, because at least it made it a little bit easier to deal with, and I could still move them at least. But it was just, ugh. A lot of physical labor today. Yeah. That's how I feel. Yeah. But it goes to a good cause. It goes to a vacation time later this month. Because I want to at least save, like, in totality about, like, 500, give or take. 200 for Seattle and about 300 for the convention I'm going to. Because I know I'm going to go to the dealer's den at the convention and buy a bunch of shit. And, of course, it's not going to be like, you know, $10 stuff. It's going to be like, I'll maybe want to commission an art piece, get a shirt or 2. Shit like that. So I already know that's going to happen. So, you know, I'm going to want at least, you know, a pretty decent amount of cheddar for that, especially. And then, once I get my train ticket set up, just have at least about 200, give or take, you know, for, you know, like, snacks, merch at the show that I'm going there, and then, you know, at least have a little something for that. So, I'm at least, you know, going to use whatever I make out of this paycheck, which I know is going to be over 400, and take at least, like, a 150 of that. Or at least 200, and then set it aside. Maybe make this paycheck, you know, at least save that for the Seattle trip, and then make these next 2 paychecks for the convention. Seems like actually a fairly, you know, wise idea right now. Because I know I got another concert in the middle of the week, and I think that show is on a Thursday, which is payday, so I don't have to worry about saving up for that at all. So that's already taken care of. But if it's a Wednesday, then I'm gonna need to make sure that my paycheck before, which would actually be next week's. Oh, okay. Man, because it's May right now, I didn't realize May just hit so quickly. Like, I'm now like, oh fuck. I'm having to like, oh shit, I should have done this at least like a week or two prior. But I didn't realize that, you know, May just came up so damn quick. So I'm just like, fuck. Because I re-upped on some ammo and shit, so next time I can go back to the spot that I lost my fucking steel target, I can at least find that and at least have a little bit more ammo to splurge and shit. But now I'm just like, oh, oops. Probably should have at least waited to do that for a second. So now I'm just like, damn it. Gonna have to at least, you know, do a quick little budgeting with that, but yeah, that ain't a big deal. And plus, one of my friends actually is supposed to pay me 100, and then my roommate tomorrow is gonna give me 50. Well, Saturday when he comes back after seeing his mom. So I mean, you know, I at least, you know, can use that specifically, you know, to you know, put into saving for that as well. So, you know, at least there's gonna be some good shit going along with that. Oh, I definitely need it though. I need to thrash out and, you know, go in a couple mosh pits and go check out a convention and socialize and have a drink or two with some people and shit. It would be like the one convention, I think, the one year where I actually just go straight up by myself too, because at least the last few years I went, or the last times I went, I had at least a friend with me, so I'm just gonna go solo this time around, but fuck it. I know what to expect anyway, I've been there already. You know, thinking about it, should I do like another 6-day week, honestly? And just like, you know, work like maybe like 2 or 4 hours? Because honestly, a 6-day overtime, just that alone, even if it's like an hour or two, is straight up like 24 or something bucks for like minimal. Like, I think for me it would actually be more like 25 something. So even if it's like a couple hours, like doing a 6-day OT workday is actually legit, you know, not bad, even if it's only for a little bit of time. And I showed up just before 5 o'clock, so like 4:40 about, or about like 4:40 to 4:50, so 4:45 to about 10:30. That's a what, like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost 6 hours right there. And plus I didn't have to take lunch, so, you know, and plus I ain't legally required to, you know, being working less than 6 hours of that, so, oh yeah, just with today alone, on this upcoming page, not this one tomorrow, but the next week, oh, it's gonna be juicy. Yeah, you know, I think I'm gonna do it next week too, just to guarantee that I have, you know, saved up for the convention and then for Seattle, so. Because that'd be a little bit of the hustle game. That's unfortunately what paycheck to paycheck lifestyle's like. It's like, alright, gotta fucking, like, you know, to like beat my body down a little bit for an extra day or two. Oof. Ugh. Lame. But hey, gotta do what you gotta do. I will admit, a little bit of a suck thing is that I've been really adamant about wanting to try to get back into bunkering right now. And I'm not doing myself any favors by, like, you know, making it so I have less free time. So it's like, I need to just, like, set, like, maybe, like, before I go to bed, just, like, you know, set up, you know, something where it's like I at least do, like, a chapter a night on a book, you know, that I'm reading through. And I want to at least, you know, do Dune first. Just get the first Dune out of the way, and then get some of these other books I want to read. Including ones I want to get, too. Plus, I need to get finish up the Haymarket Affair. That's another one I want to... by James Green that I want to finish up. Because I got about a little over way half through that, you know, taking notes and highlighting different things. And I want to actually finish reading it so I can finish highlighting, you know, everything and taking different notes on that type of thing. It's my personal copy of the Haymarket Affair. Like, I have, like, all sorts of different shit highlighted and notes and shit jotted in that thing. But it's only for, like, half of the book right now, you know, or a little over way half through it. I haven't gotten through the entire thing. The first, like, 30, 40 plus pages of that book are, like, heavily highlighted, and as it goes on, it's less, you know, highlighted, but it's mainly because I have different, like, things highlighted in different colors to kind of signify certain things, or at least, like, certain figures and shit like that. Or, like, kind of certain factions, so to speak, too, as well. You know, they kind of help make it so it's easy to kind of digest the book. And if I ever want to dig through it and read a quote out of it, you know, I can at least use those, you know, highlighted pieces, kind of at least highlight the more important, you know, details, you know, within the book. Because there's a lot of really legit, prominent information when it comes to that book in there. I actually have it right here, I'm pretty sure. I think it's right here, right? Is this it? Yeah, it's right here, yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, this one. Yeah, but see, this is what I mean. Look at all that shit. Look at all that highlighted stuff. Just kind of general, detailed information. It's the regular yellow highlight and, like, kind of like the worker faction, so to speak, you know, or the green highlighted. The orange one is, like, you know, regions, locations, you know, streets and stuff like that. And then, like, the blue is kind of like more of the, like, kind of like, you know, capitalist faction, you know, kind of like talking about maybe, like, you know, right here, the Chicago Daily Tribune, Matthias Deegan, you know, those side, you know, like, different figures like that. And that's why I have them highlighted like that, so I can, you know, easily find those names and shit. So, I mean, at least the early first chunk in these pages are ridiculously highlighted as shit, as you can see. You know, but, you know, obviously, later half of the book, not so much. So, I need to finish this one, too, and, you know, get through highlighting some of that as well. And actually have, like, that fully noted up and everything. But that's kind of the one book I'm actually trying to do more of, like, an analysis towards. Because I actually wouldn't mind making, like, a little video out of it, you know, like, doing, like, an analysis about the book and how it relates to, you know, its contemporary, you know, like, modern history. But that would have to be, like, a multi-part series if I were to do something like that. But also, we need to get it set up again to where we can actually, you know, get to a point where I can edit something like that. Because I've always thought about wanting to do, like, a little review of that book. And then another book I want to get into is A People's History by Howard Zinn, but I know that one's going to be a lengthy read. And if anything, one I would have to kind of steel myself for, because it's basically about, like, the history of America and a lot of similar stories that we kind of get taught growing up, but through the perspective of those, like, vagabonds, the peasantry, the slaves, you know, those type of people. It's through their perspective, not really through, like, you know, the perspective of, like, you know, the big figures that we know of, like George Washington or, you know, and all these other guys, you know, like Abe Lincoln, etc. You know, it's through more of, like, the common folk, you know, through their perspective, at least, you know, what is available to be had. And there's a lot, you know, that is available to, you know, pick out. And when condensed into a book like that, I mean, I have read some snippets of it online, and it's phenomenal. There's a lot of really fascinating stuff just within certain little snippets of that book. But broadly, I mean, it's basically about, like, all these different movements, you know, groups of people and shit, and these different factions that would, like, rise up and, you know, would obviously make a lot of progress, but essentially, like, you know, the major powers that be, you know, given the contemporary circumstances of the time, would always, like, you know, have some way to, like, you know, capitulate them or, you know, make them fail in some way. But, I mean, like I said, the silver lining, though, is that, like, there's always at least some progress regardless. Like, it's always, you know, moving forward regardless of how slow it really is. Because sad truth is, it is slow, but albeit, it does keep chugging along. And I think books like A People's History by Howard Zinn, I think, really do kind of, you know, show that. Or like The Haymarket Affair, you know, by James Green. I think these books kind of show that, like, you know, frankly, albeit, like, shows kind of a lot of the flaws and failures that happened with the events of those movements at those times. It kind of shows, like, you know, what progress they were able to make despite those flaws, and shows the positive, you know, outcomes of, like, hey, you know, even with the flaws of a social movement or a labor movement or whatever the fuck, I mean, progress is always made, even if it is slow. But that's the kind of thing. It's a long fight. You know, something that takes quite some time, and yeah, it is a multi-generational thing. Because I mean, you know, see it in America, obviously. What is your deal? What was that? You just like choke barked at me. You just did that at me. What was that? You just went. Well, you're staring at me, wagging your tail all happy like, and you just went at me. What was that? Like, actually, what was that? That was really weird, bro. I've never heard you just, like, do that to me. I've heard you go, like, or, like, you know, full-on bark, but not like a Like, what was that? I mean, you're wagging your tail, so I can tell you're fine. But, like, either way, you good, bro? Like, jeez. Jeez, dog. Man, he's staring at me with, like, the biggest wide-eyed eyeballs and, like, ears at attention. Goofy little thing. Oh, you know, actually, speaking of which, like, of him being attentive, because I know last night there was, like, a weird kind of tweaker dude and shit. I actually found out he did not, you know, end up walking down my street, but actually it was hanging around our parking lot at work the entire time, because one of our coworkers is living in his car right now, was parked there last night. And apparently he was just there for most of the night, and, like, even woke him up, you know, screaming and shit, obviously tweaking out and stuff, you know, something. But tonight, there was, like, I guess a couple that were freaking the fuck out. And I knew it. Shut up. And, oh, you know what? He just wants these meats. I already know. But, like, and apparently they're, like, you know, yelling, having an argument as they're walking out of the store. And the girlfriend apparently, like, went in the car, locked herself inside the vehicle, and the dude tried to, like, literally smashed, you know, through the windows and shit. I don't know if he actually broke through the windows. I don't think that happened, but, you know, from my understanding, was trying to at least. Maybe he did, I have no fucking idea. But despite that, though, there was literally, like, 4 fucking cop cars and, like, 8 cops for this one instance. And it's just like, what the fuck? And also, like, how come we had, like, not one iota of a cop for, like, you know, a legitimate, like, suspicious, like, honestly, like, you know, characters like, hey, what's going on here? You need to go to, like, you know, the hospital or something, blah, blah, like, whatever the fuck. Like, at least, you know, one situation where I can at least vaguely kind of maybe get. And then with this situation, while I still do kind of get, it's like, why so many fucking cops? It's like, can't you just send, like, one vehicle, you know, with, like, 2 cops maybe to be like, hey, what's going on? And just, like, assess the situation, and that's it? Like, what the, like, why are our fucking cops around here? And I know this is most places, but, like, especially here, like, why are, like, every time there's a fucking call, you know, about something that, you know, they get all, like, you know, a fucking pig dick hard on for, they want to, like, you know, send, like, pretty much half the goddamn department that happens to be on duty that night, you know, to go investigate it. It's just like, are you serious? Because, like, as I was finishing up shit and clocking off and grabbing some of my, you know, groceries and dinner for the night, like, I looked outside, yeah, one of the doors, and there's, like, you know, fucking, like, 4 fucking, like, police lights going off. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, and then I found out what it was about, and I'm just like, I mean, I get it, but, like, fucking all that, you know, for this, like, are we serious? Like, what the fuck? Like, give me a break, man. I fucking really hate these pigs, dude. And I hate how, like, you know, there is, like, you know, elements about, like, things being a little scrupulous, and the police could potentially be doing things that are, at least, you know, on a very tangential surface level, maybe somewhat worth a fuck. But, no. They don't address any of that shit. They rather, you know, annoy other fucking people and waste their time, and if anything, you know, intimidate everyone else that might just happen to be going shopping and shit because they think there might be, like, some crazy activity going on in the store, which there wasn't. You know, so it's just like, I mean, it's just so fucking ridiculous. I goddamn fucking hate cops, man. And also, it's just like, again, why so many fucking vehicles for one instance? Like, it's, like, a domestic dispute. And granted, yeah, some heated shit, and if, obviously, if, like, you got someone, in a vehicle, and you got, like, their partner literally, like, banging on the fucking window trying to smash their way in because they're all fucking pissed off at them. Like, hey, Sooks, back off. You got your treats. No more. No more. Sit. 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 But, like, okay, whatever. But, like, when you get, like, people that are going for, like, domestic issue and shit, and at least, to the point, where they're, like, trying to, like, smash their way through to get to somebody and, for all intents and purposes, likely attack them, I can understand, potentially being like, hey, I think, there's some shit going down, and, I don't want to, have someone get hurt, you should probably have someone to go check that out. Like, it's just, ugh. You think, that would be like, some basic, like, yeah, sure, we'll send one cop over there, or like at most two in one vehicle to go check that shit out and assess the situation. And I don't know what it is about our store specifically, but they always want to send half our guys. Like, our store is literally like, the prime thing, where, like, if we call our, about anything, or if anyone calls up, whether it's like, some other citizen or people from our store, that call up the police, about anything, dude, half of the fucking department is there in a fucking instant. And it really just shows, how much, they're, like, they prioritize capital, and property more so than, just the average person. Because there's been plenty of fucking times where, frankly, they're, for all intents and purposes, police, you can probably be meritable to, be in, in assisting, in maybe certain situations that, may pertain, like, to me and shit, but no, they'd rather, harass me or, fucking, like, be a nuisance, and try to, like, fulfill some sort of racketeering quota. Like, trying to, like, fucking get my friend's truck towed or some shit. Bullshit like that. So, instead of maybe coming down one time and be like, oh yeah, you got a friend working on a truck, gonna get illegal once it's running again, okay, we get it, nothing to see here, but no, they see that and they're like, how can we fuck with these people as much as possible and annoy them and, like, make it as, like, hard as possible for them to, like, work on a vehicle and shit and get it legal and have it, like, as has as many chances as possible to potentially get it fucking, like, towed. It's bullshit. Like, they'd rather annoy the fuck out of the average person and shit and defend property and capital like a store more so than anything else. But that's just, the stereotypical thing about a cop. That's what cops do. So, at the end of the day, fuck cops. They'll never ever see me, like, overtly defend them outside of, like, the most exceptionary circumstances. And they do happen. There's, like, a few instances where there's, like, some, dipshits who are driving around on the road that definitely get the comeuppance, and, a cop, tags and bags, another one when it comes to a traffic ticket and shit like that. Or where, like, a cop is actually handling a situation fairly okay. Like, there's, some instances where police, aren't necessarily being the overt shitbag. But that is exceptional. Like, there's, that's not the norm. That's a very rare exception. And, like, honestly, as time goes on, the more and more that exception becomes more rare. Like, I mean, I feel like, it's probably more likely there was kind of, like, this more community-based sense of, like, alright, we ain't gonna totally fuck with you type of mentality and shit, and policing, at least to some degree, in certain areas and shit, obviously. But, to not anymore. Like, honestly, half of the cops that, work in the police department now are, aren't born and raised here. Like, I mean, when I was growing up, pretty much, like, most of the police force here were born and raised here. And knew people. And, like, and, like, we're part of the community because they were born and raised in the community. Not anymore, though. Like, honestly, there was a time where, for a while, I thought that, like, the Milwaukee PD probably, was kind of like a very kind of rare exceptionary case, when it comes to a lot of things. But, no, not anymore. No, definitely not. There's a time, but, these days, nope. And honestly, I'm sure those days were gone for a long time. I'm sure they were gone, before I even, was an adult. But, it only took a while for me to really start observing and realizing that it was gone. Because, that type of veneer that, I grew up kind of seeing and shit, was already on its way out. And that's kind of the unfortunate truth about a lot of, police. Even if there are the police departments that were at least, kind of more cut above the fray, They aren't anymore, because like a lot of what is taught to be a cop is ingrained into those departments too, and they'll take anybody. Like, they don't really give a shit, especially if they're a former cop. They'll more likely take you because you got the experience already, so it never matters to them. And it's why eventually, like, like genuine, like, good policing is dead. Like, I mean, that doesn't really exist anymore. It used to at one point. Here, playing our little twin here. Can you give me some more thrash? I don't want. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Is there something about YouTube really want me to see this video? Is there something about this gentrification take that I have to just watch? YouTube is like literally put this as the first thing on my homepage every time I've put up the homepage on YouTube, unless I refresh it. But unless I do, that is the video every time. It's this fucking Vosh video. What's it like? You know what? Fine. You know what? After the song, fine, YouTube. I'll check out. Jesus Christ. What's this whole hot gentrification take? Is it like, oh yeah, like whole broader mixed zoning and modernization of like infrastructure and housing and stuff like that is actually a good thing? Because yeah, it is. Like, but I don't necessarily think that's inherently gentrification. But I don't know. I guess we'll fucking figure it out. YouTube really wants me to see the video. So, I mean, it's not a long one, I guess. It's only like 6 minutes and 20 something. So, it's not that long a video, so whatever. Fine, YouTube. I'll fucking watch it. Sometimes the algorithm that YouTube pushes, like, sometimes it is abdomen, dude. It's like, nah, you're gonna fucking see this shit. It's like, Jesus. Sukov, why do you keep doing that? Dude! Hey! Yo, bro! Hold on. What's up with this dog? What's up? What is it, you fucking butt? Literally fucking rained, dude. Dude, what a dog. Come up here. Come here, boy. Come here. Come here. Oh, yo, fuck you too then. It's literally just rain. It's been kind of, like, it only rained once today. And it's kind of starting to sprinkle and rain again a little bit, so. He's freaking out because I think he's hearing the little pitter-patters of that. Come here. Oh, Jesus! Hi, puppy. Beep, 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 beep. That's the wrong. Hey, paw. It's not a paw. Wrong paw. Wrong paw. No, this paw. The left paw. There you go, bye-bye. Oh my God. Goof. Look at this neck. Look at all this fluff. Look at all that fluff. All this fluff. This ridiculous mane. Bruh. Hey, would you quit sniffing around the streets? Nah. You sweet baby. Oh, who's a goofy? Who's a little goofy? All right, you can get off my lap now. Yeah. Yeah. You can get off the lap now. You don't have to be. Oh, oh, really? Fucking like smacking me with your face. Fucking dork. You are a goddamn nub, bro. A nub. Would you knock it off? Hey, go. Oh, whoa. You know, what? Do you really want these goddamn meat? Oh my god, it really is these fucking meats, is it? Here, take this fat fuck you hunk of goddamn ham and go away. No. Sit. You are going to be a good boy. None of this impatient bad boy shit. Holy fuck, you just like sidewindered a goddamn fly, dude. Holy shit. Sit. Oh my god, this goddamn dog. Stay. Good boy. Paw. That but no. Sit back down. Sit. Good boy. Oh, holy shit, he caught that. I didn't think he would. I really did not think that dog would catch that. Holy shit. Anyway, so what's this goddamn gentrification video that YouTube literally wants to incessantly make me watch?
I saw this dumb-looking graph on Twitter. Can you look at it?
It's a dumb graph.
What the f*** are you talking about? This one? White boy moves into the city from the suburbs.
That's literally not a graph. That's a meme. Wait, why did someone call that a graph? That's not a graph. Wait.
That's gentrification from the city to the... From the suburbs to the city. Gentrification from the city to the suburbs. No, that's white boy. This is completely true. I'm going to drop a hot take that people aren't going to like.
Oh.
You can, in my opinion, I think you should never accuse a person of gentrifying. Gentrification is a broad economic process that cannot be stopped by individual behaviors. It can be changed with policy to protect the original residents, but this bullshit like, oh man, dude, white hippies are going to come into my town and have like expensive bistros. Yeah? I don't care. Also, not gonna lie. Oh, okay. I'm gonna get the clip chimps.
Guess it didn't get a notification. Oh, did YouTube not send a notification? Why YouTube? Like, I literally even like did 3 in a row today. Like, I did 1, realized I didn't really have to have ended it, but I decided to at least go grab a coffee anyway, and came back and did that. Went to work, came back. And I'm doing it again. Like, I mean, wait, is YouTube just like, alright, you didn't know. There's quota. You saw a cute duck today? Wait, hold up. No, I saw those, but not this one. I know, that's what I mean. It's like, YouTube's like, eh. Wait, that's not a duck, that's a fucking tiger. That's the, okay.
Today. Dude, I've heard, like, anti-gentrification activists who, by the way, there's a good kind of anti-gentrification activist, all right? They talk about policy. There are things you can do to protect communities and the people who already live there. I'm not going to go into all that because it's a whole segment on its own, but there are plenty of good ways to fight against that, you know? Good. But there are a lot of them who just, let's be real, don't like it when white boys...
Let's make fun of the person calling me McGrath. Oh.
Like, I don't know, unicycles move into their neighborhood. And then you look at their neighborhood, and it's the ghetto, dude! What are you doing? Oh my god. Jesus Christ, you're preserving this? I know a lot of the residents here are like incapable of affording to live anywhere else and they want to continue living here. Then why don't you keep it the policy? Holy shit. Why are you getting mad at other people for moving in here? and bringing money into the neighborhood. Like, oh, will the money in the neighborhood increase the price of shit here? Yeah, that was the only way any of this was going to happen. You guys do realize that a poor neighborhood can't increase the average quality of living and standard of living without
poor neighborhoods, the quality of our livers, can't be improved. White privilege, Vosh. I don't know if I 100% totally agree with it. Because there is a way where you can do fucking price caps and shit, where it's you don't necessarily have to have just inflation run amok or prices skyrocket and shit like that. There's other ways to address those things. Just simply oh no, someone in a poor community happens to be white and upper class or whatever. It's that's not the problem inherently. I do agree with him with that. Going after individuals inherently is not necessarily the problem. It's the policy and the broader system that's the problem with everything. At least when it comes to this issue. And at least when it comes to gentrification, at least, policy-wise, I think Vosh was even clarifying that even initially. So, honestly, I don't even necessarily if I totally agree with him in this case. I totally disagree with him in this case, honestly, because he did kind of clarify that. Because there's, being anti-gentrification in the sense of, policy when it comes to, basically extending, the idea of redlining and essentially legitimately segregating, people that were part of that community and essentially kind of, weeding them away, and out of those communities and shit. Gentrification should be, bolstering and uplifting who's already in those communities and neighborhoods, and with that, obviously, will come, people moving there. But, so people moving to these places due to gentrification should be a byproduct, not kind of, a part of the broader policy. It should just kind of be a byproduct, from the policies there. Because the, initial people that are already living there should be at least the ones who, at least, take advantage or at least, see the fruits of the gentrification first instead of being the ones who kind of get fucked over and, moved out of their own communities and neighborhoods that they've lived in for a long time and shit. So there is at least, a level about gentrification that, can definitely be challenged and critiqued. But, essentially, it's also kind of a catch-all term is, to basically say you're modernizing infrastructure or, buildings and stuff like that. And, tearing down old ones and putting up new ones or, retrofitting them and modernizing them and putting them up to code and stuff like that. So, and with that, obviously, it's going to come, things looking more nicer and shit like that. And thus, increases the value of the area and thus, makes it so people might, with more money move there and everything, blah, 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 blah. So there's definitely, kind of a byproduct to these things, but there needs to at least, fundamentally be the fruits of that, being given to the people that already lived there first. A lot of the, kind of generalized gentrification going on here in my town, so to speak, that's been happening, hasn't been weeding people like me who have lived here all my life out. It's kind of done in a more healthier, at least policy-wise, it's done in a better way, in a more productive way. And granted, it's still flawed in my opinion, but at least, done better. While, if it's in, a major city or, LA or wherever the fuck else, it's definitely going to be, or even Portland especially, because of, different neighborhoods and shit there, with North Alberta and Killingsworth and shit like that. There's definitely a lot of, problems with these, issues still, especially when it comes to gentrification, but it's not, the problem of the individuals necessarily. At least, in that case, I do kind of agree with that.
More money in there, right? And the only way, the consequence of bringing more money in there will be gentrification, unless...
So more for you, I kind of think about more necessary, it's always uniform, lawn mowing and shit like that. Meanwhile, you go downtown, you can find some of the craziest graffiti art. Well, yeah, and I honestly think, when it comes to, gentrification, the hyper-corporate, everything's very uniform shit, I kind of fuck that. I like things that are a lot more, kind of mixed zones, where, yeah, you do kind of have, single-family homes, you got, some cool little townhouses and shit. I think, a month or so ago, where we were doing a stream where we were checking out, different little, apartments / townhouses, where it's Rip Mornax and everyone on there, and we're just kind of looking at some of these more corporatized / really mixed zone type of things and shit, and and there really is kind of a difference between the hyper corporatized uniform suburban architecture and gentrification in America in comparison to a lot of other places that are revitalizing uplifting different neighborhoods and shit. So I mean, it's, in a way, actually, I kind of feel like it's a little bit of a give and take. Like, a lot of different, modern, like, infrastructure stuff can be pretty cool, but it just has to actually have, like, like, more of the creative mind towards it, too. I mean, honestly, at least around the BMW, there's a little bit more of that type of flavor, and albeit, not exactly the best, but hey, it's kind of there at least. One black kid decides to spray paint a dick on someone's house, and every fucking person act like it's about to be the reverse crusades. I mean, no shit, dude. Or at least in Portland, it's like the endless fucking spray painting of things like ACAB, Fuck 12, and shit like that. And anarchist spray painting and stuff like that. There's a lot of that in Portland, by the way. Like, if you happen to walk around different trails or different places downtown Portland, chances are you're going to see spray paint of things like that. Same thing for Seattle, by the way.
The right civic policies are applied. So it seems like you're arguing against the fundamental process of neighborhood improvement, outside of, like, I don't know, civic investment? Which, like, how often do cities actually do anything meaningful there? When neighborhoods improve, it tends to be because wealthier people come in. The real thing you want to, by the way, you guys want to know the ultimate cheat code for fighting against gentrification? Okay? Fight against cities and counties that have zoning laws that prevent different cost living units from being in the same neighborhood. Okay,
mixed zoning, basically. He's essentially talking about, like, those who are against the idea of mixed zone housing.
The people who write zoning laws tend to be rich fucks, and they don't want to live near poor people, so they write it so the suburbs can only have big, like, 2,500 square foot single family homes that squat on the landscape like a fucking tumor, with no apartment buildings and no, like, Section 8 housing or subsidized housing or whatever. All of that, okay? All housing in all of the United States, with minimal exceptions.
Here's what gets me. Do you remember the train some city was getting installed and got graffitied and no one used it? The spray paint make trains unfunctional? I was not aware of this. I guess so, apparently. Oh my god, this train is spray painted of some graffiti. Oh my god, the disgusting depravity of it all. How dare it? It is basically a broken, obsolete piece of technology. It no longer works.
Had a zoning availability for wealthier and less wealthy people, and what that does is it allows the neighborhood to keep the older, poorer residents in their, like, zoning spaces, which are right next to all of the new accommodations that are being made for the wealthier people, which means you get to have the best of both worlds. Your poor family gets to stay in your neighborhood and live it out and have a good time, but also you maybe get, like, some cool new, like, investments from people bringing money in. It's the best that you can do. There are other policies as well, but that's a big one. But man,
it's like junking a Corvette for having a single dent. Yeah, or just, like, sending, some, like, Lamborghini into the junk pile, just because, like, someone accidentally scratched the side of your vehicle because they happened to accidentally bump into it, when they were getting out of the parking lot at the Walmart or some shit.
Trying to make it like, oh, dude, you can't move over here. White boy, like, super stupid, Super dumb. But all that money will eventually cycle back to the white people who move in there. Yeah, but that happens anyway. Like, it's not into the ghetto without gentrification. Doesn't just immediately.
Oh wow! It's like as if, like, money that tends to get distributed around tends to go to the top. In the current capitalistic system, nationally and globally that we're under, it's like, wow, that tends to be the more predominant outcome. Like, who would have thunk? I don't think gentrification has anything to really do with that.
To the government, or towards the landowners, or towards the grocery store, like that's just a problem with money cycling out of poor communities into wealthy ones. But that's a separate thing from gentrification. They tend to overlap, but, like, yeah, that's just like an innate. We're mad at NIMBYs, but make a disclaimer that YIMBYs are bad too. No, they're not. YIMBYs are great, actually.
NIMBYs are utter cringe. Coming to Portland, bro. Wait. Is he a NIMBY?
It wasn't the chart. This was the chart?
Uh-oh.
Oh, the chart you showed me was from somebody who blocked me. I didn't see it. Okay, what's the actual thing then?
Oh god. This is also not a real chart. Oh no. If a white person moves out, white flight, which is racism, moves in, gentrification, racism, sees color, racism, doesn't see color, ignores racism, doesn't partake in culture, non-inclusive, racism, engaged in cultural appropriation, racism. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. What is this? This literally makes no sense. Not back my backyard, neighbor. You don't even have a backyard. Yeah, I'm not gonna be saying that one, but you know what I mean.
No, this is retarded. Okay, that's my answer.
Vosh, at least thank you for saying that graph was at least indeed retarded, because it is.
Vancouver has a shit ton of apartment buildings with 4 doors. They don't interact. They don't welcome in the poor residents. Just look like downtown. Yeah, I'm not advocating for poor door. Okay, just to be clear, all right? The thing that I'm
Vancouver, Washington, or BC?
Is not something that works when it's being pushed for and legislated on by wealthy people who hate you, okay? A poor door is like, if a city has a thing where it's like, okay, if you're going to build a big apartment complex, 50% of your units have to be like low income accessible. And then what they do is they're like, okay, sure, we're literally just going to separate it. Literally going to like separate but equal this shit, except it's not equal. Rich people get the main lobby with the big rotary door, and like poor people can enter in an alleyway, and there's like a little door they have to physically open with a key that they get with their apartment.
This is literally just like the segregated version of, but the class version of segregation. We're separate. We are equal, but we are separate based on our class. So you peasant folk need to go into your proper place. Like this is literally just segregation, but just on class.
And there's no lobby in it.
Which obviously, you know, when you're more poor, in at least in this country, the chances are you're more probably disproportionately like a minority of some sort. Like, so thus, because of that, you know, you're gonna, you know, be marginalized even further, and thus, you know, be segregated from a lot of the more rich fucks, which a lot of them tend to be white. But seriously, I see way too many people acting like group people's gonna steal their shit, and it's like they want to do that. They could have robbed the Goodwill. I mean, no, and I mean, for real. And also, like, I mean, in, like, my neighborhood and shit, like, I mean, my mom has, like, this really hardcore NIMBY mentality, and because she was here today, oh my god, I had to hear some of that NIMBY, like, mentality a little bit today. Like, oh my god, she literally was like, you know, why does our lawn look so unkept? It's kind of embarrassing, and I'm just like, well, we have some dandelions, and, like, a few patches of grass that's just like, you know, like just overgrown a little bit, and you know, we got like some dead like twigs and stuff from the fucking trees. Like, oh no, the end of the world. And I was literally looking at the other yards outside of one of them. The rest of them weren't no different. Like there's only like one of them that's like, you know, really like legit kind of like really nice and kept up. But the rest of them, and that's only because they mowed like 2 days ago. Like the rest of, you know, everything else is, you know, and shit, you know, is like just for the most part, quote unquote, unkept. And honestly, our front yard is not unkept. I keep it up. I just don't full on mow that shit. Full lawns are good for the environment. Leave them. Yeah, exactly. Like, I ain't gonna mow that shit. Fuck that. Like, if anything, I'd rather kind of convert the entire front lawn into like a little like ecosystem instead, like a little baby like, you know, green space essentially, which is kind of what it is at this point. Like, I mean, if you come in at the very beginnings of my morning streams for, like, the first 10 minutes, it's, like, kind of hanging out outside for a second, at least a little bit. Just, you know, checking out, like, the different fucking birds. Oh, and, dude, this morning, dude, a fucking scrub jay literally was, like, 5 feet from me. It literally, like, hung out at a tree, checking me out, landed down on the ground 5 feet from me, just staring at me, took a nut, and then flew away. I was just like, bro. Well, dude, that, like, you know, threw me for a loop, like a fucking scrub jay, this blue, beautiful bird, like this little raptor, this flying raptor of a creature, just, like, flew down, just stared at me for a minute, grabbed a nut, and then just, like, flew away, like, it acknowledged, like, you put this nut here, I'm gonna grab and acknowledge your nut, and fly away. It's like, you are a friend now. It's just like, whoa. And it's the same scrub jay that I've been seeing for, like, ever since I've been feeding these squirrels and shit. Which now I'm feeding these guys, too. So, and now I'm feeding squirrels, scrub jays, stellar jays, you know. Which I saw one the other day, and, oh my god, that fucking beautiful-ass little dinosaur-looking freak. Love them, they're so cool. And what's your deal, dog? Zukov see my mom. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Zukov likes my mom. And my mom likes him, too. And honestly, you know, as much as she's kind of adamant about, like, oh, you need to get him, like, you know, trained and this and that and blah, blah, blah. You know, like, you take him to, like, you know, obedience school or whatever. And I'm just like, I mean, well, I guess outside of the occasional barking and him wanting to, like, maybe see my hands as a chew toy, like, every now and then, very rarely, or, like, jump on people sometimes, because he wants to, like, sniff you and be like, check you out and kind of, like, lick your face and be your friend and stuff like that. I mean, beyond those, little niche behaviors that he does every now and then, I mean, he's already fairly well behaved and he's super mellow. Even my mom is like, you had to acknowledge that today. She was like, he is really super mellow. I really like that about him. I'm just like, yeah, because he is. His siblings, on the other hand, aren't.
Okay, come on, Charles.
Well, now he's misbehaving because he's literally in the way.
Come on.
Oh, he looked back at me. Oh, he looked back at me looking all guilty.
Yeah, good Charles.
Oh, you're not guilty. You're a good boy. Oh my. You're not stepping on him.
Sorry.
I don't think you are. Oh my god.
Step on your
Oh, that poor dog. Well, yeah, that poor dog. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, didn't mean to step on your paw. Okay.
When parents used to say this way too extreme, like going to parties, like I'm going to party, not fuck projects. I mean, yeah, that too. And also, there's there's another thing. What was it? There was like some other thing too. Oh, it was it was I remember. It was essentially like the fact that my friend has like is Thunderbird outside because it kind of looks a little worn down or whatever the fuck. She thinks that looks like really rednecky, and also I'm actually shocked she didn't see the trailer that happened to be right next to the Thunderbird that had a tarp over it. I'm actually legit shocked that she didn't say anything about that. But she literally thinks like our front yard looks like a redneck house. And it's like, why don't you go take a stroll? In fact, you know what? God damn it. Next time, like, I know she's coming back Saturday, but I'm going to be at work. But if she happens to be, here while I'm on break, like, I'm dead ass. So, like, want to take a stroll up the road a little bit and see some of these other houses and how, like, rednecky they are? And then look at ours and really think, oh, is it that bad? Because guess what? It ain't. Like, I really do. This is why I really hate the NIMBY mentality. Because, like, I mean, if you really take a true NIMBY, like, and, like, take, like, the, different things that they're legit don't like or embarrassed about when it comes to, like, something about their own property, oh my god, they will, like, cry their heart out over it. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I mean, I dead ass, I've seen my mom legit cry embarrassment because she thinks the front of our house looks rednecky and shit. And yeah, does it look like, not the most kept up, thing in the world? Sure, I'll grant that. But, like, it ain't, like, full on, like, rednecky or whatever the fuck she thinks. Like, it's, like, some fucking house in the projects. I mean, good lord. Like, our house ain't, like, boarded up or, like, got barbed wire around it or whatever. I mean, it's like, Jesus, McFuck Christ. I mean, there really is, like, a strong sense of, like, NIMBYism, when it comes to, like, certain people, I think. And honestly, I think a lot of the whole NIMBY attitude comes from upbringing. Because for me, like, I definitely kind of had a little bit, I guess, the suburban, but, despite, kind of, like, blue-collar, upbringing and shit, even with a lot of that NIMBYism trying to be ingrained, I kind of realized that, like, oh, that NIMBY attitude is actually, like, more damaging to, what actually, like, helps people, so, like, if anything, I realized and acknowledged that, and even looked at, maybe, like, some internalized NIMBYism, I guess you could call it, in my own self, and realized, oh, yeah, this is kind of some bullshit. And it isn't exactly the greatest idea. And this thing is, like, there's different things around my neighborhood that are definitely, being retrofitted and modernized stuff that, are accessible for low-income housing and shit, but also for, upper income, or at least, like, middle to upper income. I mean, there's a little bit of mixture of, different, like, levels of income housing being developed around here and shit, which, is at least, broadly, even if it still has flaws, within the more detailed system around here specifically, at least it's a lot better than, this, like, just hardcore, like, oh, we can't have anything that might involve the pores. Because, oh no, that might make things look tacky or rednecky or look run down and might, make our property value go down. And I don't want my property value to be low. Because I treat this as a capital asset, not a home. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Go up. This is like common in places that have these kind of requirements. And the reason that this happens is because wealthy people are subhuman. Obviously,
True.
if one apartment building has a requirement for 50% of its units to be low income, they all go in through the lobby. And those poor rich people...
It's so someone could buy it. Yeah, which no one can unless you're fucking rich. I mean, like, and there's a house down the street that's for sale, and it's about $777,000. You know, is the price, for the house. And I'm looking at that, and I'm like, what the fuck? Because guess what the housing market was like at the more expensive end of housing back in the early 2000s when I was a kid growing up here in Milwaukee? $100K, give or take. Maybe like 101, 103, at most, maybe 130K to buy a house. Not like 777. Like, I mean, granted, it's not a million, but I mean, it's starting to get up there around here. It's like what is this, like a little baby McMansion? I mean, the thing is, the property is actually legit really nice. This is a 2-story house. Has a really big property where there's like a little farm, basically, that's already kind of set up. It has like a little, miniature shed, like a very fat, gigantic shed, or basically a miniature barn. Like, it's actually really decent, like a little baby, like, kind of farm property almost. Like, miniature, like 1 acre, like farm, essentially, in the middle of suburbia that's literally right next to my work. It's actually way closer to my work than my house. Like, and honestly, I'm like thought about, like, even with that price in mind, like, I mean, damn, like, I mean, imagine, like, if I could live, live there and stuff, because, I mean, it could be a possibility if it would have been for sale, like, way later down the line, or if the housing market popped, so, like, I mean, it probably would have been, available in my price range, because, goddamn, it's really nice. Because then I could just get, a bunch of homies, together, we could all room up there, and... we can have like 5 people in this 2-story house all chilling, and make it our space and be able to, like, do probably a lot of crazy cool shit there. Like make a studio in one room, and like a whole shebang. Like, I mean, when it comes to, like, I mean, I will admit there's something about, like, like quote unquote like house hunting, so to speak, even if you obviously it's just kind of fancy playing a little bit. There's something about it where it's like, damn, imagine, like, the little, like, setup I can have there a little bit. But the problem is, like, I mean, it'd be nice that, if you can actually achieve those ideas instead of them just being literally dreams. But, as Carlos said, I guess, when it comes to the American dream, you have to be asleep, to believe it, or to even partake in it.
I'm just going to have to suffer the indignity of sharing a carpet with a bunch of people who don't make as much money as them. I hope it would be obvious that I wouldn't advocate for anything else. It's pretty common. How do you enforce that? Rock.
Yeah, I would enforce, like, a bunch of rich NIMBY fucks want their nice little, like, condominium apartment, bougie, studio apartments or some shit, having a bunch of, like, poor people also living in that same building. It's like, yeah, you deserve it. Now, fuck you. It should be mandated. In fact, you get one as a roommate. Yeah, they could do just about anything within reason. That's part of the contract.
Okay, I need to get around here. Yeah.
Oh my god, that silly dog. Aww.
Yeah, good chance. Okay.
Getting some loves. He's trying really hard to find a way to get around.
I need to get around. Okay. Don't step on the feet. That's always a good thing.
Well, he needs to learn not to be in the way. Maybe doing that once or twice will help not be in the way. But don't do that because then I'll be yelling at you. So, yeah, it's probably better not to do that, actually. But hey, I mean, if a dog ain't gonna learn, I mean, there's a way where you kind of have to, make him learn a little bit, but... Yeah, I'm most certainly not gonna... wait. Atlanta, Massachusetts. Wait. Rose, what'd you do? Wait. Mass suspect. Wait, hold on. And there's only one person killed? Wait, how's that mass shooting then? Whoa. Wait. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought the shooter was a CDC employee, but no, the woman who was killed was a CDC employee. Well, there's a whole 3-minute thing about it. Does this actually give details to it?
Breaking news in Atlanta.
Breaking news.
In custody tonight. So, how did cops get?
I'm only into a single hour of people's history. Within the first 10 minutes, my thoughts were, I feel some seething hatred that new human likes to call in a language of an extra-dimensional race. Humans were never meant to lay eyes or get justice in capturing. Bruh. That just means I need to actually have a hard copy of that book.
And let's get back to Eyewitness News reporter Josh Einiger in the newsroom.
Oh, God. All right. Was that the guy? Hold on. Was that the dude who was the shooter?
Tonight. So,
they got me arrested by broke out. Damn.
Man, let's get...
Okay, but I mean, jokes aside, is that the dude? Because, oh my fucking God, I already know where this is going to go with the Republicans. Oh, this is what happens when these damn blacks get out of control. I mean, honestly, like, I mean, they aren't really doing that as much anymore. Also, man, black light. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, either way, jokes aside, though. God damn it. I mean, do you have a beard? I mean, it's also kind of like scruffy and like kind of like fro-like. I mean, kind of like his hair a little bit. I mean... because if so, I guess then fuck. I mean, shit. I mean, damn. I guess, you know, well, no, I shaved so they couldn't recognize me. Alright, there we go. Understandable. I'm not stupid. Fair enough, fair enough. But jokes aside, though, I mean, like, I already know that there's going to be conservatives, you know, like, at least, like, you know, within the voter base, so to speak, that are going to be, you know, up in a war about this one. And, of course, they're not going to talk about the fact that, like, you know, maybe accessibility to firearms and shit, you know, is the problem. 24-year-old suspect. So, wait, that guy's 24 years old? Man? Okay, I mean, like, I'm not even saying this literally in any way whatsoever. But, like, dude, there's some bad black dudes that, like, they, like, age as adults really quickly, and then they just never age, you know, as, like, adults. Like, I mean, because there's a whole thing about, like, you know, like, black don't crack, you know, basically, right? Like, you know, if you're an old black person, you know, you don't really have, like, you know, wrinkles and cracks in your skin, so to speak, you know, like an old white guy probably would, which obviously is not necessarily true, to be frank. But, you know, nonetheless, though, I mean, it's like, because I know a dude who's, you know, also kind of like part mixed, like, I think either Arab or maybe Indian and black, but also... You know, like, he's literally way younger than me. He's, like, 22, and straight up literally has a more fuller, bigger beard than this guy. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, and he was 18 and had a beard about as thick as this dude. It's just like, holy fuck. And when I first met the guy, I honestly thought he was in, like, his, like, mid to, like, early 30s. Like, you know, mid-20s, late 20s, early 30s about... It's just like, oh my God. Like, I honestly, I thought he was, like, older than me, but when I realized he was way younger than me, I was like, what the fuck? I was like, whoa. It's like, man, I'm kind of jealous. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. That's why I say there's no racism whatsoever with the whole, like, you know, what I was saying about it. Because, like, I'm jealous about it, honestly. I wish I had those genes, because, like, you bastards... Like, I wish I was able to kind of, like, age quickly when it comes to at least the facial hair, you know, realm a little bit. You know, at least, you know, like, there's some definite, like, elements about, like, you know, facial hair and, like, I guess, like, aging that I'm kind of down for or want a little bit. But, you know, obviously still pertaining to youth and shit that I have right now, you know, so it's like, you know, like, I mean, there's something about that. I mean, I don't know why, you know, there's, you know, that, I mean, maybe it's just, like... I'm assuming maybe it just has to do with very specific genetic factors that's just far more predominant in, you know, like, you know, black folk and shit like that, or like, you know, other, you know, ethnicities in comparison to, like, white people. That would be my guess. There's probably something genetically that's more predominant you know, and other ethnicities and backgrounds in comparison to, like, you know, people who would be Caucasian or white. That'd be my guess, you know, just to, you know, take a educated, you know, assessment on that. But, you know, some weird racist truckle folk could be, you know, thinking like, well, that's because of or some shit. So, like, you know, oh, well, that's because they're just a lot more like in tune with their feral side or something. So thus they look a little bit more like gristled and, you know, hairy and blah, 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 or some shit. Even though, like, honestly, the most hairiest fucking humans I've ever seen are white people. Like, I've seen some white people that literally look like the equivalent of a goddamn Sasquatch, bro. It's just like, oh my god. Yeah, but Asian don't got raisin. And if you're right, be ready to see the light. That is true. That is true.
Eyewitness News reporter Josh Einiger in the newsroom. Josh?
Oh my fucking god. Okay, I know this is a really horrible travesty of a news, you know, thing, but my god, Josh, you need to go see the sun. Like, do you literally just live in that, like, office, in that newsroom? Because, holy shit, you look like a Ben Stiller vampire. Like, Ben Stiller literally became a fucking vampire, dude. Like, what in the fuck is this? Oh my god. This guy, like, ascends white, dude. He, like, transcends whiteness. If he gets sun, he'll turn to dust? I mean, he would, bro. Oh my god. I mean, dude, this guy will, like Nosferatu would just, like, fade and, like, burn away in the sun, dude.
Tonight credit a combination of technology and teamwork for bringing a peaceful end to this dramatic day. Tonight, 24-year-old...
A peaceful end to this dramatic day. Oh my god, dude. These local news anchors always try to, like, you know, do some weird quips. Who are the fuck... Like, I hope the Writers Guild of America strike is also hitting these news anchors with the writers for these people, because, oh my god. Like, who writes, you know, for these news anchors? Who writes their shit? Because, oh my lord.
Patterson is safely in custody, bringing a peace...
Safely in custody? What, like, oh, whatever.
Into a manhunt that consumed a wide swath of metro Atlanta for hours.
We are able to bring this suspect into custody.
I'm noticing a pattern about this. Like the last one that was technically, I guess, a mass shooting, even though it was more of like a neighbor dispute shooting type of thing in Texas, in Cleveland, Texas. Like, I think that guy's still, like, out in the open. Like, I think that guy hasn't been caught yet. Like, I mean, we're getting to the point of these mass shootings where, like, police can't even respond, you know, quick enough to where these, like, shooters are literally just leaving the scene. And if anything, like, I mean, half the time, like, a lot of these, you know, shooters could leave the scene of these crimes and potentially be, like, at large, so to speak. So I think there's an element about some of these shooters that are kind of realizing, like, I shouldn't stay in one place because, you know, like, I can at least, you know, potentially get away, you know, and I think that's what's starting to happen a little bit. Like, because you got, like, that one guy still at large, and then you got this guy who was apparently, like, you know, hanging around Atlanta for a while until he eventually got caught in the city. Oh, do you need some water? Alright, hold on. But, like, I mean, it seems like there's starting to, like, you know, be a trend, I think. I think this might be a start of a trend about these mass shootings and shit, dude. Like, honestly. Like, I think some of these people that especially kind of plot and plan this shit, I think they're going to kind of, like, get in a, you know, kind of a gumption of, like, you know, kind of striking fast and then, like, hitting different places or something. I mean, because, I mean, you know, serial killers are a thing, right? Like, I mean, you know, where they would kill people, you know, over and over again over years' time or multiple, you know, people in a time span and shit. Like, I mean, you know, I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen, like, a multi-mass shooter yet. And what's kind of sad is that we might start seeing that if we're getting these mass shooters that are starting to kind of go missing before they, you know, police actually arrive to these shootings and shit. Because, like, the guy in Cleveland, Texas, I mean, who's to say that guy might do another shooting or some shit? Because fuck it, you know, I'm already, you know, in a well of shit, you know. It's like, I mean, who's to say, you know? I mean, it's you know, it's a little spooky for sure. Here you go, buddy. But also fucking easily solvable. Like, it's not even an issue that's hard to solve. At least not in my mind. And this is coming from a guy that does like firearms and thinks, you know, the ownership of them aren't inherently bad. But like, I mean, fuck. I mean, you know, when it comes to this, you know, when it comes to these issues, they shouldn't be seen as a fucking hard solve, but I guess they just are, because they'd rather take them to hyper-partisan extremes, you know, especially from the right wing, because literally the slightest iteration of gun reform or regulation or anything like that is just seen as like a slippery slope to banning everything.
Further harm. He will be charged and stand trial for his crimes.
It was a day of uncertainty and abject fear. Of bloodshed at the doctor's office. I heard the pops.
So this is at a hospital? Yeah, medical office? Why at the medical office? Well, the guy is in custody, so maybe the guy's... well, obviously the guy's going to get interrogated. So maybe we'll eventually... this must have happened, like, earlier today, you know, maybe, like, late in the evening or something. What happened to end peacefully? I'm assuming maybe the guy just surrendered or something? Like, obviously the guy went in here or was maybe concealed carrying or something. I don't fucking know, you know, specifically here. Obviously the guy was at this office, you know, this medical office, and started shooting. I think he just came into the place and started shooting from what it sounded like. But, yeah, like, either way, though, like, someone still got shot. Yeah, well, obviously. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, usually a lot of these shootings, you know, half the time, especially if they're not a white person, they tend to get shot and killed. Like, you know, so, you know, we'll keep going with it, you know, because I'm sure we'll get to where the details on, like, how this ended peacefully.
All I seen was police cars and SWAT, and everybody's just pulling up, back to back.
Around lunchtime, police say Patterson, who served in the Coast Guard but was discharged this past January...
Well, this has a little bit of a potential modus operandi. And, dude, it looks like he has a part of his kit on him. Like, dude, he has, like, some sort of, like, you know, like, some sort of, like, part, you know, something that would be a part of, like, a tactical vest on his waist there. Like, you know, so he definitely has, like, a little bit of kit on him, too. Like, I mean, whatever he was using or whatever he had, he definitely was probably using when he was in the Coast Guard.
For a doctor's appointment at the large practice...
Wait, hold on.
At lunchtime, police say Patterson, who served in the Coast Guard but was discharged this past January, showed up for a doctor's appointment at the large practice in the heart of Midtown Atlanta.
Okay.
But minutes later, allegedly pulled a handgun and opened fire, hitting 5 people, all women, killing 1 on the spot.
Yep.
Huh. That is... You know, I mean, maybe it's just coincidental that he happened to be shooting, you know, doctors or, you know, victims that were women, but, you know, it seems a little curious that that is a specific target for every victim, you know, in the shooting. Is this guy like a... Dude, okay, now I'm really kind of curious about this dude a little bit, honestly. There's definitely something that, you know, that is playing a role as to why this guy did this. For sure. There's definitely, it wasn't just like, you know, some like loose screw shit. Like, this is like some premeditated thing a little bit.
Female shot, she's seriously bleeding, shot in the side and the back.
Heavily armed SWAT cops...
Oh my god, that is a southern ass voice if I've ever heard one.
...to the medical building.
Shouting, man.
Surgeries in progress.
And then I heard some policemen outside saying, you know, come out with your hands up or hold your hands up. And I was like...
Wait, this guy was doing a surgery while this was going on? Wait. What about the patients who were having the surgery? So, oh my god, like, wait. I understand that this is going on, but, like, you can't just, like, stop a surgery mid-surgery. Like, I mean, hold on now. Like, wait, did I honestly hear that right?
Fully armed SWAT cops swept the medical building, interrupting surgeries in progress.
Oh my god! Ah! What? Well, okay, like, I get it. Like, you gotta sweep and secure the area. Like, I get that, for sure. But, like, I mean, if these doctors obviously have fuck one iota knowledge about what's going on, like, and don't know a thing, and they're literally are mid-surgery, just having not a single clue what's happening, I think you could infer that that area is probably okay. I mean, probably let them know, like, hey, as soon as your surgeries are over, please evacuate the area, and blah, blah, blah. You know, we're going to be out here to secure the area, but, like... But, like, interrupting and stopping them, be like, you need to come out with your hands up and this and that. Like, what the fuck? Like, there's surgeries going on. Like, you can't just stop mid-surgery. Like, you literally just can't do that. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god, that is just insane. Like, why? Like, I get it, like, considering the circumstances to a degree, but... You think they would, take some neurons that they have in that fucking pig brain of theirs, for cops and shit, and figure out, oh, maybe I should let them finish their job because obviously they're not a threat. Like, I mean, oh my god, holy fucking shit, dude. I mean, my god, the incompetence of these fucking police. Like, I mean, they had one simple job, and they can infer, an element about that job and realize, let's just stay here to keep the area secure, and once their surgeries are over and everything's all, said and done, then we can, have them evacuated into, into the, like, proper safe area to where, they can still at least, do what they need to do and shit. You know what I mean? Like... It's just like, what the fuck? That part of the detail of this story is like a little bit of a what the fuck for me. Like, why? Like, I mean, what the hell? Like, I mean, like, really? Man, dude, it really must be a, like, hell to be a nurse and a doctor, when it comes to in America, bro. Like, I mean, because, like, there's, like, a mass shooting that can happen, and then it's, like, you got SWAT while you're in mid-surgery, not knowing that's even happening in the first place. You're literally telling you to come out with your hands up mid-surgery. Like, oh my god, man. Like, holy shit. Like, and even to make sure that, like, the situation doesn't get too ridiculously, like, chaotic or something, just have, like, some other doctors that are okay and safe to be like, hey, that's surgery rooms, right? Well, we'll escort you in there and secure the area broadly, but go into these, different rooms and let them know what's going on, so they can at least, be able to, like, end the surgery as soon as possible in the most safest manner in this blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's like, my god, man. Like, holy shit. Like, I feel like that little specific detail of securing this hospital medical office and shit, like, I mean, I feel like that really could have been done so much differently. That is just some what the fuck shit. Dude, America's healthcare system is so retarded, dude. I mean, my god, bro. Oh my god. Imagine you're like, a patient, having a surgery, knocked the fuck out. You wake up and you're just like... Huh, so what's going on, And, like, surgery's all said and done by this point, but you're like, oh, yeah, you were, like, passed out for, like, for 3 times as longer than we needed to because, like, literally a mass shooting happened while we were doing the surgery. It's just like, what the fuck? Like, oh my god, imagine being one of those people, dude. So that means that you had just your corpse, basically, while you're still, like, basically, essentially for the surgery purposes, on life support, basically. Just there with an open cavity, like, in your body somewhere, like, with your organs and, some body parts being worked on and shit, and then all the doctors have to, like, leave, and you're just there on the operating table, just with a gaping open, just cavity there. You're like, oh my god, holy fucking shit, dude. Just that is unfathomable to me personally. Like, what the fuck? That is just insane. And yeah, and then also you got patients denying diseases as they're dying of them and shit, especially during COVID. Like, yeah. Man, I feel so bad for nurses. I truly feel for them, and doctors too, obviously.
Then I heard some policemen outside saying, come out with your hands up or hold your hands up, and I was like, that doesn't sound good.
It wasn't.
Huh. That doesn't sound good. You know what? I will admit, I like that doctor's commentary. Short link. Yeah, I saw it. I was gonna check it out here once we at least, finish this up. So we can at least kind of get whatever details are available for the story, I guess. Outside of the little memories we are having with the story. I guess Atlanta, maybe I should tune into more Atlanta news. Like, maybe you should, like, send me some, like, local news outlets. Like, what was this? ABC 7 New York? Huh? You're in New York. How in the fuck? Oh my god, this is Sinclair Broadcast Corporation. That's why. You fucking. When you guys send me some local news, because, I mean, evidently there's some sort of little flair to it.
Figured out Patterson had commandeered a running car at a nearby gas station. They programmed license plate readers across the region to search for that car.
Watch the news. Well, I mean, for local snippets like that, I mean, well, I am for this because this literally is some fresh news. Like, I wouldn't have known about this if I didn't see this video on the homepage here. Well, okay, it's not going to be there anymore, but it was on this homepage. It was like somewhere, like where sometimes there's like little news bits and shit.
Soon showed us that this perpetrator had left the city and remained a threat.
I meant local. Well, I mean, I don't watch local news, but I read local news. There actually is legitimately, unironically, a somewhat lefty, like, I want to say overtly, like, leftist, like, outright, like, kind of socialist leftist type of, like, outlet, but there's a pretty radical lefty progressive outlet that's a newspaper called the Portland Mercury that's around here, and for the most part, they're pretty based. I like the Portland Mercury. Like, I'll go out of my way to, get a Portland Mercury paper if I see one.
Within 20 minutes, the chaos moved 10 miles north to...
Oh my god. Look at that guy in the middle. What? How? What? Okay. Who taught you to fucking operate an AR-15, brother? Like, you're holding it by the fucking butt stock, dude. The fucking butt stock, bro. What? Like, oh my god. Like, holy shit. Like, what a wannabe operator. And oh my god, that guy's wearing like a tack helmet too. Oh my god, dude. Cops are retardedly ridiculous, bro. Like, dude, look at these silly ass fucks. Like, the only one that actually looks like he, is worth a, an iota of a, like a fuck is like the, this black cop here in the front. Like, he looks like he's the only one that's, like, worth his salt. Like, these other two look like fucking wannabes, dude. Like, oh my god. Get him off the force. Holy shit. Especially that guy in the middle. That guy's an embarrassment. Like, ugh. If I saw him running up to, like, a range or some shit, running like that with his gun, I'd revoke it, like, any gun privilege, for the rest of his life. Like, oh my lord.
Urban bedroom.
Well, let's just look at him run again, dude.
Within 20 minutes, the chaos moved 10 miles north.
Dude, he's like actively, dude, he's actively holding it like that. I mean, what the fuck?
Suburban bedroom community.
Dude, he's actively holding it that way. Like, I mean, dude, really, bro? What is that?
Of Cobb County, Georgia, where police found the car ditched and were flooded with tips from the public. Hours later, one of those tips would pay off, leading officers right to Patterson. Tonight, the Atlanta mayor touted his city's double-digit drop in violence.
So I guess it sounded like he left the city limits and were, I guess somewhere up this fucking road, I guess. Hence why there's this whole fun little, like, patrol thing going on here. Like, the car was ditched. And they kind of found him in, kind of the local woods, basically?
Urban bedroom communities of Cobb County, Georgia, where police found the car ditched and were flooded with tips.
So basically kind of like in the outskirts of Cobb County, it sounds like.
Public. Hours later, one of those tips would pay off, leading officers right to Patterson.
Which, if he ditched his vehicle, he probably ditched his gun, too. He said he had a handgun, though, so I imagine he probably would have had it with him, but I guess if you have, like, 8 or 10 plus, or who knows how many cops, like, aiming AR-15s at you and all you have is pistol, you're probably going to just surrender. Like, because honestly, most shooters, they either surrender or just blow themselves off, basically. Like, they never really have a full-on firefight with police. I don't think there's... Has there really been a shooting where, like, the perpetrator is, like, actually had a firefight with police? I think the closest one would have been Richard Paddock, but he mysteriously was dead before the cops, were able to enter in there. So, like, because he already had, his head blown off, even though he had everything set up to basically go out fighting, even with the cops. Like, he's closest, but he never even had that firefight. So, that's a little sussy. I mean, but then again, I think broadly that whole shooting is a little suspect either way. But nonetheless. I kind of wish a preview for the Conspiracy Gauntlet was that broader hour of them talking about that, because, goddamn, there really is a lot of weird shit about that story and about that shooting overall.
Mayor touted his city's double-digit drop in violent crime. They've targeted the precursors to violence and cracked down on repeat offenders. They've revamped their policing, but the remaining problem...
That's very broad. We revamped policing to help mitigate crime and all that. It's like, what, give them less accountability? I'm assuming that, right? I mean, obviously, Rose, you're more in Georgia than me, but I'm assuming probably that. Because, like, Portland police are, like, attempted to be held accountable and shit, and the only reason why they don't want to do their job is because, well, they're going to be attempted to be held accountable because they might have things like body cams and this and that and shit. But, if the only way they can do thorough policing is if at least, people look the other way when it comes to them being corrupt. So I would have to assume that, especially considering the whole cop city thing that they're trying to build.
Mayor says is obvious.
It's the guns that we're talking about. We live in a state and in a nation where people have easy and wide access to firearms that are used to kill other fellow Americans. We need immediate action that meets the urgency of this crisis.
Sure. I like how it's pretty vague about it. I mean, a little sarcastic. I mean, because, how, though? I mean, I could think of ideas for sure. I mean, we've talked about those plenty, but, I'd like to see, these other people, mention that outside of, we need to just ban it. It's like, can we think of maybe something that doesn't, just rile up fucking partisanization, tribalization bullshit like that is already continuously being perpetuated? Because I feel like we don't need another avenue of that. And, when it comes to, this whole, broader national gun conversation, it always ends up being just a tribalistic fucking argument. It's never, actually, done so with, legitimate merit of actually addressing the fucking issue. It's always a hybrid person, oh, well, fuck these gun owners, so let's, try to punish them, or, oh, take it from my gold dead hands, because fuck you libs for trying to ban everything. It really is never, some legitimate nuanced middle ground about the issue. It's oh my god. It's holy shit. You would think there would be. Because I think there is, because I argue there would be, but... I guess, at least in this country, it's literally an absolute one way or the other. So, woo! God love it.
Oh, you're awake. Well, your teeth are finished, and your gum should be in by the end of the week.
Where's my dick at? Where? Hey!
Oh, you're awake. Well, your teeth are finished, and your gum should be in by the end of the week.
Where's my dick at?
Uh-oh. Then he just leaves. Hey, people and the people that have surgery. I have to work faster later. Because, yeah, I mean, hey, they were in the middle of, doing some, dick implants or, dick enhancement surgery, but, hey, they had to leave. They had to leave real quick. Oh, my God. I love how, honestly, for that story, all things considered with those doctors and shit from earlier, that really does truly fit. It's hey, where's my dick at? Well, we were going to do our dick implant surgery, and we had everything ready to go to start getting it implanted, but the cops came here to evacuate us because of a mass shooting, so we had to leave you here. Sorry. Let's see where our little thing is on tube here. Let's see. Oh shit. Oh dude, I love this guy. Eli Yoder. I don't know if you heard of this dude. Dude, I love this guy. He's a former Amish guy. And he unironically helps his, former Amish community by smuggling shit and stuff like that. Dude, I keep up with his vlogs every now and then. I love this dude. Like, the guy's got, a legit fun laugh, that's kind of contagious. And honestly really delves into, the Amish as, a broadly a cult, especially his specific faction of them. Because, actually, I've learned a little bit about the Amish because of this guy, a little bit more so than, I think I'm pretty sure DFF made an episode about the Amish at one point. But I don't know. I don't think this guy was doing content, when they did that episode. But I wish he was, because this guy would have been a really great piece of information, to learn about the Amish.
Like that, I get the craziest request of all. Amish man reaches out through an English driver. He's seen what I was doing at my father's graveyard with the cameras, and he explained a certain situation.
And what he's mentioned about that is a father who was an Amish man. His Amish community exiled his father and essentially excommunicated him post-mortem because his father, if I remember, had cancer or some sort of terminal illness, and instead of dying in agony, he took his own life. And in the Amish world, especially in just religiosity and Christendom especially, and Amish are, basically a very heavily Christian, sect, basically. That's obviously a abhorrent sin and very evil, basically. So, this guy, understanding, about his, father's, life and shit, and, why he did it, he understood it and realized, wait, this kind of fucked up, and it started this whole vlog about being Amish, or at least formerly Amish, and about the Amish and stuff like that, and this whole thing about smuggling shit into his former community and all this other stuff, this whole little base little vlog in the life of a former Amish guy. I mean, the dude is legit, does a lot of really cool stuff, when it comes to these things. And also just like I was saying, from, from father's side and stuff, end up having little seeds of doubt, and eventually left, the Amish community, and never, was allowed to come back, so to speak. But despite that, he has a few buddies on the inside still that, he had as friends prior that he still talks to, and he actually smuggled, cell phones, and I guess in this case, these cameras that he's talking about and shit. I mean, there's been a few different things. And also, at least with his father's grave, the reason why he had those cameras set up was because the Amish community that he came from, they would actually desecrate his grave because he would set up flowers and shit, and would every time would see them taken away, and the gravesite kind of desecrated a little bit, and would go back there to fix it up and everything. But was getting sick of it, so he decided to get cameras, to kind of catch them basically and shit, and kind of catch them red-handed. And there was even one time when he was setting them up where he almost got caught. Well, he almost caught them, so to speak, when he came to them rummaging around and they left.
Would like to catch this individual in the Amish community the same way I was trying to catch them destroying my father's grave.
Yep.
So upon his request, here's what we're going to do. We're going to smuggle this in by putting it in this location where I'm at, and I even put instructions. Check it out. I gave him instructions on how to use it.
Yeah, remember, they don't have a lot of technology in the Amish community, so as a little manual, he read everything. Dude, this is why I love this shit. It's kind of really creative and innovative. I mean, because it's so cool. I mean, instead of giving him the full box of a brand new thing where he could have the full official manual, he's he just wants to make it very simple, and just here's the basics of what you need to know. Fuck the rest of this manual. Here's what you actually need to know, and just here's the basic thing, and that's all you need, and I can do the rest. I mean, I love this guy, honestly. I mean, that's why I've been paying attention to his vlogs a lot, and I really recommend checking this dude out. Why am I not subscribed to him yet? I keep getting recommended. I've been watching his content for a week or so now, and it keeps coming up, and I love it.
Leave SD card inside the device. All you have to do is open it up and turn the switch to the on position. Then when you return the camera, I will remove the SD card and check the results. And then I wrote down here, please write your driver's phone number below so I can call you guys with the results. Got the note in the bag and the
That's so
camera's
cool.
in the bag. We're going
Sneaking
to
out
stash
right
it
there.
down in here. A few days, we'll come back and check on the results. So I kept checking to see if he returned it yet. Every 3 days, 3, 6, 9. Today is the 9th day on this cold, windy, rainy day. And finally I see it. And it looks like he placed a rock on top of there.
Yeah, he did. There is a rock there.
And there
he left something back. This is what I love about it. It's so cool because, you know, like, they actually do bring things back. So you kind of see this little back and forth and, like, almost like a... It's like a mixture of, like, this, you know, obviously, like, you know, the modern social media element where he's, like, you know, showing kind of, like, you know, in a way before this, you know, like, how people were, you know, in a way, you know, kind of giving things to shit, especially when they had to do it very secretly. Like, you know, instead of doing it through the DMs, this is how some people did it back in the day. Like, they would just have, like, a little secret spot they would just, like, meet up at and just, like, have little notes or little things, you know, stashed somewhere and shit. Like, this is what I find so cool about it. It's just, like, you know, it kind of delves into, like, an interesting, you know, element about, like, you know, human life that, you know, is kind of taken for granted in a sense because it's just kind of, you know, not really a thing anymore. Outside of, like, you know, very niche things like this.
Did return it. Now we get to go see the results and let him know. So he returned it with 2 different phone numbers so I can contact him. And I noticed he returned it without the string on the camera, but that's okay. We'll still check it out. But anyway, guys, what's the purpose of showing this? I will protect him and not share any personal information. But just to show you some of the bizarre requests. And it's just an honor to be able to be online and have these communications with many different Amish around the country. It's amazing.
Damn. I mean, I'd imagine so. You see, like, what's one of his more recent ones? Oh, whoa, you uploaded some earlier today. Let's see what this one is. No one would be afraid. Well, I guess he's still technically a Christian. I don't necessarily. Sure, yeah. So I guess he's still technically religious, but he definitely, you know, broadly recognizes the overall element of the cult and shit, and really definitely criticizes, you know, broadly the whole overall Amish community in itself too. Oh, he does streams too. Oh shit, didn't even know that. I see most of his shorts more than anything. That's where a lot of his content comes from. It's like, you know, checking all these different ones. But either way, dude's actually, you know, overall still pretty cool. But, yeah, actually, I posted a comment onto that, you know, video I was looking at. Just remember, I have told I was hoping maybe, you know, like, you getting out of, you know, the Amish cult would also, like, you know, break you away from that, but I guess it didn't. Oh, well, you know, he's still cool, though. I mean, I most certainly would have a beer and chill with him and, you know, hang out with him either way, though. But, that's a little sad. Because at least all the content was, you know, that I've seen of him so far was literally always been about critiquing the Amish and shit. I didn't realize he was, you know, also having those type of, you know, elements of his content. It's like, oh. But whatever. It ain't that big of a deal. At least he's very critical of religion. Not often you really see a lot of religious people that are just overtly critical of religion, including the ones that they also believe, too. So, either way, I respect that. I like that. What? Sukov, did you close yourself up in the laundry room? Are you just in there? Yeah, I think he's just stuck in there. Wow. Wow. What a goofball. What a ridiculous little goofball. I'm gonna actually try to see if I can poke him out of there. Yeah, I hear you in there. Yeah, what are you doing? Just locked yourself in there. Like, what the hell, bro? Yeah, you. Yeah, you were just, like, locked in there. What, do you like being in there in the dark? Do you like being in the nice darkness? Is that what it is? Goofy-ass little thing. I don't know why he just does that. Just a silly boy. Just a little silly boy. But, here. Let's check out this little thing. Kind of want to see a little bit more extra little deets of this Rider Guilds of America strike and shit. And I can have a little trusty faith in Team Bombadil to kind of probably, give us a little bit of a lay down about that.
My luck.
I mean, because DFF kind of went on a surface glance about it, but they didn't really get maybe too much of the gritty details and shit, but D-Mom was always about, like, getting in nitty-gritty details, so.
Lovely. Imps. We gotta talk about something. A storm that is brewing.
A storm?
There is a storm that is brewing right now. And the storm that is brewing is in the entertainment industry. It's been a long time since the last time... Wait, that doesn't sound very good. Who's writing this show anyway? Oh, wait. I don't have a writer. I'm the writer. I am the writer of this show. Now, if you're wondering why my show sometimes includes goofy gaffes like that, where I goof up the line, or I say things wrong, or I make a joke that stinks, that's because I write my own show and live perform it in real time, because I'm a streamer. That's how this kind of stuff works. But you know what doesn't work like that? See? The rest of the entertainment world. Your late night comedy shows, your television shows, your movies, your streaming specials, your cartoons, all of those shows have these little fellas that make the world go round called writers.
Yep. Yeah.
And writers are funny because writers, you never actually see them very often. You don't actually get to see the writers of a TV show, usually ever in the show. Once in a while, they'll let the writers have a cameo as a background character, a side character, or whatever. But writers they're not very visible. You see their names in the credits, and then, people who are passionate about media will become familiar with writers.
I mean, that's also really about as far as, like, writers and entertainment go. It's literally, like, just simply, like, oh, yeah, they helped write the plot. Yeah. Like, here's those writers. Like, that's about it. Like, they're literally about, like, in the mid to later half of, a credits, basically. Like, you'll get the cast, and then you'll get, like, the camera folk, and, like, the directors, the assistant producers, blah, blah, blah. And then, like, halfway... or over halfway through the credit scene, you'll get, like, the writers, and then, like, the hairdressers and stylists and blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, it's like writers are very rarely recognized, honestly. It's kind of sad. Like, actually, one thing I noticed is that the IATSE, like, when it comes to the, what was the IATSE? Like, I mean, I forget the exact name. I know it's like International Association of, like, something like something like that. It's like, I mean, it's basically the union for, like, a lot of, like, the production behind the scenes when it comes to movie production, outside of writers, obviously, because that's where the Writers Guild comes in. And, like, I mean, at the end of a lot of movies, like, you'll see their union logo at the very end of the credits, where it comes to the IATSE. I've seen it a few times before. You know, like when I'm watching the credits all the way through. And, like, and every now and then, like, I mean, you know, like, I might see, like, the Writers Guild of America in there and shit, but, like, very rarely, you know, honestly, because, like, writers are, like, pretty much never fucking recognized. Like, even though they pretty much kind of, like, make the backbone of, like, how a broader plot, you know, works and shit, because they're the ones writing it.
Writers are what make shows of all types so good. Writers are cultural giants. They make
because they literally are the ones writing everything. Like, they're the ones who, like, actually, like, you know, conceptualize, you know, things, you know, into the entertainment that we see. Like, they're the fundamental backbone of what makes a lot of entertainment.
Breaking Bad, to the Star Wars stuff that you like, to the comedy shows that you like, to the news
room again.
You like. And writers, as of today, are going on strike. That's right. Today, the Writers Guild of America announced a nationwide work stoppage. They are going on strike. Now, the last time this happened, it was a pretty drastic event. And people always, they never notice it until it actually happens. And then when it happens, boy, does it hurt. You see, here in America, culture is what keeps most of us alive. We don't like to admit this very often, but basically, no matter what walk of life that you're in, whether you're rich or poor, whether you're middle class or whatever, culture is what keeps you going. And this is true for more societies than just American society, but cultural expression was very different in other societies and has been different throughout history. Here in America...
I mean, that's kind of like how culture goes anyway. Like, culture always will have, like, different forms of expression depending on that said culture, just because culture always will have different ways that it expresses itself, because just that's kind of how culture is. Like, culture is basically like a society's form of expression, because of how individuals in that society express themselves. So, I mean, you know, overall, like, I mean, that's just kind of like, you know, a form of expression of, you know, the broader society itself.
Pop culture keeps people sane, okay? Like, I mean that.
Yep.
And, like, people are miserable when they don't have TV shows that they love, music that they love, video games that they love. But TV especially is one of the most important American pastimes. I
mean, at least for a lot. I mean, for me personally, I would say that it would be music. Like, for me, that's my pastime. Listening to some fucking banging ass music.
Love their TV shows. They love to binge their
or making it.
Streaming shows. They love to binge their favorite shows. They like to have stuff on in the background. They put it on at work. They listen to it in the car. And all of that is only possible because of writers.
Yep.
The last time there was a writer's strike, it produced some of the most cringe-inducing television that you have ever seen, okay? And let me tell you, it was rough, okay? It was not a fun time. There was a unbelievably obvious decline in the quality of popular media during the...
Hey, what's up, Brett?
Last writer's strike.
Talking to Hack
last
Game.
Writer's strike was...
I mean, I haven't really got, like, fucking, you know, my tricord hat or anything, so I don't really got, like, the hardcore hat game. I just have my usual hat. The usual driver. Bullshit at work again. Lost most of my break. Oh, dude. Cringe. Well, I lost a day off because I, you know, came into work today. But I also wanted to anyway because I need to save up a lot of money for the convention the furry convention I'm going to, and then Seattle. So, yeah, these, like, honestly, I might do 6-day work weeks for this year and then next year and shit. Whoa, 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 whoa. Like, I will literally derail this whole Writers Guild of America strike thing that the Imams talk about if you could find a fucking link to that right now. Give me an article, a YouTube video, I don't even care. Give me some, I need to, like, what? Marjorie Taylor Greene has been stalking Hunter Biden on Pornhub? Yo! I gotta see some of that shit, bro. You gotta send me some of that. Oh my god. What? Oh my god. Dude, yo, you gotta send me some of that. Holy shit. Wait, Hunter Biden's on Pornhub, by the way? Yeah, here, yeah, dude. Yeah.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, of course this. Wait, yo, hold on. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Before we even get into this video, Kyle Kalinske, you no longer have the lesbian bleached hair. And 2, you do, like, you have the fucking bisexual lighting, Kyle. What is this background? Yo, Kyle, you did some upgrades, and what is this, like, sexy fucking, like, you know, silk fucking button-up? Like, Kyle, like, holy shit, he flexed up out of nowhere. Marjorie Taylor Greene says ban online porn. Ah, come back. Oh my god. He said it's temporary. Apparently bleached blonde is lower maintenance. Dude, he said temporary back in October. It's May. Dude, he had bleached hair for way longer than temporary. Like, I mean, no way, dude. No way he did, like, that was a phase. He went for a bleached blonde, you know, phase, dude. Like, nah. Like, that wasn't just, like, temporary. Because if it was, he would have grown his hair out a little bit and then cut the, you know, blonde part off. No, as in he's going back to bleached hair. Oh, wait. He's going back to the bleached hair? Oh, wait, so that is a permanent thing. Oh, my God. I knew it. Okay. Good, you're just reinvalidating me.
Green is back in the news, and...
He did this color for his wedding. I thought he already had the wedding. Oh, and Kyle had his wedding. Oh my god, that's so cute. Oh. Oh. Hassan has his new puppy Kaya, and then Kyle's, you know, got the wedding done and everything. Oh, dude. That's awesome. Anyway, let's get to the chase. Let's cut to the chase. Oh, there's a whole video about...
Website. First of all...
Hold on.
Called Pornhub. It is a disgusting porn website. As a matter of fact, it should be illegal.
Pornhub is the most vanilla porn website that ever existed, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Okay, Marjorie, if you think that Pornhub's the most disgusting porn website, then that says something about you because of what you are looking up. You can find some pretty fetishistic, you know, extreme stuff on Pornhub, but there's, you know, legit a cutoff point. Like, there are certain fetishes and certain things and, you know, like certain things that people are into that, you know, Pornhub will just simply not accept, you know, and will not allow on their platform. You know, even though it is, you know, still in the category of porn. And, like, I mean, that's why there's also more extreme sites. So, Marjorie, the fact that you're saying that says a lot about you more than anything else. So...
I don't even know.
Oh my god! Even Kyle had to be like, hold up, do that edit, wait a minute.
As a matter of fact, it should be illegal.
He's doing that for should be illegal. Nah, dude, you should be doing that, Kyle, for her announcing, like, it's the most disgusting porn site. Like, bitch, like, it's not. Like, I'm not saying that just because, you know, of experience. Like, I mean, it doesn't take that hard to know that there's just more extreme porn sites. It literally just Occam's razor tells you that. Though I will admit there is, maybe a slight baby element of experience. You know, at very minimal, just for morbid curiosity's sake. But, I mean, you know, either way, though. Like, I mean, you know, it's like, the fact that she's saying that, though, should be like, I mean, the illegal part is just typical because she's just being insecure and projecting her fucking thoughts out, and that's just typical of these conservative fascist fucks anyway. So, I mean, that ain't really that much different.
Why it exists.
Porn? Well... no, but there is, like, you know, anthropomorphic, like, fursuiter, you know, like, fursuiters that are in cat suits, and then you got, like, fursuiters in dog suits that, well, yeah, like, that unironically is probably a video that I unironically probably have on my, like, liked or / favorites, you know, either on the hub or some shit, but, like... It's not, you know what I mean. Oh my god, whatever.
It should be illegal. Quote, I don't know why it even exists. She wants to ban online porn. She wants to ban online porn. Remember, this is from the people who claim that freedom, bro, I'm all about freedom. Get the go.
Freedom, bro. By the way, ban porn, because fuck that shit. I'm like, oh my god, man. I mean, I feel like that's at least, you know, the good juice of it. Wait. There's more. Hold up. There's more.
value.
You know, I'm good thing I started skimming around because I realized that the clip that I wish they would actually full screen it, but I noticed that there's more to it. All right, we'll at least hear more of this, and then we'll go back to the Writers Guild thing,
which are horrendous and terrible and bad and illegal. But again, she's focused more on Hunter Biden's cock and balls.
Hunter Biden is...
Oh my god, I'm just hearing that out of context by Kyle. Oh man, dude, I love it. Hunter Biden's cock and balls, dude. Dude, I mean, you know, like, from my understanding, he's got a Palooza, dude. Like, Biden's got the Palooza, and if that, you know, says anything, then, like, the Bidens have the Paloozas. And it's just like, oh, shit. Like, alright, you know, weird flex, but I respect. At least for Hunter Biden, especially. Because, I mean, he's not, you know, he's not no malarkey, no fat jack, you know, Biden, you know, so, you know, like, it's Hunter. Like, he's the cool Biden. He's the other Biden, Jack.
Disgusting, vile, embarrassment, piece of trash. And that is what is a reflection on our country.
What, are you talking about yourself, bitch? Like, wait, is that Pornhub, or are you talking about yourself? Like, because, oh my god, I'm pretty sure you're talking about yourself there, woman. Like, oh my god. Like, can you just be deported to, like, Saudi Arabia or, like, Uzbekistan or something, you know, in, like, you know, in a culture where at least it's more adherent to your ideology? Like, can you just not be here? Can you go away? Like, oh my god. Like, ugh. Like, ugh.
Catch President Trump and his...
Dude. Yeah, if she's watching Pornhub, then I mean she's probably... Yeah, dude, your brain malfunctioned? Yeah, yeah, I mean, you know, dude, my brain is actually surprisingly not imagining this, but I think it's just because, like, you know, I don't know. It's probably because, honestly, there's some things about the internet where I just certainly have seen some shit where it's like, you know, the idea of Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know, doing that shit is not exactly the worst thing in my brain. So, I mean, I mean, you want to know a sad, weird, unfortunate fact that I know? Elephants have tits. And there's unironically pictures of them showing female elephants with their tits. It's like, wait, what? Like, do you realize how shattered my brain was when that was realized in my head? Like, elephants actually have titties. They don't have udders like I unironically thought they did this entire fucking thing. I've seen dolphin pussy. I mean, honestly, that's kind of whatever, because it's literally just like a... Like, I mean, it's the same thing for a male dolphin. It's just literally a slit, you know, like on the bottom side of their, you know, belly, basically. You know, like... I mean, whatever. I mean, like, a full-on dolphin pussy, whatever. I mean, that ain't the worst thing, you know, in the world. It's like, what, you get a little slit and it has, like, little baby fins on the side or some shit, you know, on the broader body of a dolphin. Like, oh, no. Like, elephant tits, I think, are a little worse. Or, like, you know, never mind. I mean, if we're gonna start gauging, like, this, I mean, you know, I don't know, dude. Like, it could get bad. I mean, honestly, it could probably get... I mean, it could kind of get absurd. Because I've had some misfortune to see some really weird shit on the internet, dude. Like, I mean, I'm a denizen of the internet. I mean, and there's been some unfortunate things that I have seen, and my god... Like, dolphin pussy, unironically, is literally the, like, vanilla in comparison to some shit that's on the internet, okay? Because, like I said, it's literally just, like, a line in their lower body. It's like, okay, you got, like, a little slit line thing there that's, like, that obviously shows there's a cavity. Okay, whatever. I mean, that's not really that big of a deal. There's other things out there that are worse than that, okay? Now you're thinking of Marjorie Taylor Greene's O-face looming over you. Have fun. Wait, over me? Wait, so she's riding me? Okay, alright. You know what? You probably just topped it off. Like, the idea of Marjorie Taylor Greene O-facing while she's over me, which implies that she's riding me. Nope. Nope. Fuck that. Alright, okay, yeah, alright. No, I think, you know, I don't even know. I think we're done with the Marjorie Taylor Greene, fucking thing. Well, we're going to find this. Yeah, we're gonna like get to this again because, I mean, the O-face itself is not the traumatization that is part of that imagery. It's the fact that she would be on me doing that. She would find something about me attractive enough to do that. Well, Dick, you and I have had fun, but it's time we parted ways. Dude, I unironically would fucking transition. I would literally become trans due to the sheer trauma of literally getting raped by Marjorie Taylor Greene. I would literally become trans literally because Marjorie Taylor Greene raped me by riding me. Like, and fucking mounting me and cowgirling me and O-facing and everything. Like, the whole shebang. Like, there would be no pleasure for me. Like, it would be so traumatic, I would literally just straight up... Yeah, I would Me Too her and then fucking, like, transition. Like, unironically. I mean, and again, I'm comfortable with, like, literally all the bits, as far as I'm concerned. But that would make me uncomfortable with my dick. Like, I would no longer look at my dick the same way after that. Like, I mean, that would have to go. So, yeah. The fact she's married still boggles my mind. Isn't she going for a divorce? Like, I mean, like, why is that still being held up? I thought she was supposedly going for a divorce of her husband or something. I mean, at least as far as I'm aware. Like, the last time I heard, she was, going for, like, some divorce case or something with him. Like, did that just, like, not happen? Or is she? I don't know. I think. Did it, now I'm thinking it fell out, or maybe it's just, like, literally in limbo or something? I don't know. I mean, as far as I'm aware, she's, like, in a divorce case. And the fact someone marry her to be... Yeah, I mean, honestly, just the fact that, like, anyone would marry her to begin with is just shocking. Though I guess one can say the same for, marrying Steven Crowder, too, if you think about it, considering that's the whole big thing right now. Speaking of divorces. I mean, I will admit, like, I'm not going to totally victim blame Hillary, in that case, but, I mean, like, come on. You really thought he was going to be a nice guy? You really thought he was going to be, like, a family values gentleman? I mean, come on. It's like, I like your gumption. I like how you can hold... Who's Hillary? Hillary Crowder, Steven's fucking wife that is, divorcing him and all that shit. Gonna take his kids and probably a fat chunk of his money and make him pay a lot of child support probably and stuff like that. Being a Christian conservative, weird wife lady, I mean, she's actually kind of base. The one that, got abused and shit with that whole video that was, leaked and the whole shebang. Dude, I don't blame you, though. I thought you meant Clinton for a sec, because I was like, damn, Steven is married to her? That's the only time I would feel bad for him. Dude, I don't blame you, though. Because, honestly, like, the only time I think of the name Hillary, I think of Hillary Clinton. I never think of, like, Hillary Crowder. I have a coworker, that I don't work with specifically, but she works at our store. Like, there's, like, some other lady, not spelt the same, but, it's still Hillary. It's just like, like, every time I think of that name, I'm always like, Hillary Clinton. Like, I mean, I never think of, like, anything else. I don't think of, like, my coworker that, like, literally, like, I rarely know any other Hillarys, and the only one the only ones I know is, like, Steven Crowder's wife, Hillary Clinton, obviously, and then the one who's my coworker that, like, honestly, I don't really see that often anyway. I mean, I'm only barely acquainted with her. I just know that that's her name, and the only reason why I remember her name is literally because Hillary Clinton. Like, because I think of Hillary, as Hillary Clinton, not, like, anybody else, frankly. Like, I think of a name, I'm like, Clinton. But then I'm like, oh, wait, no, you're not. I'm just like, wait, oops. Wrong Clinton. Oh, wait, wrong Hillary. Right here. I'm gonna go spring a link real quick. And then, I'll read this first. Someone told me that the reason in becoming a far-right lunatic was to be married to Hillary Clinton. I tell him, I believe you. I mean, honestly, if that's, I feel that. I mean, like, it's either that or you basically become Bill Clinton and you just have your entire life essence, like, sucked out of you and you just become this husk. It's like, I just want to just, like, pay this. And you just, like, literally become this, like, lifeless husk that's just kind of, like, dotted around occasionally. Here, I'll spring a link here real quick, and we'll play this and check out more about the Survivor Skills stuff. Hey, quit locking yourself in the laundry room, dog.
Crazy doggo, crazy doggo, locking himself up in the laundry room.
I guess I should probably leave that door open. I guess they're not coming in here, okay. Alright, I'll leave that door open. Ooh. Ooh, shoo-blah-blah-blah. What? What? Hey, want a little toilet? I'll give you a little toilet. There you go. Here, take that and go away. Good for little pup.
Strike was 2013. I might get the date. I might be getting the date wrong. Sorry, 2007. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, hold on. Yeah, we'll skip back just a tad little bit since we had a little margin green derailment.
There was a unbelievably obvious decline in the quality of popular media during the last writer's strike. The last writer's strike was 2013. I might get the date. I might be getting the date wrong. Sorry, 2007. Sorry, I was thinking of something from earlier. 2007. My bad. I'm so sorry.
I'm actually kind of surprised that the last writer's strike was in 2007. I honestly thought it would have been like the 90s or like 80s or 70s or something like that. Like, I mean, to be all honest, I mean, like that's just, my guess, when it comes to that. Because wasn't it like the last overall, like, strike in Hollywood, I guess more specifically, like, back in around that time? But, I don't know. At least when it comes to, like, Hollywood entertainment / broadly that industry, I mean, I'm not 100% informed when it comes to union efforts on that front. Mostly on, like, trade union efforts and shit like that.
2007. 2007 to 2008 was the last writer's strike. For some reason, I was thinking of the date from earlier in the stream when we were talking about budgetary crises. The 2013 was the last big debt ceiling crisis, which is also happening right now, as it turns out. Anyway,
Yippee skippy.
Many of you will know, if you're regular viewers of my show. If you're not, you should be. Press subscribe because you don't want to be missing the show. I have been watching the Star Wars Clone Wars 3D animated series, and the first couple of seasons of that show coincided with the 2007 to 2008 writer's strike, and let me tell you, it shows. It shows badly. It is like...
I mean, honestly, the overall Clone Wars show that she's talking about, like the anime series, overall is actually good. But those first 2 seasons does coincide with that strike that she's talking about, and which I will admit, I honestly thought it was around the 90s. So, you know, like, I mean, that is, you know, kind of a little interesting news to me. So I'm, you know, I kind of want to look into that a little bit. Maybe she might, you know, go into maybe some tangential detail to that. But I will say though, like, honestly, it does show. Like the first, like, 2 seasons of like the Clone Wars, at least, you know, for the anime series, yeah, not really exactly worth watching. But pretty much like every season beyond that, though, definitely worth watching. And, you know, especially like the later seasons, like the last, like, you know, 3 to 4 seasons of that show are legit really fucking good. So, I mean, all in all, like, there's, you know, some, you know, like, it kind of really shows, like, you know, when it comes to, like, having, you know, like, basically, like, scab labor, you know, take, you know, the place, you know, of a lot of these, you know, union writers and shit who happen to be on strike and shit. I mean, it's kind of, like, essentially the result of what, like, scab labor looks like, in a sense. Because, like, when you have, like, a strike going on, and then you have, like, you know, the production, you know, or at least the company that wants to, you know, still, you know, put out their production, and say, you know, and, you know, for whatever, you know, means or, you know, abilities, are able to get, like, scab labor to essentially, you know, kind of replace that type of labor, you know, that is on strike right now at that conjuncture, then the quality, you know, drop is legitimately very fucking significant. Because so much of the broader scab labor is, you know, not built on the same quality that is... stop it! It's not built on the same fucking quality that, you know, would be, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, union labor and shit. But, you know, the motherfucker, you know, like, really?
I need some entertainment.
Oh, yeah, whatever.
Annoying you. Yeah, that's entertainment.
Yeah. Check out this hot creamy hole. I know that's cream cheese, and I'm not really a fan of just regular vanilla cream cheese, but I do like, you know, flavored cream cheese, like a blueberry cream cheese, or, you know, some other type of cream cheese like that. So, I mean, I feel like if it had, like, a different type of cream cheese on there, like, I feel like that'd be pretty good. But the concurrent, you know, just regular vanilla cream cheese, not really a fan of that. A little too, like, pungent in a sense, you know, but, like, if it had, like, another flavor, like, you know, like a blueberry cream cheese almost like that, like, I mean, that actually is legit pretty good, though. You know, so, I don't know. I mean, you know, like, it looks good, though. I mean, I ain't gonna dog on it. If, honestly, I would definitely try to fucking, you know, eat it myself, honestly. I mean, I would just probably, you know, season it up or doctor it or something. And you did not make that at all. Oh, I see it. There you go. Here, yeah. It's in there now.
Oh god, those first seasons, they're dreadful. The writing is baby brain. It's like a dog wrote the show. And that's because they were hiring freelance writers. They were writing it themselves. The show...
Or, you know, scabs.
Who are not professional writers, who are not trained writers, who are not experienced writers, were writing it themselves, or they were relying on contract scabs, which we're going to talk about in just a second.
Hey, good.
But this is not the only type of show that suffers. Real quick, I want to show you a clip, okay, from Conan O'Brien's Late Show back in 2007. This has, of course, been going viral, and I want you to understand that at the last writer's strike, this is the type of stuff that was actually going on. So let's watch this clip real quick together, just so you can get an idea of what happens when writers go on strike. And then we're going to talk about why they're going on strike, and then we're going to talk about what it actually means to the broader culture. Let's watch this real quick. Here we go.
Oh, shit. I'll admit, I always love, like, watching these, like, kind of historical, like, you know, pieces, you know, that kind of... Is that Conan O'Brien? Oh my god, it is. It's O'Brien. Okay, well, this is going to be interesting.
I think that was in Blazing Saddles. All right, here we go. Susie, are you ready to time this? We're going for 41.
So, by the way, they're cutting back to the production room. As you can tell, Susie is not is not an actor or an actress. She's wearing a sweater. She's in the production area. Okay.
Yeah, she's straight up a producer.
Let's go.
Seconds. If we do it, this will be television history.
Susie, the producer.
Susie, you ready to go?
I'm ready.
Okay, you excited, Susie?
Yes, good luck.
Not a genuine bone in her body. We're going to try and get a good spin. If I don't, I'll start all over again. Band, I hope you're ready. Here we go. And that's a good spin. That's a good spin. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So what's going on? Going on, Brian is spinning a marble ball on his desk, and he got Susie, the producer, I guess, who's like the highlight of this as well. Oh my god. Okay, Cease and Miss, I get it. You're uploading some albums by Voyage. Who is that guy? Who is that? It's like, what the fuck? Hold on, she's like bumping up like, you know, some shit, you know, as like the crowd is getting louder. Like, wait, hold on. Is she like... Oh my god, is that a fake crowd? I feel like that might be a fake crowd. Turn. Late show hosts clap at fucking anything. I thought MCU fans were bad at that. Like, wow, Marlboro spit, dude. Like, I mean, for real, bro. I mean, and also, like, I mean, there is a little bit of insight that I do know about when it comes to, like, these, like, late-night show hosts and shit. Because, remember, Kyle, because his wife, Crystal Ball, was on Bill Maher at one point, like, Kyle got to be a part of, like, the guest audience and shit. Yeah, I know you met the audiences, and this is kind of what I, you know, am getting at. Because Kyle noticed that, like, they literally had, like, cue cards or, like, you know, little displays and shit to be like, hey, you applaud at this, or you know, cheer and this and that and shit. Like, the audience is mostly artificial. Like, they're, even before the show even starts and during break time, they're told, like, hey, you need to do this and blah, 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 you know, and all this other shit, you know, and, like, that's essentially, like, I mean, there's, like, a whole fucking, like, you know, like, act. I mean, there really is like a legit act in like a theater play when it comes to the audience themselves as well. And this is it right here, because this audience is getting that cue card of like applaud, you know, hysterically and, you know, or whatever the fuck it says. You know, it's just like, you know, like endless applause or whatever the fuck it, you know, it is. You know, like, I mean, they're getting some cue card to do what they're doing. I mean, it's not legit genuine. But obviously, you know, to someone who's watching, you know, this on TV, it sounds genuine though. And also, it's not a marble, it's a ring. So I guess it's a ring or something. Whatever.
Maura, what was the time on that spin? That looked like a good spin to me.
36 seconds.
36 seconds on a spin of a ring. Oh my... Okay, I see why Demon Mama pulled this. Oh my god. Dude, this is during the writer's strike back in 2007 and shit that Demon was referring to. Oh my fucking god. And if last night, you know, when we were looking at some of the onion nuggets about this writer's strike stuff, when they were talking about at the beginning of their show, that, you know, from at least some of the stuff that I missed out on a little bit, like, you know, a lot of these different late night show hosts are kind of like, you know, going on like hiatus at the moment because of the strike, like SNL, Jimmy Fallon, Kimmel, you know, like all these different dudes. And like, I mean, in a way, you know what, probably for good fucking reason, because they're probably looking, you know, at, you know, this and different content that was from back in the day and being like, we can't do that again. Like, there's no way that's gonna sell. There ain't no way that's gonna gain viewership. Like, even if we, you know, feign the audience to like laugh and applaud it as much as possible and shit like that. I mean, which makes me find it funny, at least, you know, from the news about like Gutfeld, or like, you know, basically, you know, is still going on while this is happening and shit, because a lot of his writers are also on strike because they're a part of the Writers Guild too. So, he's gonna keep going on because, it's Fox News, so of course they are, but, like, I mean, oh my god, the idea that, maybe a lot of his shit is gonna be this, you know what, I'm gonna pay attention, like, maybe, like, in the next, like, maybe next week, maybe not, like, this, for the rest of this week, but sometime next week, we're gonna look at Fox News and try to find some Ryan Gutfeld content specifically, because, oh my god, it's gonna be even more exceptionally garbage. Like, it's already bad as it is, but oh my god. Like, if he is, like, still willing to keep going despite a lot of his writers, which, frankly, the writers for his show are already not really that great in the first place. Or maybe they were doing a soft strike and already kind of, like, striking before they officially striked. So, I don't know. Either way, though, like, I mean, if that's the content we already got to see out of his fucking sad personality of his stuff suit, then, oh my god. The idea of him writing his own shit, or having, like, Scab Labor write his shit and stuff, holy fuck, oh my god, we gotta at least, see some stuff of his, because it's gonna be exceptionally cringe and just hilarious.
36? I thought I had it. Tender, what was that sound you made when I lost? It's hard enough with Outriders to lose a ring spin, but then to have a horse laugh at me.
What? Hold on, can we even... Oh.
It's hard enough with Outriders to lose a ring spin, but then to have a horse laugh...
Okay, so it's harder enough for a writer to, like, lose... What? Is Conan O'Brien, like, fucking on, like, the writers that are on strike and be like, it's harder for them to come back and win, get one over from me again than a horse to laugh at me, which is a trumpet, doing that little, which I've done before. It's actually kind of fun. But, like, I mean, really, oh my god, you can't be serious. Oh my, dude, oh my god. This makes me actually want to check Gutfeld's shit out, because, like, if everything else is on hiatus, basically, because of the strike going on right now, then, Gutfeld's shit has to be really bad right now. Sounds like it's on the verge of breaking down. It really does, too. And again, this is back in 2007. This is like O'Brien back then. And, Conan O'Brien's still, like, out there doing shit right now, technically. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure he's still, like, a late-night show host or something right now. I'm pretty sure. Like, so, like, all in all, like, this dude is still, like, doing things. Like, and he literally had a damn near mental breakdown on his fucking show over the fact that his writers went on strike. Like, my god. Like, honestly, like, out of all the late-night show hosts, like, I thought O'Brien was actually kind of, like, a okay dude for the most part. Still kind of annoying. But I honestly thought he was, like, he's not absolutely horrible. But no, this is really changing my opinion, in the exact opposite direction. He's like, oh shit, I have to supply my own Dude, for people who, like, claim to, like, these late night show hosts claim to be comedians, right? And they're like, oh fuck, they're literally all feel the same way right now. They're like, oh shit, I have to display my own talent. Oh fuck, how am I gonna do this? It's like, you claim to be fucking comedians. Like, at least on some level. So... what the fuck? Like, you should be able to, like, fucking wing it. Like, I mean, how in the fuck, like, if you're all supposedly comedians, then how in the hell are you not winging that shit? ALSHAB.
Ultimate indignity. Trust me, there's time to do it again. Let's not be in a rush to do it right away.
All they show hosts are bitches. Yep.
So,
that was cringe.
Tell was Conan O'Brien
bastards. Well, bitches, bastards, same difference.
Desperately trying to save time. You say, I get it, I don't get it, this is amazing. That's because he's carrying the show on his own time. But you have to understand, that's 2 minutes, 1 minute and 56 seconds. and he has to fill an hour with no writers. He is that good, but I assure you, trust me, it was not that. That is the funniest you would get. There was a lot of time of him.
Wait, that was supposedly the funniest that particular show was, at least, when it comes to, like, wait, if that's, like, some of the more funnier shit that he was doing, like, at that time during the strike, oh my god, what was the boring shit? Holy fuck, dude.
Walking around.
And what was, like, the most hysterical shit? Because, like, the most hysterical shit might honestly genuinely get, like, a little out of me, maybe. So, like, oh my god. Dude, wow.
Telling random stories. There was him ranting about random stuff. Sometimes they literally just don't run the show. Right now, a lot of shows are just going to be running reruns instead. They're actually just canceling their late night shows. Just riffing.
Yep. Like, a lot of current shows right now, like SNL, Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, and Fallon, like, these dudes, like, they're doing reruns. Like, they're not doing their shows right now. Like, I mean, and honestly, in a way, for good fucking reason. More shit was him hiding under his desk and crying. Dude, that would at least be entertaining for me. Like, you're saying that's boring shit? Like, dude, that's entertainment to me, dude. That's entertainment.
And, it's wild. Now, lots of people know that Conan has always been very supportive of writers, that he refused to hire scabs and instead just riffed for unimaginable amounts of time. But let me tell you, that TV is not going to pay well. People aren't going to stay tuned in. It's not good for his numbers. Conan is just kind of a based guy and always supported the writers and refused to hire scabs. Now,
well, I mean, I guess I'll grant him that. Alright. Like, when it comes to Conan, I mean, like, I'll grant him that, I guess. I mean, the reason why that shit was so bad is because he didn't hire scab labor that at least might have, honestly probably put out the same quality, if anything, worse quality. So I can at least grant Conan O'Brien, the ability to kind of, like, I guess, support the writers and be like, you know what, even if my shit, sucks and there's writers who are definitely better than me when it comes to clips and shit, I'm just gonna fucking wing it. Fuck it. I mean, look, I'm just gonna be honest, it was fucking cringe. But, I mean, if it was because, like, I'm not hiring scabs, basically, and I'm gonna let my writers go on strike because, like, in a way, I, get, compensated fairly, by the company overall, but these writers don't, but I think they should. So, I'm just gonna wing shit and, like, stand in solidarity and just, like, not hire scabs and just, like, do things on my own. At least in the meantime. Like, I kind of at least respect that, but, oh my god, holy fuck. I mean, don't let him do that again. Like, I mean, I'm just gonna say that right now. Maybe, he should hire scabs next time around. Like, oh.
What the hell's a scab?
Oh, I know. In fact, there's a song by Ann Feeney about that. In fact, I won't play it, but here, I'll even show it just to prove it. Because you should check it out. Ann Feeney. Yeah, right there. Yeah. Scabs. It's literally simply called Scabs. In fact, here, the thumbnail even shows like a little old-timey comic strip of it. The Scab. After God had finished the rattlesnake, the toad, and the vampire, and Zukov needing to shut the hell up, he had an awful stuff left with which he made a scab. A scab is a two-legged animal with a corkscrew soul, a waterlogged brain, and a combination of backbone made of jelly and glue. Where others' hearts, he carries a tumor of rotten principles. Judas Iscariot was a gentleman compared to a scab. So, Judas, from, like one of the disciples from, Christ. For betraying his master, he had the character of hanging himself. The scab hasn't. There's nothing lower than a scab. Jack London.
A scab is a term for somebody who crosses the picket line.
Or, that, what Jack London said right there as a quote. I mean, that also works. But, in layman's terms, that, is pretty much a summary. Yes.
a worker who is willing to work even when the union is striking, or a guild in this case, because it's similar to a union, but it's a guild.
I mean, they're pretty much the same thing.
And scabs are, first of all, frowned upon generally for obvious reasons, because it's particularly mercenary-like behavior when you know that the work environment is so bad that people are striking, that the pay is so bad, but that you're so much of an opportunist that you're willing to work anyway and defy the union and or guild. However, warning! To those of you...
Actually, before she goes into that little warning bit, like, I mean, a part of that is also, like, this whole, like, hustle gig economy thing. Like, oh, you got to be on that grind and hustle and shit. Like, I mean, a lot of that kind of pertains, towards this idea, too. Where it's just like, I'm willing to cross the picket line because I need to make that hustle. I mean, it's not like, gig economy workers, are, like, scabs inherently, but... to some, it's like soft degree, sometimes, some of these, gig economy workers, indirectly, end up, basically, falling for a lot of the consequences of what ends up becoming scab labor. Which really, like, if you think about it, the reason why, like, there's, like, gig economy work and then, like, quote-unquote, like, traditional work and shit like that, is because, like, I mean, that does... Oh my god, hiccups right now, really. Like, because it really does add, to a lot of, like, these different social worker divides and shit. Where it's like, because you have, like, this divide, especially when it comes to, like, the gig economy, like, hustle grind set and shit, where it's like, oh, you have to always be on the hustle. And then you have, like, a lot of, like, career-based work and shit that especially, are more tied into, like, union labor and stuff, whether it's, like, like, mill working, lumberjack work, or machinist work, whatever the fuck, name it, there's, like, all sorts of, different shit like that. I mean, even when it comes to retail, like, for me and shit. So it's like, you got all these different, like, different, like, trade slash career-based, work and shit that's out there and stuff. And then you get, like, this gig economy, like, consistent, like, hustle grind set work and shit. And I mean, and indirectly, that does kind of add, like, to a little bit of this, like, divide against workers. Because, like, these gig economy workers, get really, if anything, way more fucked, than a lot of workers like me, even if they are non-unionized, and because they don't really have the same type of protections in the sense that, because they're not necessarily employees, to a lot of these companies. They're contractors, so they can be exploited even more so in comparison to just the average worker who happens to be, like, a full-on employee. Even if there's still, like, a very heavily exploitative bent towards that. I mean, so it's just like, I mean, a lot of these different things, add to, like, these social divides and shit, and labor divides especially. But, I mean, it's not like, I mean, it's, like, done purposely. Like, I mean, a lot of people that, work gig economy work, like my friend Rib City, like, his brother, like, he predominantly makes his hustle via Uber and, like, Uber Eats and stuff like that. And he actually makes a decent amount of money doing so. And, and I absolutely do not fault him for it. And if anything, the dude is especially fairly progressive guy. And, like, I mean, he's not exactly a very politically oriented dude. He's actually, like, out of my broader friend group, like, one of the more apolitical, doesn't really give a shit about that type of stuff type of dude. But, like, he, is definitely, like, more on the broader, like, kind of, like, left slash, progressive side of things, when it comes to these ideas. And honestly, like, I've talked to him about, like, pro-labor shit, and he's definitely been kind of like, oh yeah, that's some good shit, and, like, kind of been on board about it before. So, I mean, he's definitely kind of on that, type of, gumption and shit. He's just not, like, a very politically active dude, but, that's fine. I mean, there's so many people that are like that, like, and honestly, like, when it comes to, like, my friend's brother, I mean, he's, literally just, like, one of many people that are like that. So, I mean, I ain't gonna fault him for it. Rip out his brother? Yeah, he does. I think his online nickname is Equals Pro, but, like, he very rarely ever comes on here. Like, I think there's only ever been, like, 2 or 3 times where he's ever been on here, I think. So he never really comes on here often, but, I mean, he has before. What's his name? Tear. I get it. Tear. Yeah, but nah. Honestly, that would be legit, though, if he actually was nicknamed, like, Tear. But yeah, I mean, well, to be fair, like the reason why there's Rip City is because of, well, I think it's tangential towards like, you know, the Blazers and Portland / like Rose City, you know, like, you know, because I think it's meant to be like, I think it was I might be wrong, but I think it might be originally an acronym, like Roses in Portland, because that's what I would think of it, because of like Rip City. Roses in Portland City, you know, so because of like, you know, the whole idea of like Oregon kind of like, you know, at least somewhat symbolically is known as like, you know, Rose City because of like the Rose Garden. We also have like an actual full-on like, you know, Rose Garden next to like a whole Japanese garden that's also next to the zoo. Like we have a bunch of shit like around there. I mean, you know, so, and also, like, the rose is also symbolically been somewhat, tangentially used in a lot of different, like, elements about different, like, Portland symbolism to an extent. So, I mean, that's what I would think, but I might be wrong. But I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if there's, like, you know, at least some sort of, like, kind of, like, you know, side symbolism or, like, you know, meaning, you know, where that is inferred for sure. But again, I'm not 100% too sure. I think it has more so to do with maybe like the Portland Trailblazers, because like, you know, if you're like a trailblazer, you're kind of like, you know, ripping through, you know, like the, you know, like, you know, for the field and shit like that, so to speak, and blah blah. So maybe I feel like it has more so to do with like the Trailblazers, you know, like the, you know, Portland basketball team more so than anything. But again, I'm not 100% sure.
Who are feeling a little bit mercenary-like and are going, ooh, this is a great opportunity to jumpstart my writing career. Wrong! Actually, the Writers Guild of America regularly enforces its right to permanently ban you from membership in the guild, as do many unions, if they discover that you, and they will discover because writing credits are credited, if they discover that you're a scab. So don't get any ideas. Scabbing is a very high-risk task and is usually done by people who do not really care much about having a future in that career. It's done by people who are looking for a quick buck and aren't looking to be career writers. So,
I mean, also, like, when it comes to what she was mentioning earlier about, like, some other unions that will prohibit you from joining a union, or maybe even, like, other unions, so to speak, if you are scabbing shit, she's actually not entirely wrong. I mean, these days, I would argue is probably, you know, not as much. I mean, depending on the unit, I'd argue. Like, I admit, like, if there was, like, scab labor that was going on during, like, you know, a local UFC W555 strike happening and shit, like, I would not be surprised, you know, if, like, some of those, like, former scabs, you know, eventually, like, you know, actually became a part of, like, you know, the permanent employmentship of, like, different stores, and with that, eventually became, you know, members of the union and shit. Like, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that shit happened. But, like, you know, for, you know, like, the Writers Guild of America and stuff like that, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'd probably, you know, see that happening and shit. I feel like this probably is a little bit more nuancing, you know, when it comes to, like, union to union a little bit. But, you know, at least, you know, I'll admit this is kind of, like, one element where I'm not 100% too sure about. But I wouldn't, you know, honestly, especially at least when it comes to historically, this is how unions and a lot of, you know, guilds operated. Like, if there was a known scab, it's like, yeah, no, fuck you. Like, you literally worked against us. Like, why would we want you, you know, to be a part of our organization? Like, fuck you. Like, I mean, there's kind of like, you know, there was kind of an impetus about that. But these days, I mean, I don't know about as much, you know, at least nowadays. But I don't know. I'd probably argue that, you know, that's still definitely kind of like a precedent, you know, within certain unions and shit. But at least when it comes to, like, you know, maybe like retail unions and stuff, maybe not as much.
Don't scab is the basic thing. Not just because,
But yeah, either way, yeah, what she said, don't scab.
It's bad for workers in general because you're siding with the studios and you're siding with the people who are treating their workers poorly, but also because it will screw you over personally. I wonder if fresh university students sometimes...
And also, like, it literally would be a detriment to your health. Like, I don't know if if anyone remembers, but, like, or if you remember us, but, like, there was the John Deere strike that happened, I think it was around, like, either 2020 or 2021. Like, just shortly after the pandemic. But while that strike was going on, there was scab labor that was filling in to help produce, continue making, the tractors and, shit like that. And literally within one day, there was like 3 fucking ambulance calls, because like, the scabs, kept injuring themselves. Like, because they didn't know exactly what they were doing. They were not qualified for the work, unlike, the actual union laborers who knew what the fuck they were doing. Like, I mean, if anything, we're advocating for better working conditions so it was safer, so they could do their job more safely, because they knew that it was more riskier, doing it how they were doing it. So if you have someone who's not qualified, like a scab laborer and shit, who's filling in a role while that's going on, like, yeah, fucking, like their broader, like, personal health is going to be at more of a detriment because they're not as qualified to be handling anything, and they're going to be more injured or likely to get injured because of that. And if anything, just by proxy, are probably going to likely injure themselves or fuck up more so than anything else at the end of the day. And, like, when it comes to a lot of scab laborers and shit, like, honestly, unfortunately, ends up being the case. It's like, I mean, unfortunately, like, they are workers too, and if anything, they're just, like, victims of a broader exploitative system and shit, but at the end of the day, like, when it comes to push to shove, like, they gotta know that, like, hey, like, what you're doing is a little fucked up.
And to this, yes, they do, and sometimes it really hurts them. But that's just how it goes.
And also, it's like, it hurts you, and you shouldn't be doing what you're doing. Like, honestly, the best result is, like, when it comes to a picket line or a strike and shit, and scab workers, happen to be, like, trying to cross that picket line, like, the best result is, like, essentially being able to turn them away, being like, hey, look, like, I mean, we get that, like, doing this job, is going to be able to get, put some, bread and butter on your table and shit, but, like, the reason why we're out here on strike is, so our bread and butter is able to be affected. Like, if anyway, like, broadly, I mean, like, I hope, it's like you need to do yourselves a favor and join us in a strike. And if anything, join us in solidarity with these things. Or, if anything, just, turn around and, understand that, like, you're unable to work today. Like, one or the other. But, like, if anything, if you go in here to try to work today, it ain't going to be good for you. Whether because we're going to try to fuck you up before you cross our picket line, or, you go in that workplace and you get fucked up there. Like, because either way, it ain't going to be good. And also, you're not going to get, the benefits, like we do and shit. And also, you're not going to be paid fairly like we do and shit. And even then, we're not, when it comes to those situations anyway. Like, that's hence why we're on strike. Because, like, wages, conditions, and benefits. Those are the major trifecta when it comes to any strike. It's always going to be those 3 things in one way, shape, or form. Wages, conditions, and benefits. Like, almost in every strike, those 3 are always going to be, major factors. No matter what. Especially the wages factor. Well, honestly, I hope Hollywood should collapse because of this strike, more so than independent films will rise up. I do agree, honestly. Like, I really do think that, like, independent writers and artists and shit like that, see this as kind of like a little bit of opportunity, as independent production companies, can, kind of come up from this because they actually kind of recognize and, properly treat their writers and their workers fairly when it comes to producing their films and shit. Because, like, this strike only affects, the production companies in these industries that, do not treat their, workers fairly. Because, back in 2022, like, when just before Christmas, our local union did a strike with a local KFC / Fred Meyer stores, or basically broadly Kroger company-based stores. However, because I'm a part of the local UFCW 555 union, I didn't partake in that strike necessarily, outside of, maybe giving them some solidarity and hanging out with them occasionally, with some of the strikes, outside of those factors. Like, I didn't partake in that because Safeway isn't a part of Kroger. I mean, well, up until somewhat recently, as, details about Kroger and Safeway, merging, start getting finalized, and that nobody, even, consumers and customers, of both companies of the stores, love that shit. Like, they hate it. No one loves it. Like, everyone hates that shit. But yet, they're doing it anyway. And I most certainly don't like it because, if anything, it might even make, my local store close down anyway. And make a food desert of our local community regardless, even with my long-term plan, to get into new seasons and help unionize that place, once it opens up. Like, because if that ends up being the case and, the Safeway that used to be, where I used to work at shit ends up closing down, then, like, well, what the fuck is different about my workplace and my conditions and shit when now it's going to be no different outside its new seasons instead of a, bigger long-term company like, fucking Safeway. It's like, oh no, big whoop. I guess I might get better conditions and, benefits and shit like that, which that would be the whole idea about trying to unionize the store and shit. So, either way, at least there's a leg up with that one. More so than, what I got going on now. So I'm just holding out until that point, once that store actually finally fucking opens. But at least, like, the exterior and interior of the store looks like it's kind of starting to be set in place, because, like, the, exterior of, the New Season store, it's got, like, the New Season's colors. It's got, like, the green, gray, and, the other New Season colors going on, so it's getting there. I mean, not quite there yet, but once it opens up, like, yeah, I'm going to be jumping on that shit.
Scabbing, high risk, low rewards. Yep. Again, like I said, most scabs are people who are just looking for a quick buck. They're not looking to be working in that position for very long. They're looking for a quick buck. And I will say, sometimes you'll get paid fairly well, but you'll never get to work that type of work again, and you'll be undercutting people who really, really need you to not do that. So now that we understand what scabs are, now that we've seen an example of the absolute peak of television, a wedding ring spin during the last writer's strike, let's talk about why the writers are striking, okay? As it turns out, there's a lot of reason the writers are striking. One of the biggest reasons is streaming. You see,
this is actually some stuff I don't know quite yet about, like, the details of strike. And, so this is actually going to be some more newer information to me. So, at least one element about the strike is, like, streaming. So, I guess overall, like, streaming services. Okay, are these guys in Europe or something? Like, is that, like, YouTube channel in Europe? Because, holy fuck, like, that's literally the fourth fucking notification within, like, 30-minute time span. Oh my god. This is a different band this time. But either way, like, I mean, I do kind of find that a little bit interesting, that, like, a part of the strike is, like, due to streaming services. So I'm assuming, like, a lot of these, writers are, being, given contracts or given, like, jobs, that are pertaining towards, like, streaming shows or streaming movies. Like, movies set, to streaming and shit like that. Like, Netflix or Hulu, stuff like that. So, honestly, like, that is kind of a little bit of an interesting little bit of detail. Like, I didn't necessarily think would be in the strike, but, I'm not really too surprised. But I'm kind of curious to see what kind of little bit of details are about that.
Streaming,
let's see,
is fairly new. And during the last writer's strike, streaming was still sort of on the rise. You guys will probably recall that was when Netflix was basically moving from being a DVD rental by mail service to actually being a streaming service.
Yep.
Back when Netflix had basically every single show in the world you could watch Netflix, because people
right now and all that type of shit, like what Netflix used to be. Like, I mean, there's a Redbox right next to the 7-Eleven by my work and shit, so, I mean, I still see those occasionally. There's actually a Redbox also in my store, too, so just, like, literally 2 Redboxes within, like, literally, like, like, within 100 feet of each other. But either way, though, like, a lot of the a lot of those Redboxes / like, Netflix stations and shit back in the day was, like, super, super common. I mean, they still are. But, like, I mean, it was, like, a huge thing. I mean, streaming wasn't really, like, a predominant thing yet. Like, a lot of what was, like, the Netflix / Redbox, was still kind of transitioning towards that, at that point.
Understand just how popular streaming was going to understand However,
man, I still remember those Netflix DVDs, dude. Like, man, that shit. How in the fuck is like those Netflix DVDs that you would get like mailed or through like this little like red? I mean, I call it Redbox now, but I mean, you know what I mean. Like the Netflix version of the Redbox, like that was like, how do I remember that shit? Because like, man, it's like that weird little phase or that transitionary period was so fucking little weird. I mean, it was just like. I mean, it was kind of cool. I mean, it's like the same thing how I feel about, like, Blockbuster. It's like, because, man, I remember that shit and, like, renting Blockbuster and stuff all the time. I mean, man, that's some nostalgia right there. The Blockbuster, dude. Oh, man, I love the Blockbuster. I love me a Blockbuster.
Writers got screwed. Even in the last writer's strike, writers were not able to win over favorable contracts for streaming. You see, studios have basically, since the onset of streaming, have tried to pretend that streaming is somehow fundamentally different than all other forms of television before. They've tried to argue that it's not the same thing as cable television, and in some way...
I mean, not really.
There's truth to the argument that streaming isn't the same thing as cable television. In fact, some might argue it's more profitable than cable television. In fact,
it is.
Objective fact might argue that streaming is more lucrative and more profitable than...
I mean, if anything, like, it kind of kills off the idea of needing, like, advertisers and, like, ad placement in between, different, shows and shit like that. Because, when it comes to, like, TV, like, I mean, like, there's always, like, whether it's, like, a 30-minute show or an hour show, like, every 15 minutes, give or take, there's always, like, an ad, or not just an ad, but, like, 2 minutes worth of ads. So there would be like, and if anything, instead of 15 minutes, it'd probably be more like, 12 minutes, because then it would have to make up the time for the advertisement. And then, once the 15 minutes is up, then it goes back to the show again and shit. Like, I mean, so overall the show, like different shows, if it's like an hour, it's actually more like 40 minutes or like 45 minutes at the most. Or maybe like, if it's a 30-minute show, it's actually technically more like at minimal, maybe like 19 to 20 minutes, and maybe at maximum like, 25 minutes or some shit. Like, like a lot of the time is actually cut down if you actually really consider, advertisement length as well. So, like, when it comes to streaming services, it really cuts down a lot of that advertisement shit. So a lot of shows and a lot of whether they're like 30 minutes or an hour, they actually adhere towards that time more. Like, so a lot of like streaming based like movies or shows, end up being more, akin towards like the 30-minute to an hour frame, or like a full hour 30 to 2 hours instead of like a little bit of time cut down, because it's, there's like some advertisements like to fill in the rest of the time and shit. So, and because of that, by proxy, it actually does make it more profitable, because all those advertisements are actually just, on the platform itself that those films and those shows and all that shit are on. So you can watch it essentially uninterrupted, outside of maybe having to watch, maybe an ad or two at the very beginning before you, begin the entire program. And then, after that, it might be, like a little advertising block at the top of the fucking website, or maybe at the bottom, or both, or maybe some stuff on the side. Not really much, but just enough to, really make a lot more of a profit than, would essentially be made on TV, because... like, there's legit benefit to that, because, well, there's a lot more interest in people checking out things, via streaming, so to speak, more so than on TV, because it makes things a lot more accessible, even if it's still on the TV. I mean, it's just because, like, a lot of TVs are essentially, incorporated with this equivalent of, like, apps and stuff like that now, where they're, like, smart TVs, so... like, you can have, like, a Hulu Plus app or a YouTube app on your little TV, and you could just get shit that way, instead of having to go to, like, some cable channels. So, I mean, even if, like, TV in the traditional sense in like cable is no longer really necessary. Like, you know, people still watch stuff on TV, but you know, like the access, you know, that they have as an alternative instead of regular cable and shit like that is just far better and thus more profitable, you know, in comparison to traditional cable, even if they still have that, because there's still money to be made in that anyway. Because it got like a lot of old boomer fucks, you know, and maybe even little children, you know, that parents are raising up or some shit that, you know, are going to be, you know, probably tuning into cable or whatever the fuck. Or like bars, airports, places like that, like places of business and shit. Like, there's always going to be places that are going to still, like, have this. So, like, no matter what, like, you know, cable TV, like, traditional, like, TV is still going to be around for at least some time, for sure. But, I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that, like, streaming is more profitable, because it most certainly is. Like, I mean, but either way, both are. But streaming most certainly is far more profitable at the end of the day. Just because, like, the broader consumership out of that, you know, especially when it comes to the advertisement revenue and, you know, website access revenue and stuff like that, like, it's just, there's just way more to be had when it comes to that type of shit. And back in with that Too Fast 7 strike, now that, you know, she kind of mentioned it, like, now I kind of see why, you know, with this strike, you know, the whole streaming service aspect is really a major role, because back in 2007, streaming wasn't a big thing yet. And now that it is like a major predominant thing of the culture, like, you know, these corporations and a lot of these industries and a lot of these production companies kind of saw the writing on the wall that this was going to be a thing. But a lot of people that were kind of like creative artists or like consumers and people like that, like, you know, the more like lower end, you know, layman's side of things, weren't totally aware of shit like that, or didn't really necessarily see the writing on the wall in its totality. And we're able to exploit that factor. And because of that, you know, now that she mentioned it, since that is kind of a part, at least an element of the strike, I mean, at least considering it's the first part that she mentioned, you know, that sounds like it is a major factor to the strike. Is the fact that, like, you know, a lot of writers, you know, get heavily exploited in the streaming service side of things when it comes to creating movies or shows, and, you know, get probably even more fucked over in comparison to, you know, traditional media and stuff. And because they can't necessarily get a lot of opportunities when it comes to jobs, when it comes to the broader quote-unquote traditional media, so to speak, when it comes to like cable TV and stuff like that, you know, they're essentially getting skimmed and boned, you know, every way till Sunday. So it's like, either get fucked over working, you know, for like, you know, a show on, you know, some streaming service, you know, platform, or, you know, work a movie that you may or may not be able to make the cut, you know, to be a part of, or like work in the traditional cable TV form where you're not really going to be making a lot of money because it's kind of an obsolete platform. So, great pick, you know, like, you know, a lot of opportunity to be had when it comes to, you know, that type of job, huh? Either that or like independent production companies and shit, which they might get a legit opportunity out of this, which I really hope they do. Because there's honestly like a lot of, you know, interesting, you know, independent production companies and like little like schlocky production companies, so to speak, that, you know, honestly have like, you know, some legit gumption and opportunity if they actually had like a lot of investment into it and had like, you know, some money made into them. They could go somewhere a little bit. So I don't know. I like to see that.
School cable style television. Now,
I feel like at least contemporarily in like, you know, the last like 10 years, like when it comes to like labor strikes, this might be like the best strike that's happened, you know, recently. Like, because this might honestly have a ripe opportunity for Hollywood to like, you know, put out some decent shit, you know, from, you know, smaller niche, you know, companies and production industries and shit like that. Like, this might honestly have like an opportunity for like, you know, more like up and coming, you know, companies and stuff to really kind of pop off a little bit. So I don't know. I mean, this honestly, like, you know, for a strike, I mean, this really does seem like, you know, like one of the more better ones. I mean, if it wasn't going to be this, it was going to at least be that rail strike that got fucking boned. You know, so it was either going to be that or this. So, you know, in a way, either way, I'm glad it was this one.
Writer's strike, there was a whole bunch of issues that came up. A lot of it, of course, centering around pay and benefits, and a lot of it around manipulative and abusive contracts that were being wielded in order to basically pay writers particularly badly. In fact, yesterday I was reading a article that was written by one of the writers on SpongeBob. And I wonder, wait, did I actually save this? I wonder if I can give a direct quote. If not, I'll retell the story here. Oh, I didn't save it. It's okay, I'll retell the story. The SpongeBob writer, as we all know, SpongeBob, one of the most successful comedy cartoons of all time, unbelievably lucrative for Nickelodeon.
I'm pretty sure it has like at least 2 movies, but what, like 3 movies as well? Like, I mean, honestly, that shit was like in the late ass 90s and stuff. I remember growing up watching that shit, like when it was like the first like 4 seasons, and it's still going on.
SpongeBob writer wrote about how they were being paid at day rates, which basically means you're a contract worker. You would get paid for the days that you worked. You were not salaried. You did not have a long-term contract. And they were talking about how not only were they paid day rates, they didn't know if they were going to be asked back in the writer's room until the next week. So they would go in on a Friday to write an episode of SpongeBob, and they wouldn't know until the next week if they would even be called back to write another episode, regardless of the success of the episode. They put forward their pay stubs for, they added up all their pay stubs for that year. As a main writer on SpongeBob, they walked home $14,000. $14,000.
Considering the success of SpongeBob, the fact that the writers got like, at least, you know, for this particular writer, if I'm assuming if this one writer got that, then a lot of other writers probably got the same fucking treatment. What the fuck? Like, that's dog shit. Yeah, that is some fucking dog shit. Like, what the fuck? Dude, like, the blood, sweat, and tears they put into and the fucking, like, compensation they got was piss water for the fucking entertainment I got growing up as a kid. Oh my god. I even have more respect for the writers of SpongeBob now, honestly. Like, I mean, which makes me kind of respect the show even more. Because, like, man, like, I mean, the fucking, like, gumption, blood, sweat, and tears they put into that shit, oh my fuck. And the compensation to get is so piss water, too, at the same time. Like, dude. I mean, that also kind of... Oh, you know what? Hold on. You know what? I'm gonna find it. You know what? Where's Squidward? On strike. Yeah. Yeah. Here we are. I just want the. I just want the like full on like. Which one of these is the meme? Is this it? I'm pretty sure this is like, yeah, it is. Okay, yeah, this is it. This is it.
Sure sounds convincing.
With your support, we will set the hammer of the people's will
Oh shit. Oh fuck, I forgot it's at 1.25 speed.
crashing through the windows of Mr. Krabs' house of servitude.
These are the fucking writers of the Writers Guild right now. Fuck. I forgot how loud that was. Jesus Christ.
Nobody gives a care about the fate of labor as long as they can get their instant gratification.
We just wanted that. We just mainly needed that. Here, one more time.
Nobody gives a care about the fate of labor as long as they can get their instant gratification.
Yep. Damn. Base Squidward. And Jesus Christ, fucking squeaking ass fucking fish.
$14,000
I want to fucking eat all of them now.
on a show that made millions upon
Base
millions.
word. I mean, dude, I remember that episode very fondly too. Like, it's a pretty base ass episode.
Upon millions of dollars. A show that is still selling merchandise, that is still selling specials.
I mean, because honestly, this is why I love SpongeBob. I mean, because you got like little tiny little like overt commentary like that in the show. Like, I mean, that's why I had to, pull it up there for a second, because, like, that's why I love the show, because I grew up, seeing that episode a bunch, and I was like, I love this episode. And now that, I'm a blue-collar workman now, damn near years now, like, I see it. I realize, what, Squidward was talking about there.
Still doing movies to this day.
And also, there's, like, that episode where SpongeBob was like, hi, I'm normal. Where he tries to, like, literally be, like, the most normal person ever and shit, where it's like, you know, trying to attempt to be normal and fit in is actually like more detrimental than just like being yourself and so like. Honestly, SpongeBob has got like some fucking awesome episodes. Like there's like some legit good episodes, good seasons. Like there's some good, you know, shit in SpongeBob, legitimately. Like there's a dark, you know, kind of sad, you know, not really good quality period of SpongeBob for sure. But like I think most people say it's like the first like 6 something seasons is like, you know, where it's legit really good. And I think that episode about them going on strike, I think is probably like between the 4 to 6 about, so it's still in that like, you know, peak period. And then there's like, I mean, you know, and I know like the original writers did come back you know, from like the original like seasons and shit, so from my understanding, like even like, you know, newer SpongeBob is actually relatively pretty good again. So like, I mean, nowadays, like, from my understanding, like, I mean, basically, like, SpongeBob went from, like, really good to kind of bad to pretty good again. So, but I haven't seen any, you know, the latest SpongeBob, so I honestly legit couldn't tell you if it actually is good, but that's what I've heard, so. I do hope that is true, though. I mean, I will admit that. I do kind of hope it is, because my nostalgia yearns for it. I will admit.
14,000 for the year is what one of the writers on SpongeBob made.
For the year? Oh my, okay, that even is like even more. Dude, okay, think about this. I make more than that in a year. I make more than that in a year. I make more than, like, I think for last year, it was like my yearly income from last year in 2022. I think, I might be a little wrong, this is just me kind of spitballing my memory. I think it was about like it was either like 2,300 or 2,700. It was somewhere around there. Like, it might be actually in between that number, but it was somewhere around there. I mean, that's just, you know, with, you know, like, even me being kind of, you know, scalped with my wages back at that point. So it's just like, like, wait a minute, 1,400 for writing, you know, for a very successful, like, prestigious show, and all, like, what, like, I mean, how am I getting paid more? Like, wait, what, oh my, okay, that's breaking my brain. Oh my god. Like, how are they not burning down the fucking studio? Like, holy shit, how are they not burning the studio down on strike? Oh my god.
The way that the contracts were at the time of the writer's strike. So this is what led to the first Writers Guild strike that we are referring to here, is the pay rates were dreadful. They were unsustainable. Writers were being asked to live in cities like Los Angeles, where the rent is unbelievable.
Yeah, oh my god. Dude, I didn't even think about that. 1,400 a year in Los Angeles. Like you pretty much might as well be homeless. Or, like, be rooming up with, like, 5 people. Like, because there ain't no fucking way. Like, and that's back in the day, too. Like, in 07 and 08 and shit like that. Like, that's not even now. Like, oh my... Oh, okay, holy fuck. Now that's just making me realize, like, you know... Like, you know, what these writers are probably legit getting paid for. Oh my... Dude. Like... It really is, like, at the end of the day, like, the truth. Like, when it comes to, like, the most... like, lower end of labor when it comes, even though they are, like, the biggest backbone when it comes to, like, producing things, like, when it comes to writers and entertainment, or, like, you know, like, the farmers when it comes to, like, agriculture, or, you know, like, you know, the retail workers when it comes to, like, make sure that people get, like, their daily groceries, blah, 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 like, I mean, all these basic, like, you know, fucking things that, you know, so many people in the modern world take for granted, it's like, they are, like, the most, like, fucking exploited and fucked over when it comes to shit like this. I mean, you know, it's just so goddamn insane. Yeah, and then it makes me wonder, you know, when it comes to people who are like, well, you know, unions are just this and that, you know, they just, you know, there to take your, you know, wages out and, you know, blah, blah, blah. They don't even represent you. It's like, how in the fuck do you have that mentality? Like, and I get some of that, you know, with some of my coworkers and shit, which, you know, in a way I kind of understand, because, like, our union is not necessarily the most strongest, frankly, despite being pretty fucking big for what it is. Like, I think, for a local union, it's probably, like, one of the biggest locals, like, out there, just period, for any union and shit. It's pretty big. And I think because of that, I mean, unfortunately, that's a detriment. Like, I think because of that, like, they stretch themselves so goddamn thin that they can't actually, like, account for all, like, the members and everybody, that's a part of that shit. And thus, really does add, more fuel to this disenfranchisement that people feel and shit. And where it's like, oh, well, they just take, some money out of our paycheck, for these union dues and this and that, and blah, blah, but, like, where the fuck is representation? They never fucking visit our store, this and that. And honestly, it's understandable, because it's kind of annoying when they, barely ever show up to your store when it comes to, the rep, coming by every now and then. Like, because I do see that as an issue, but, like, goddamn. Like, I mean, it's not just, like, inherently, like, an immediate effect either. Like, because, broadly, there's the contract and also, the broader benefits that union went there to fight for, that is there in place, for you to have advantage over. It's not necessarily, these other factors, even though they, especially for my local, really need to fucking improve on. And also, I think a lot of that's just due to complacency, and if anything, especially for the higher-ups of the union, probably just due to corruption, really. Like, I mean, I don't really necessarily think a lot of, like, the, lower end of, this type of element organization, whether it's, like, the reps or, like, different organizers and shit like that, I don't really think they're the problem. I think it's, like, people like Dan Clay, the president of our local union, that's his name, which I have no problem really saying his name because he's a public figure and shit, but, like, I think it's, like, people like him and, like, the higher-ups and shit that are just kind of complacent and are more willing to kind of be buddy-buddy with corporate and shit more so than buddy-buddy with the worker. Like, that's kind of the problem. Like, it's not really, like, the people on the underside of things who are understaffed and overworked and are trying to do what they can, to try to represent everybody. Because they can. Especially when you got so many people to represent, too, at the same time. Because I think our local union represents over, like, 20,000 plus fucking workers, give or take. I think it's like 19,000 plus at minimal. It's like, it's like, holy shit. I mean, pretty huge ass local. I mean, that's a pretty big fucking local. I mean, it's like, how in the fuck do you, get, like, representatives and the funding, to, like, really, break that down, properly and shit. Because it is possible, but for some reason, our local, for as big as it is, just can't really achieve it. And I think there's a lot of reasons as to why. But despite that, though, I mean, the fact that we are able to at least have the bare minimal foundation benefits that, come with that union in the first place, despite without, is still better, than not. So, I mean, because at least there's an impetus and an ability and a foundation to actually, like, weed out the corruption within the union despite. Because obviously if you got a lot of people that are not feeling exactly excited about the union, not really representing them fairly, or at least not well enough, then there's at least, a little bit of a gumption to try to, like, be, get people that are willing to, be more representative of that type of shit. I mean, not always. I mean, it's always, kind of a back and forth, and some people are just disenfranchised enough with it where they just don't really give a fuck. But, I mean, that's kind of the trick about it. Like, you kind of have to, like, see who's more, got the gumption, and who doesn't, and who's more easy to sell to and not.
High, and they were not even able to make minimum wage. No, they didn't get benefits because they were being paid as a contract worker.
Basically, the gig economy.
So, the first writer's strike occurred, and at this time there was a battle over how streaming would be handled. And unfortunately, even at the time, even with the strike, the Writers Guild was not able to win favorable contracts when it came to streaming. And as you all know, Basically, all of TV is on streaming now. Name a show. Every show is coming out on HBO Max, Disney Plus, direct to Netflix. Streaming is what people are doing
Or like
now.
Paramount Plus, etc. Yeah.
Cable TV is not where shows are premiering anymore. It's just not where it is. And now writers are making nothing. They're getting ripped off. They are getting pennies. All over the world, these amazing shows are coming out, and the people who make those shows, the people who are literally writing the entire story that makes the show happen, are getting pennies. They are dying, okay? And I need people to understand that this isn't just some frivolous thing, okay? This is something that happens with movies, music, and video games. Is that people go, oh, well, it's entertainment. It's entertainment, isn't it? Not for the people whose job it is to make it. They're entertaining you by working. For you, it's entertainment. For them, it's their passion, it's their blood, it's their hours of sleepless nights of working at things, it's overtime hours, it's stress, it's flying all over the country, it's moving, it's trying to pay your bills. That's a living.
Yep.
And writers right now are literally breaking their backs. There are writers for primetime television shows who aren't making enough money to pay their rent. Okay? It is unbelievable how bad the conditions are in the...
I mean, it really just like it's just. If it gets to such a point where like writers for like Hollywood and entertainment media are unable to pay rent, or like have sustainable wages and shit, like when it comes to our current system economically, like shit is seriously fucked. I mean, and that's saying something, considering that, these people have always been kind of fucked in the first place, when it comes to a lot of this type of shit historically. So, I mean, it really does truly say something when, it's so bad where they just simply cannot, afford rent or anything like that. And basically are just no different, in comparison to, like, a lot of, like, the... working class, right now that are just going paycheck to paycheck and just like, barely trying to afford rent and hoping they could just get by with the bare pittance that they get.
World. So a lot of this current conflict is centering around streaming, around winning.
That's the reason for the starving artist trope. Yeah, I mean, that's always, again, that's why I say historically, because it's always been a thing. I mean, there's different bands. I mean, honestly, I know it's kind of, a little bit of a trope, but why do you think I'm into metal so much? Because there was such a strong counterculture narrative about, like, metal, especially historically, when it first was founded. When it came to the idea of censorship and the idea of, like, also, like, when it came to payment and when it came to actually getting a fair pay, when it came to, putting out the art and the records that they were putting out. Not just for, metalheads, or metal artists and shit, but, I mean, especially, more so, and very predominant, when it comes to the genre, too. Because, like, I mean, if it wasn't for, like, certain record labels like Nuclear Blast Records or, like, Roadrunner or, Napalm Records at this point, being, like, a home base, for a lot of metalheads and shit, like, these record labels would be exploiting the fuck out of, all these different metal bands and shit. Like, I mean, because there's so many different bands that, really are so prominent and popular and able to at least, like, have, this, means of living and sustainability that they can, is because, like, of the record labels that actually are able to support them and do so fairly. Like, I mean, and that, is something that really does say something and shit. Because, like, if you got, like, so many of these different record labels that just, like, fundamentally, fuck over so many different bands, especially when it comes to, like, broadly the metal community. Because, like, a lot, at least for me, especially, like, a lot of bands that I am into, that, like, the main record label that supports them is either Napalm Records or Nuclear Blast Records. And also, you want to know a little factor? Both of those record labels are in Europe. So they have to, like, a lot of those different elements about, like, regulations and working conditions and blah, 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 all that type of stuff. Like, I mean, Europe, I mean, at least for Nuclear Blast, is based in Germany. I think Napalm Records is also in Germany, but I think they might be in France. I might be wrong. But either way, like, these, like, different, regulations and laws, and when it comes to, like, paying, their artists and shit, like, they have a whole different ballgame that actually, treats them fairly and shit. That's why, and also, like, metal became such a major, big, prominent thing in Europe first. Like, Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, like, all that shit especially came, predominantly from the UK and stuff. Like, especially for Sabbath and Iron Maiden, like, I mean, Black Sabbath started the whole idea of what metal was in the first place, and they were from Liverpool, a very strong working class, fucking, like, kind of, blue-collar city in the UK and shit. And Tony Iommi, is famously known for actually losing some of his fingers as a child, as a teenager, working in a factory. So it's like, and he had to learn how to play guitar with, like, these little leather stubs, and also do so in verse-wise. So he played a guitar, like, this way instead of this way. Because of that. Like, I mean, because of being, like, the working class, like, teenager type of kid, growing up in Liverpool, a very hardcore working class type of area where, at least in the United Kingdom, where a lot of union labor avocation, was very prominent at the time, and not just then, but even still to this day. Like, Liverpool's a very, like, pretty lefty city, all things considered, when it comes to England. So, I mean, it's just like, I mean, you got, like, these different elements of, like, what foundated, a lot of different counterculture and music and shit that, came from a lot of, like, these very, pro-labor / like, kind of countercultural, contrarian element of, like, what was the status quo that was, fundamentally about, fighting against that shit. That, birthed out, a lot of what, became these very popular genres, especially, at least in music, in this case, to this day. And led up to a lot of, really cool, like, pretty pro-lefty, music shit, when it comes to metal. Like, especially in thrash metal. Like, got, like, Death Angel, Sacred Reich, Creator, like, those three bands especially, like, and Testament, another one, like, Anthrax. I mean, these different, especially for thrash metal especially, are very overtly leftist, when it comes to a lot of their messaging, when it comes to their music. And a lot of it's because of, I mean, really, I think, I mean, especially with how metal is founded as, like, an element in music, it is kind of like, symbolically leftist in nature. Especially where it was initially birthed. I mean, if you consider, Black Sabbath kind of foundation of what, first started metal, which, I mean, I would argue that. I mean, in a sense, I mean, even before that, if you want to think about it, like, Helter Skelter by the Beatles is actually kind of like a pretty metal song even for its time, which was like in the late 60s before Black Sabbath was even founded. And, I mean, even then, that song specifically, kind of probably helped influence a lot of what made the, like, very distorted metal sound at that time. And the only reason why that song was made was because the Beatles were trying to, like, compete with The Who, with making the most distorted, heaviest rock song at the time, which they end up actually making kind of a proto-metal song. So, hey, good on the Beatles for kind of helping, potentially establish, a lot of that, honestly, all in all. But overall, rock and roll kind of established that, broadly, not just with the Beatles. But I mean, if we were getting to that, type of shit, we could literally be here for hours. But I mean, a lot of it does kind of play a role into this, because a lot of different rock bands and proto metal bands, or like straight up metal bands at the very beginning and shit, like, they had to struggle with the same exact shit that, like, writers now and back in the early 2000s and even before then. Like, I mean, it's all really fundamentally the same shit.
Writers in streaming. And I've talked about this many, many times, about how in this type of streaming, the type of streaming I do, which is not the same thing as, like, Disney Plus television show streaming, that it's insanely exploitative on our end as well. That streamers like myself, there's so much I could talk about. We get basically next to nothing, despite the fact that, as you guys can see, I have 600 concurrent live viewers right now, and get tens of thousands of views on my videos. We get a pittance. They'll run ads and make money off our videos. We don't get any of it. even when our videos are fully approved, they take enormous percentages of the shit that we're making. So the overhead that's just
and also YouTube takes like 30% from Streamlab or Super Chats. Streamlabs. I mean, but they take from Super Chats 30%, no matter how much you pay. Which honestly is kind of like, at least when it comes to like certain streamers or YouTubers or content creators, like at least when it comes to Deep Fried or Demon Mama. Every now and then Vosh occasionally, or like if Kyle were to stream more, him too, I guess. Like there's some people that, you know, I'm willing to legit like donate like 5 to 10, you know, even like 15 or 20 bucks, you know, towards, you know, within a week, you know, give or take. Just because like, you know, I, you know, like understand that, especially considering YouTube, they take 30%, so giving a little bit more does kind of help, like kind of counteract the fact that they, you know, take so much. Because if I, like, you know, do, like, multiple, like, $5 donations, like, 30% from that versus, like, you know, 30% from 20 bucks is a little different. You know, it's not as much in comparison, you know, while maybe relatively might be somewhat the same. So, you know, it's just like, you know, I always try to, you know, kind of spread it out a little bit. And if they do have Streamlabs, you know, regardless of who, you know, is making the content, which I know Kyle definitely doesn't, but I know DFF does. Does Demon Mama do? I think she does. No, I don't think she does she? I don't think she does. Maybe in that tiny URL, maybe. Maybe right there. Maybe it's in there. Yeah, probably. But, yeah. I mean, you know, some, you know, not all of them have a Streamlabs, you know, like, you know, right there, you know, necessarily, at least overtly. So, Super Chat is obviously, you know, the most easily convenient, but because YouTube likes to take 30%, which is cringe and ridiculous and stupid, then, you know, like, it kind of, you know, at least for me, you know, emphasize, like, well, don't make big, you know, Super Chats, just make multiple small ones. That's why I try to do that a lot, because, I mean, like, YouTube's just so fucking stupid with that. I can get maybe, like, 10%, like a 10% cut, you know, or maybe at most, like, a 20%, like a fifth. But, like, anything beyond that, like, that's just getting ridiculous. Like, 30% is just stupid. And even 20% is kind of a little ridiculous, but, like, that's the maximum I would, you know, like, be willing to be like, okay, whatever. But, like, it should at least be, like, 10%. Like, because I kind of get it. But at the end of the day, like, I mean, these streamers, you know, whether they're small or big, like, they deserve really, fundamentally, the full fucking cut. And honestly, like, you know what, they should. Like, outright. Like, even if there's, like, yeah, like, because I guarantee you there's a way for, like, YouTube to take a cut from that, you know, the Super Chats without, like, you know, the streamers, you know, or the content creators who get those Super Chats without having them, you know, having some taken away. So if it's, like, you know, a $10 Super Chat, like, $3 ain't taken away. Like, you know, while YouTube can still get the $3 out of it, like, you know, the streamer still doesn't get those, you know, $3 taken out. Like, they still get that on top of the rest of the fucking Super Chat. Like, because the whole idea of sending a Super Chat is, you know, giving that content creator they want to send a Super Chat to, you know, that amount of money, which is, like, whether, like, 5, 10, you know, bucks, like, 99 cents, you know, 20 bucks, however much. Like, the idea is that, like, you're sending that amount to them, not YouTube. You know, 30% is not meant to go to them. It's meant to, all of it's meant to go to the content creator that I'm sending Super Chat to. Like, I mean, it's like, fuck. I don't even think Twitch does that. I'm pretty sure Twitch has, like, a donation system, and I don't even think they do that. Because they have, like, a whole different, like, mechanism of how they, like, you know, get funding, you know, or, like, you know, with shit like that. So, I mean, like, well, like, YouTube, like, your shit is dumb. Like, you could really fix your shit, like, straight up.
Off the top is unbelievable, and it's even...
If only we had a collective bargaining ability to do that with when it comes to content creators and shit. Oh, wait. There could be. I do know there is, like, kind of one a little bit. It's called Fairtube. Like, I mean, they're kind of like a union for, like, you know, YouTubers or, like, you know, producers and shit like that when it comes to, like, YouTube channels and shit. Jorgis Brave, the German YouTuber that makes all those, like, crazy wooden, like, crossbows or daggers and shit like that. Like, he's the one who started it, and honestly, it's fucking based beyond recognition. And there's actually been a few things about YouTube when it comes to, like, you know, the improvements of YouTube, even though it's, like, literally one step forward, two steps back type of thing. Like, you know, for the one step forward, like, Fairtube's actually, you know, legitimately been playing a role into those steps forward. Even though YouTube, every time it does take a step forward, takes two steps back. So, I mean, it really needs to start getting more prominence, and especially here in America, because if so, I really think it could really start going places, especially when it comes to, like, you know, how YouTube is treating content creators, because, like, the whole point is basically for content creators and the people that, like, are behind the scenes of, like, making the channels, you know, what they are when it comes to, like, the producers, the writers of these content creators, or, you know, when it comes to these channels, you know, or, like, you know, even, you know, consumers. Like, you could literally be, like, a YouTuber in the sense that, like, you just merely consume the content and you could be a part of it. Like, I mean, it's meant to be kind of like a catch-all, broader, like, union for the just YouTube platform itself, regardless of, like, where you fall in it. I mean, so it's definitely something that is kind of, like, not really recognized, so to speak, but it's, you know, and recognized enough to where at least YouTube has to at least, you know, hear them out. But it really needs to make a little bit more recognition and shit. And, you know, honestly, you know what? Like, I know DFF is gonna have their Onion Nuggets Friday. I might, if they happen to talk about labor or some shit like that, and even if it is, you know, about the Writers Guild again, especially so, like, I might try to send a super chat, you know, to mention that, honestly, because, you know, I feel like, you know, if they, you know, have a little bit of awareness towards it, they, yeah, I feel like they might be a little interested in it, at least, you know, hear it out, or check it out, or something.
On platforms like Twitch. Okay, it's really, really difficult to make a living as a streamer. You guys have to understand, like, every single day, I'm thankful that I'm in the top 2% of maybe even higher. I might literally be in the top 1% of all streamers who have ever lived, which is insane to me to even believe. That my show, that let me just say, I personally I'm not rolling in the dough, okay? I'm very lucky that I had some money put away that allowed me to make the investment into this, but my costs are very high to run the show. I hire an editor, I hire a thumbnailer, I hire a Discord manager and a Discord admin. These are necessary.
God damn it. Getting flexed on. Look at all this shit that I need to, like, improve on. It's like, I need to step my game up. God damn it.
So I have very high costs, okay? And this is just on this end of things, okay?
Well, you know, honestly, I mean, that does kind of show that, at least, I mean, well, obviously I take it for a hobby, but, like, you know, for people like D-Mama or, like, TJ and, you know, or Bosch, etc., like, I mean, it's a business. I mean, you know, obviously there's an element of fun and, like, you know, looseness to it, but, I mean, no matter what, at the end of the day, I mean, it is kind of a business for them because, I mean, they still have to make money to, you know, live. You know, to make some bread, you know, and or at least eat it, you know, so, and pay rent and have the roof over their heads so they can keep doing this type of shit. Which, I mean, at least there's legit meritocracy in this type of shit. I mean, you know, I can absolutely grant that, which is why I absolutely love and respect, you know, this type of shit at the end of the day. It's not like, you know, some sort of, like, fake veneer of, like, you know, being, you know, like, the Daily Wire or whatever, you know? Like, I mean, D-Mama ain't part of Daily Wire, you know? It's like, you know, she actually has, like, you know, veneer respect where she, like, built this. Like, I mean, you know, like she said, invested time and money into it because she was able to have some saved up for it. So, I mean, like, which, I mean, it's sad, but truth is, it's like, when it comes to, like, doing something like this, especially on a long-term type of scale, you know, like, that's what it takes, and even then, it's a fucking gamble. Which is why I just kind of say fucking just, like, do these anyway, even as a hobby, because, I mean, who knows? I mean, there could be a fucking random little, you know, jump out of that. Which, it's definitely, you know, the door is open for that anyway, so. Who knows? I might even talk with her one of these days here pretty soon. Which is likely pretty soon anyway.
Always been like this. You know, a couple of decades ago, if you had a show that got 600 concurrent viewers on the television, you know that there are local television stations that could afford, with the money they were making from reruns, from little tiny productions, from a mixture of reruns and small productions, that they could pay for a broadcast studio in their town, all of the hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment that's in there, and salaries and benefits for everyone on the team. There was a period in entertainment history where that was the norm. But increasingly, money is scraped away from the workers and up to the executives, away from the workers and up to the investors. And it is at one of the worst cases, to the degree that you can't even imagine it. The amount of money that flows into a company like Disney through Disney Plus, the amount of money that flows into a company like Netflix is genuinely incomprehensible to the average person. It is.
I mean, I can't even. I mean, don't even like take the corporations out of it. Like, I mean, look at a motherfucker like Bezos. I mean, the amount of money that motherfucker makes in comparison to even people like fucking like Beyonce or like one of the Kardashians, let alone like that entire family of Kardashians that are alive right now. Like, I mean, like the amount of money that motherfucker has in comparison, like even to some major corporations now that exist, like, oh my god. Like, I mean, Bezos alone is incomprehensible. Like, I mean, we're pretty much in a neo-Gilded Age, because, like, child labor's coming back. Like, I mean, I'm surprised, like, company script and company towns aren't back yet, which I think, the whole idea of cryptocurrency is kind of, like, trying to, like, push that, basically. I mean, like, I think, now that I think about it, I feel like cryptocurrency is going to be, like, the neo-company script. Where, like, slowly but surely, like, these companies are going to, like, try to, like, install their own version of cryptocurrency and use that as their way of payment. And, to buy things from the company, you have to have their script or their crypto in order to, buy like, oh my god. You know what? Holy fuck. I think crypto might honestly be the new company town script. Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. Corporations are going to do it. I mean, there's already like a Pep coin or like, Pepsi coin or whatever the fuck. I mean, if you look at certain Pepsi bottles or Pepsi products, I mean, you'll see that shit every now and then. So some of these companies are already jumping a gun on that already. So we're like, again, we're already getting into this type of shit again. Like, we're in the neo-Gilded Age already. We're not really at the peak of like what the original Gilded Age was at yet, but like, oh my god, we're ramping up. I mean, in a way, I'm like kind of, like happy that, we're not necessarily, so fucked, like, the OG Gilded Age, but, we're getting there, and that's not good, and I don't want to, like, have that happen. I'd rather continue to be happy to not be in that, instead of, go back into that, so, that's just my opinion.
And not even drops are reaching the people that actually make the shit that makes those platforms live. It is rent-seeking all the way down. And everybody will, the defenders will always say, well, if it wasn't for Netflix, you wouldn't have a platform. The platform isn't everything. The platform is literally meaningless without the content to fill it. That's true for every single platform. Without the content, there is no platform. Platforms certainly help distribute the content, but there are other ways to get content out, and there were other systems that distributed content prior to this one.
I mean, honestly, not to really kind of take it back to the Amish dude from earlier, but, like, it kind of makes me think about, like, how, like, he's, smuggling different technology and, like, different stuff, and and I guarantee you, he's smuggling media and entertainment too. Like, I mean, you guarantee he got like a portable DVD player or some shit to those Amish folks and shit, and like, and maybe like some barn, they're all like, in some huddled stall, like some horse stall or some shit, and probably watching a movie on a DVD player. I guarantee you, that shit's going on. Like, I mean, there's so many ways like people were able to like get media, to other people, or like towards others, or just get media out there, for people to see. Like, I mean, and also you can kind of see this not just, necessarily, for the Amish world, like I was kind of thinking about for a second, but also, like, for the Islamic world, too. Like, I mean, like, if you really were to get an honest opinion about, like, atheism or secularism, especially broadly, in, like, Saudi Arabia, for example, it would probably be a lot of fucking people. A shitload of people. That, especially when it comes to like secularism, because like they probably black market a lot of Western media and a lot of different access to different media that their government and the laws that they have to abide by normally would prohibit them from seeing, but yet they seek it out anyway. They find ways to get to it. Like, there's a black metal band that I'm actually into and shit that's really pretty cool and stuff, called Al Namrud, and they're from Saudi Arabia. At least originally they're from there. I mean, I think they're at this point in Canada now, but like originally, they got their starting in Saudi Arabia, where they had to smuggle in like their guitars, their amps, all that shit, smuggle that stuff in, and like literally partake in like underground like fucking hookah bars and shit, basically. Like, where you were at risk of literally being killed. Like, and, to this day can still potentially, face that risk, even if they don't live there anymore. So it's just like, you got like this hardcore, countercultural element to where people are, no matter what, will always find a way to seek, different media out and seek entertainment out, especially if it's considered taboo. And will, no matter what, will always, find a way to get that shit, regardless. Whether it's like, for, more, like obsolete means, like literally, like getting that shit, like, under a rock, basically, or whatever the fuck. Or like, getting that shit mailed in. Or, getting, like Tor or whatever the fuck, or like some VPN, like when it comes to online stuff. Like, I mean, like, no matter what, there's always a way for someone to, get access, to some sort of entertainment or media if people really want to check it out and look at it. Especially when it comes to places that are very suppressive and, broadly, want to try to isolate, that type of information or media. Like, it's just kind of a given. I mean, these type of countries that heavily oppress this type of shit, I mean, it's more likely you see that type of shit, and the broader statistical data just kind of shows that. I mean, it's kind of objective overall.
Also, if things weren't so harshly monopolized, if the money wasn't so concentrated, maybe it would just be normal to have multiple platforms, and that would just be a normal thing. We live in a hyper-centralized status quo. We're a handful...
And a very authoritarian one. I agree. It is bullshit. Whoa. She ain't saying anything. Hold up. Is this... Zukov, did your bark fucking break the Bluetooth? I gotta do this. Because it's being dick. Come on. There you go. Thank you. Anyway. What were you saying, Diamond?
Centralized status quo, where a handful of big players are able to basically choke out the entire broadcasting world, and it leaves writers, it leaves rank and file creators starving, literally not able to pay their bills while they are creating content that keeps mega corporations afloat, that keeps mega corporations not just afloat, that keeps their executives on their yachts, that keeps their executives on their private jets, that keeps them in their mansions, and also that keeps you all entertained. You all out there right now. And I am but a humble YouTube streamer, okay? right now, the amount of eyes that are fixated on me, the amount of eyes that are being entertained and delighted, that are being informed by what I do is a lot. That's a lot for me to be carrying on my shoulders, you know? And I don't even have a platform, the likes, even close to the likes of which, of a Star Wars show, or a HBO animation like Primal, or a primetime television show like Succession. Primetime. It's streaming world, you know. These shows keep people going. People are willing to pay monthly subscriptions every single month for these things, and the writers aren't getting anything. A lot of these writers are being paid on contract basis. They're being paid in the same way that an Uber driver is paid. And Uber drivers, as we all know, aren't treated well either.
If anything, honestly, like, they were also at risk of, like, getting killed. Like, you know, by, like, murders and shit like that, too. Like, if I remember, probably even more so the cops, too, even. So, like, you know, working a gig economy job, like, as a Uber driver or a Lyft driver is, like, even more risky than being, like, a cop at this point. Which also, there's, like, other jobs, like being, like, a lumberjack or, you know, like, a fisherman, you know, like, doing crab fishing or some shit like that. Like, there's other jobs that are even more dangerous than being a cop anyway, but, like, you know, a gig economy worker, especially as, like, a Lyft or Uber driver, is, like, you know, on that list, too, you know, as being above that.
But even still, I think we can understand there's a little bit of a difference even between Uber driving and writing for these big shows. And Uber drivers should be way better treated. We've talked about that more than we've talked about writers on this show. You guys know that. Those of you who've been watching me for a long time, you've heard me talk about how fucked up the gig economy is.
Yep.
The gig economy is spreading out to every industry. It is utilizing precarity to control people and to maintain profits to the richest of the rich. I mean that. When you work a gig job, you have no guarantee that your job will be there tomorrow, which means that if you want to keep your house going, you're going to accept unfavorable conditions because you have nothing going for you. You have nothing to promise you that you've got something safe, which means if somebody wants to fucking treat you like shit, if they're going to cut you, you have to take it on the chin because the alternative is you don't have a house or you don't get to pay your medical bills. And that's what's spreading.
Or you basically literally cannot afford rent or fucking groceries or anything like that.
And that's part of what the Writers Guild is attempting to fight back against. Now keep in mind that the Writers Guild is not the only organization, but they do indeed staff a vast majority of the writing jobs are in partnership with the Writers Guild. That's how these sorts of guilds function, is they get as many people to join as possible.
Right, it's kind of the whole idea of like any union or guild, really. I mean, I love it, but like the major rebuttal is like, well, like unions try to coerce you into joining and like force you to do it and blah 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 blah. It's like, well, it's not like forcing you, but like, I mean, the whole point is like, yeah, like if you join us, you know, when it comes to the union, like it is better for you overall as an outcome. Like, I mean, like that's the whole point. Like, and even then, even if you don't, regardless, I mean, because it's not like, oh, if you don't, then, well, fuck you, how dare you, or some, it's not that. I mean, it's like, I mean, because overall, like, when it comes to the avocation of, like, you know, unionized labor and stuff like that, like, I mean, even jobs that aren't necessarily unionized have to compete when with that type of labor. So, thus, also, when it comes to their benefits and their wages, even if they're not necessarily unionized, also get uplifted too, to a certain degree, because they have to compete with that. Like, so, like, I mean, you know, an upliftment of, like, unionized labor and shit is also an upliftment towards non-unionized labor as well. I mean, you know, because broadly, like, labor is a rising tide that raises all ships. Like, so, like, even to workplaces and jobs and companies that aren't necessarily totally unionized or at all, you know, they also, you know, they have to at least compete with those type of benefits and wages and shit. and as a way to try to get more like workers and more workforce, you know, towards their companies and economy and shit. When it comes to, you know, them specifically, they always, you know, try to spin it as like, oh, well, when it comes to those union jobs, well, you know, they just like try to take as much as they can out of their, you know, paycheck and this and that and blah 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 and all this other bullshit, even though it's like not exactly to the same truth as what they say. Because, yeah, there's, like, you know, every week, like, yeah, I get a little bit taken away from my paycheck when it comes to, like, union dues or, like, optional donation to, like, you know, the political action, you know, like, club, basically, that is, you know, like, a part of the union and shit that is, like, kind of a side budget. It's literally called the Action Ballot Club. Literally called the ABC. Like, I mean, and it's essentially, you know, something that you can, if you want, you know, can donate to, but you don't have to. And I do personally because, like, what that, you know, committees or, like, broader PAC is supposed to be, essentially is lobby for a lot of pro-worker legislation and shit, which our union, you know, when it comes to a lot of funding, helps, you know, donate to help push for that type of shit. I mean, so it's not even like a bad thing at all, but, you know, it's something that you don't necessarily have to do, but I do at least, because, I mean, it's good. I mean, there's at least, you know, results, especially not just in Oregon, but in other states, you know, where that has, you know, been a benefit. So, yeah, I'm going to do that. Yeah, on top of the dues that I pay for. I mean, because a lot of unions do have that in place as well. And a lot of people will try to masquerade as like, oh, well, that's like also them taking, you know, cut out of it, even though you don't have to do that. Like, there's like a, you know, bare minimal set of, like, when it comes to the union dues and shit, which, you know, depending on, like, what the salary / contract or, like, you know, the union membership, like, you know, like, qualifications are and all this other bullshit is, like, I mean, you know, the dues do vary, but, I mean, overall, like, when it comes to your wages and shit, especially when it comes to your broader paycheck, it's literally, like, less than 1%. Like, it never will go beyond that. Like, it's just, like, it's kind of silly, the, you know, idea that, like, you know, paying union dues is, like, taken away from your fucking paychecks. It's just fucking absurd.
Now, there's another thing. And I want to tell you how outrageous it really is, okay? Okay? I want you to understand, one of the things that led to the strike, I can't even believe to tell you, like, once again, this is a moment of me peering into the future, like an oracle, pondering my orb, doing a dance with the smoke, and pondering the orb. Future.
I love it.
You guys know how I've ranted about AI? One of the things that the Writers Guild asked for, okay, they had the gall to ask the studios, okay? Here's what they said. The Writers Guild said, we demand that you do not use AI to write scripts for television shows, that you do not use, and that you especially do not use AI for rewrites, which means if there's an episode that needs to be rewritten for whatever reason because of changes, that they will not use AI tools to rewrite that episode. And third, and this is the most important one, they demanded that Writers Guild work, it will never be used to train AI algorithms, because that's a big problem, right? Like,
I kind of honestly overall definitely agree with it. Like, but I feel like the last point, I'm not 100% too sure. Like, I mean, if we want, like, you know, AI to be more proficient and, like, better as, like, a inherent technology, like, I mean, you know, I would think, you know, you would want, like, some of the more better minds, you know, or, like, some of the more, like, you know, productive minds when it comes to that, you know, being the ones that, you know, are used to help, like, benefit that as well. I mean, I'm a little 50-50 with it, but, I mean, when it comes to, like, automation and, like, you know, labor advocacy, like, that's always been kind of, like, a mixed bag in a sense. Because, like, obviously, to a certain extent, like, automation, obviously, you know, well, and AI obviously, like takes away from, someone's, work, is so to speak, whether in a creative sense or not. And, but on the other hand, you don't work. Like, I mean, you don't have to do that because now at that point you got a lot of free time. So it's kind of a mixed bag, and I'm more on the latter advocacy of it, more so, and more of an embracement side of it, more so than not. But I mean, I feel like there definitely needs to at least be like an address of like, hey, at minimal, either don't use it, or if you do, we at least need to see some sort of a benefit and a cut from it. Like, I mean, we need to at least, see some sort of like, ability where we are actually take care of, or at least, compensated due to that, type of technology being used, because they're using kind of like either our likeness or like, our type of like, broader artistic redemption or whatever the fuck, or using, different elements about our previous, work, to kind of expand on different things and shit. Like, there needs to at least be some sort of like compensation towards that. And at least, when it comes to like, this element, I feel like it could be easily done. I honestly, like, I mean, because like if you have like, different writers who have different, work that is available, especially on an online sense, like an AI can easily, interpret that, but like at the same time, like that should also make it easy for it to be like, hey, here's the artist and here's how they can be compensated for, them being able to like help advance like a particular AI in a sense and shit, and actually get like, a compensation for that, or, a pension basically. So I feel like there needs to at least be something like that in place, like where there, there's like an embracement of this type of technology, where, workers, get the benefit from it, even if they, are technically, being weeded out, because like you can't just like, automate, an industry or, a job and just have the worker just get fucked over and just like, have nothing happen from it, because like at that point, then how, like when eventually, like when's the last time, they're gonna get, an opportunity or a benefit, when it comes to this type of shit.
Say that you have a team of extremely talented veteran writers, and they're using, they're writing a show, and then the owners of that show are just taking their scripts and feeding them into an AI that they've paid $100,000 for, and they're training it to write exactly like the writers who actually created that stuff. So those demands seem pretty those demands seem pretty reasonable, right? Don't feed our writing into your AI algorithms. Don't use AI to write episodes, and don't use AI to rewrite episodes. The studios unilaterally denied that demand. I'm not kidding you. They actually denied that. They said, nope, that's a bridge too far. We want to be able to buy and train up AI algorithms to replace you, and you should have no say in it.
Go figure. Well, I mean, this is probably a good thing, because, like, I mean, like, you really think AI or, like, some other form of, like, scab work is going to be able to actually, like, do any benefit over this? Because they're not. And these type of people literally being paid less than me. Like, these people are making like $1,400 a year. I'm making way more than that, doing retail work at a grocery fucking store, dude. Like, I mean, these people are making way less than I am. Like, they absolutely got, not just every right, but, every absolutely, like, defensive need and merit to do this. Like, I mean, it's pretty insane.
Actually unbelievable. The blatantness.
I mean, honestly, like, like, the last time it happened, there's, like, several favorite shows that, like, dude, I mean, there's plenty of, like, good shows or good movies and good franchises that have been thrown into the mud and dirt, even, when there wasn't a strike going on. So, like, that's just an indictment on Hollywood, not the writers.
And it's bad, not just for the writers, it's bad for you viewers out there. All of you out there who watch TV, you guys want to watch nightmare, horrible nonsense that is made by AI that is completely repetitive and just dressing up in the skin of an actual writer, a writer who lived and breathed and learned to create art that was meaningful, they're going to feed you fake, made-up pablum. And we all know it. We've all seen the AI. It's not exactly hard to tell when something is made by AI. All of these stupid idiot AI evangelists out there are literally coping. They're the
AI reality TV. I mean, I'd be interested to see what that looks like, I will admit. Because I'm kind of curious to see where this whole, like, AI technology goes. Like, I mean, I'm more willing, I will admit, I am more willing to embrace the idea as the technology and shit, because I feel, because for me, I feel like, it's, broadly the system that is exploiting technology more so than technology itself. I mean, so, like, all in all, I'm kind of, like, okay with the idea, when it comes to, these, when it comes to this, like, type of AI tech, but, like, how it's fundamentally going to be, especially concurrently, going to be exploited, it's just, at the end of the day, going to be, hurting people. At least when it comes to, like, the labor force in this type of sense. Whether it's, like, writers or, like, workers at a factory or anything else in between, really.
Biggest copers on the planet.
It just has to hurt people, people hurt each other from too. Yeah, like, it wouldn't even need a Skynet at that point.
There is no fucking AI art that tricks anybody, and everybody knows it.
Gladiator Incorporated AI. Gladiator AI Incorporated. There you go. Damn.
Least media aware people can tell when something has been made not by a human.
To fry it if it steps out of line. I mean, how will we know if it does or not, I guess? I mean, what would qualify it stepping out of line?
But hey, what if you don't have a choice? What if that's the only thing that's on the TV? Because the guys who are making $900 gajillion a year, who own all the platforms, who get to make the decision as
if it disobeys anyway. Well, disobeying what?
On the TV, decide it's cheaper for us to not hire writers and to instead just steal their art, plug it into our algorithms, and have it create TV shows that are just good enough. And you all are so desperate that you'll tune in and watch whatever the fuck is put in front of you.
Cringe. I'd rather do that when it comes to, like, independent creators or, and shit like that, because at least, there's at least, like, a random, like, gamble of, like, it actually genuinely being pretty interesting, for me to check out.
World we want? That's the type of world that we're gunning for, because that's what studios are gunning for. We all spend a lot of time on this channel shitting on art that is made by committee.
She's pretty much right. Yeah, I mean, I ain't disagreeing with it.
That is made to completely strip any risk. Art that is so safe that it tastes horrible when it enters your nose and your mouth and your ears and your eyes.
I mean, but this is why the strike is so important, though.
That's already the world we live in without AI. It will be, you have...
Do you want to go back to reading most Americans? Dear God, no! Reading, oh, that!
No idea just how...
Learning about our history, oh no!
You have no idea just how bad it can get.
Just fear migraine AI. I mean, like, honestly, I mean, if we're gonna really compare, like, fear migraine AI when you got, like, Bosch out there, like, literally having a hate boner over anything AI related, she really isn't fear migraine about it that much. I mean, like, honestly, she hasn't really talked about AI that much. I mean, I feel like this is, like, the most I feel like I've ever heard her talk about it. I mean, overall. For all we know, the shows it makes will be infinitely better than those written by humans. And I do feel like over time, that will eventually be the case. I really do think that way. And the thing is, the only reason why that would be the case is because humans and their artistic endeavors are the main reason why that would be possible. Because the AI still has to have at least some foundation, to work with. As humans also have to have a foundation, to work with when it comes to their art. Like, this is another thing. Like, I hate this idea that, like, oh, AI art isn't art. Like, I know Vosh is a big thing about, has a big boner about that. I don't know if Dean Mama does either. Though I guess I wouldn't be surprised if she does. But, like, either way, despite the point, but, like, I know Vosh does, like, where AI art isn't art, and, like, it pretty much all of his simps, you know, think that way and shit. I find that shit so fucking annoying. It's like, oh, it's not art because, like, it steals from other artists. Like, what, you don't think humans do that either? Like, you don't think, like, a human who's, like, you know, an artist, you know, is, like, you know, adapting or taking things from other people and their art, you know, to try to make their own? Because what the fuck do you think AI art does? It takes different things that people created, as, you know, people do, and create its own thing, you know, from that. And yeah, it's kind of like copy and pasting some shit every now and then, but, like, people do that too. So, like, I mean, like, it's like, what the fuck? I mean, you know, there's gonna be a lot of people that, you know, kind of, like, you know, take and, you know, like, you know, kind of give and take, you know, when it comes to, you know, art and shit, like, and get heavily influenced by, you know, a particular style, or, like, you know, a particular artist and shit. Like, honestly, especially when it comes to the furry world, oh my god, I can't tell you how many, like, you know, different furry artists are influenced by, like, other furry artists and shit. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, I mean, you can really tell, like, their art is heavily influenced by another artist who's been around for way longer than they have, because their art looks so goddamn near similar to their shit. And it's like, I mean, is it their own art? Obviously it is, but you can tell it's very heavily inferred, and if it was AI art, one could say it was stealing, you know, the original artist's, you know, material and shit, even though it's not. So it's like, I mean, in a way, like, how in the fuck is AI art, you know, really doing anything any different than a human is doing? It's just doing it in a far more rudimentary way right now, because it's still in its early present stages. Like, given enough time, it would probably doing it as advanced as, like, you know, people probably can do it, and probably even, maybe in a sense, maybe even more so. But who knows? I mean, we haven't yet to see that yet. I'd be excited to see. It'd be interesting to see, because honestly, there's already pretty cool shit, you know, from different AI art that's been produced right now that I think is pretty cool. So, I don't know. I mean, given enough time, there'll probably be some cool shit.
First season of Star Wars.
Amalgamation of other people's work. Well, I mean, what do you think of, like, a collage is? Like, people make collages, which is literally an amalgamation of other people's work, you know, to make another original piece of work. I mean, like, that's like a collage. I mean, so in a way, like, AI art is basically making an equivalent of, like, collages. I mean, at least right now, which that's still art. I mean, and at the end of the day, it's still an original piece. I mean, even if it is, you know, taking other things, you know, that, you know, or its own form of art. Because, I mean, like I said, that's, people do that as a form of collage. Or collage, Jesus Christ, collage. Still not original art piece. Says 2. I mean, yeah, it is. As far as I'm concerned, it is. It's just that an AI made it, not a human. That's the only difference.
Wars. And see what it was like when things were being written by scabs. And then multiply that by 10. And you'll understand how much worse it will be. I call your bullshit, Ellen DeGenerate. I call your bullshit. This is one of those moments where, in the future, the AI world, I will be wrinkled up and holding on to my infernal orb, and you're gonna see my face in the future going, I tried to warn you!
About what, the AI thing, or what? Maybe she is kind of about, you know, fear-mongering about AI like Vosh is. I don't know. Wants to create wholly from the mind of the AI. Well, Ellen said, well, Ellen DeGenerate, like, well, that's someone in the chat. Well, maybe I could read her chat. Oh no, my Bluetooth died. Hold on. Here, let me do this real quick. Because I'm gonna need to at least I'm gonna need at least, you know, up that, you know, so I can at least read what the fuck the chat says. And then turn this back on. Okay, now I can read it. Where's... where in the fuck? I'm assuming there's more up. Oh, wait, I see her. Okay. Ellen DeGeneres, okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to, like, let it do this, maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna need to let it prop down. Okay, there we go. Oh, wait, hold on. The keyboards are in the way. I can't read all of it. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. Media executives want to force us to watch garbage. Okay, media executives want us to force to watch garbage. Which, I mean, yeah, kind of agree with it. I like this little frame. Her little crunched up, like, God damn it.
Art without humans is meaningless. It is not art. Okay? That's not to say that there aren't aliens out there.
Boo, disagree. Okay, she is kind of on the Voss train about this. God damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I disagree with that, honestly. And this is from a fellow artist, too. Like, I mean, cause, like, there's literally, like, I mean, other fucking animals that have created art and make art in themselves. I mean, like, and we don't necessarily consider that art, but, I mean, if you want to take it to a more, like, abstract level, it is. So, what makes AI really that much different outside is, like, on a far more technical basis? Like, when it comes to, like, a technological basis overall. Like, I mean, like, God damn it. Like, it really just kind of annoys me a little bit, like, when it comes to that. That's why I kind of get annoyed with that overall, like, AI art is not art, and blah, blah, blah. Like, I just kind of get annoyed by the whole fear mongering thing. When Androids become a thing along with Critic Box, she's going to feel really I mean, yeah, a little bit. I mean, I feel like it, yeah. That's kind of what I mean. It's just like, we're in its early nascent stages. Like, yeah, obviously AI art especially, it's not exactly going to be, like, it's, you know, totally, absolutely original. Like, I mean, especially right now. But, like, I mean, if you think about it, do you think, like, every artist, you know, at the very beginning was kind of like that? They had to, you know, like, first, you know, I mean, like, let's take it from a musical perspective. Like, you know, for me, you know, especially when I first started learning music, you know, I especially, like, really started learning about music theory and learning how to play an instrument when it came to trumpet. Though prior to that, I kind of, like, fucked around with the piano because we used to have a grand piano in our house before. And for some reason, we got rid of it. I don't know why. I never had any voice in that. I wish we didn't. That was bullshit. I wish we had that piano still. Either way, side point. But, like, you know, we used to have that, and I kind of fucked around with that growing up, and played around with that a little bit. After that, I got, you know, into music theory and learning about that, you know, when I was playing trumpet and shit. And when it came to that, like, I mean, I had to learn, like, obviously the basic, you know, foundations of what, like, you know, not just how to play the instrument, but also, like, you know, basics of music theory. But I also had to copy other people's art by doing covers of different things like hot cross buns and shit like that, basically, at the very beginning. And then, you know, I would, you know, basically play other compositions of other different songs and shit over time, you know, as I got more advanced, as I, you know, grew older and shit. You know, so, like, I mean, it just, you know, for me, I feel like, you know, broadly, this just kind of feels like, you know, a little silly in a way. Where it's like, AI art isn't inherently art. Like, I mean, like, even other humans copy other people's art. I mean, to an extent. I mean, music is like that. What do you think a cover song is? Or, like, a cover band? Like, I mean, what do you think that is? Like, it's people covering other people's art and, like, you know, copying that, basically. Just having their own little flair to it, which, like, the different AI art that people, like, make compilations of, like, you know, 80s dark fantasy of, like, Lord of the Rings or some shit like that. I mean, that's, like, another version of that, basically. At least in my mind. So, like, how is it not fucking art? And, you know, like, Yeah, you can have critiques of it. I mean, art is subjective, and at the end of the day, is open to critique. But like, the idea that it's like, oh, it's not art. It's the same fucking idea that like, oh, modern abstract art because it's like a blot of paint, you know, on a canvas or some shit that's like not art or some shit. It's bullshit. I just don't think it is. You know, it all means the same thing to me. I mean, it's just like, you don't like it because, oh, you know, you don't identify with that particular art for whatever fucking reason, and you're repulsed by it in some way, and just, fuck that. It's not art, in my opinion. You know, and in this case, when it comes to AI art, it's because it's not done by a human. It's like, there's been art, and also, especially, like, when it comes to music, when it comes to birds, especially, where, like, there's a lot of, like, art, especially where we kind of infer it. Like, you know, when it comes to, like, songbirds, for example, because, you know, birds make different songs and shit like that. I mean, you know, it's like, I mean, what the fuck? I mean, it's like, we can obviously infer, you know, there's art that isn't inherently human in other things. Why is AI different? I mean, that's, you know, really kind of my broader argument. Why is this so fucking different? Because humans made AI, and thus it's copying us? It's like, well humans do too. I mean, like, whether it's Vosh or D-Mom or whoever, like, I definitely want to have this conversation with somebody. I mean, definitely. Because it's, like, I mean, at least one-on-one for sure. Because, like, it's definitely one where I feel like it needs to be challenged a little bit. Because it's a little absurd in my mind, you know, overall. And like I said, I don't even think AI art is, like, against critique. Because I most certainly think it is. But it, you know, it's like, so is human art. I mean, so I don't know. Like, it seems a little over the top in my mind to be so hyper against it. I mean, it's art, but I ain't paying $1 million for it. I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, art's art is art in my mind. Like, you know, what like the value of that art is like what, you know, like someone's subjective like inference is to that. I mean, you know, that's kind of what it is at the end of the day. I mean, if you think about, like, I mean, even, like, human-made art, like, you know, the Mona Lisa, for example, the only reason why that piece of art is so fucking famous is because someone literally stole it. Someone stole the Mona Lisa once, and that's the reason why it's famous. And in the same building, literally across the room, there is, like, this insanely huge, massive, magnificently beautiful piece of art that no one, you know, really pays a fuck one attention to. And then there's like this fucking gigantic line in the same room, in the same building, to see the Mona Lisa, this tiny ass little fucking painting. Literally because that painting was stolen and the gigantic magnificent painting, you know, in the background isn't. It's just like, what the fuck? It's like, I mean, holy shit. It kind of shows the subjective value that people have to certain art, you know, and again, like I said, how's AI art any different? Like, at least in my mind, it really isn't. I mean, outside of that, it wasn't made by a human, basically, but then again, there's a lot of other art that we infer as art that isn't made by people either. Like, it's like elephants, songbirds, like other creatures that, you know, have, like, you know, made some basic, you know, like, level of art that we at least have adopted or at least, you know, considered as art, you know, despite, you know, those different animals not having the same concept as art as we do. So, like, again, you know, it just kind of goes back to the same premise. How's it different? Just because it's like a technical AI machine thing? I mean, okay. Like, I mean, big whoop. I mean, you know, just really seems like a very emotional argument when it comes to the whole AI thing.
Share art with.
I'm thinking this all stems from what, let their concept and sorry. What if it ends up like a movie 9 and you get a bunch of robots with personalities of certain artists? Dante Bot is pissed as usual. Like again, it's on the line fear for man to become obsolete by refer to literally any point in history. Enough said. I mean, yeah. I mean, oh yeah. I mean, honestly, for real though. I mean, because like, you know, like when it comes to, you know, like paintings or, you know, like doing like traditional, like, you know, pen and, you know, paper writing and stuff like that, like, even though it's technically obsolete, Are there a lot of people still doing that? Absolutely. And there's a lot of people still making money and being successful in those fields. Like, even though technologically, you know, in advancement wise, it's still technically obsolete. I mean, there's literally people who are like, you know, getting success off of doing like paleo basic, you know, type of shit. Like, you know, literally doing like, here's allowed to do like paleo survival and shit. Like, I mean, there's people doing success off of that these days. I mean, you know, so like things that are, you know, technically obsolete, you know, in a lot of ways are having a lot of, you know, success at this point. Because there's kind of like a niche interest, you know, in people kind of seeing how like things were before, you know, our current contemporary right now. Whether it's like, you know, the Victorian era or paleo, you know, like, you know, humanity or whatever the fuck, you know, like, or whatever the fuck, you know, it's like there's a lot of channels and a lot of different people out there who are able to get success, you know, doing different art in different careers, you know, doing, you know, things that are technically obsolete. You know, it's just like, and not even just necessarily on a social media platform sense, but just even on like, you know, a job sense of like privately, like, you know, to literally just make a basic career out of. Like these, you know, like even though, like I said, technically obsolete, there's still an interest for it. There's still, you know, a need for those type of jobs. I mean, you know, because there's always going to be people who are like somewhat interested in, you know, those type of niche things. So it might be small, but, you know, it might be hard to get, you know, a job in that type of sense, or maybe you get success in there. But, hey, it's still there, though. I mean, and even then, like, I mean, there's sometimes just, like, a lot of elements where, like, I mean, at least especially on the art form, where, like, even though it, you know, might not, you know, might be hard to be, like, uber famous successful and shit, I mean, you can still get success on, like, a more small niche level. I mean, we see this on, like, the streaming level. I mean, like, you know, like Dima was saying, I mean, she can make, like, you know, a basic living doing what she's doing now, you know, even though she has a, you know, fairly small niche community. I mean, and that's kind of, like, the, you know, privilege that we have now in comparison to, you know, people back in the day, if you think about it. So, I mean, if anything, like, a lot of, you know, obsolete levels of, like, you know, making a living, so to speak, have been kind of exemplified due to, you know, different technology. And that, you know, can be not limited to, but, you know, also, you know, if anything, including AI as well. I mean, because there's honestly a lot of different things, you know, for me, for example, that when it comes to different art or different things I want to, like, creatively put out there, like, I wouldn't necessarily be able to do unless, like, there's, like, a certain advanced AI that, you know, can help, you know, put that out there, so to speak. You know, so, you know, in a way, I feel like it just really needs a different outsider's kind of, like, perspective about, like, looking at AI, you know, like I was saying earlier. Because, I mean, I feel like there's just too much of a fearmongering level to this, where people are just too turned off to it. I don't really think it's, like, uniquely, like, a Vosh or Demon Mama thing, obviously. I think there's just, like, a thing about humanity where it's just kind of like turned off and just like repulsed at the idea of like AI doing that shit, because like you were saying earlier, like this underlying fear of, you know, becoming obsolete. And I get it, but I mean, if anything, it might help exemplify, you know, what technically might be considered obsolete, but really, honestly, at the end of the day, really isn't, because there's still interest in a, you know, niche and like actual like need for that to some extent, because people seek it out, whether out of just sheer curiosity or because there's an actual need for it. So either way, like at the end of the day, I feel like in a way AI can actually exemplify that more so than be a burden towards it.
But in the context of the world that we currently live in, there aren't many other beings that are capable of making art. Art is a tool to communicate very complex emotional messages from person to person. It requires history, context. It requires intentionality. AI.
Well, okay, I know she's about to say something about AI not being able to do that, but like I'm gonna say this right now. How can AI not really do anything different from that? Like, I mean, because AI can learn from us in that sense as well, just as much as we do that from each other, right? So this kind of, it comes back to that same root. Like, how is it different?
Not provide that and never will.
Well, again, disagree with that.
Anyway, that was one of the things that the Writers Guild of America was attempting to win for its writers. and could not, which is why the strike is happening. So, let's see if I can get a full list. I would love to read a full list of the demands.
Why do people dig their heels against evolution? I can now see a potential that we could be gods and rule the galaxy with an iron fist. Join me, Ignite. We can rule as father and son. Why, you becoming Venom now? I thought he was always about humanity first, and now you're starting to do it. Oh shit, he had an impact. He planted the seeds. Oh fuck. Man, he's starting to turn the tide against me on that one. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh no.
Let me see here. Here we go. Here are the demands. I'm going to read off the demands right now from the WGA on strike website, okay? And by the way, this was a unanimous vote. This list of demands was approved by a 98.4 yes vote, a percentage yes vote, only 90 people total.
Pro-augmented humanity now. I don't want those goddamn Martians taking our jobs. I don't want those Martian humans taking our damn jobs. I want the Earth, Terra augmented humans to have the damn jobs. That's right, brother.
1.6% of the membership of the WGA voted against these. So, overwhelming support. Writers are in support of these demands. Here's the demands. I'm going to read them out right here, okay? Here we go. I'm going to put my face on the screen here. Increase minimum compensation significantly to address the current devaluation of writing in all areas of television, new media, and feature films.
That's good.
Standardized compensation and residual terms for feature films, whether released theatrically or on streaming. You'll notice...
I like that very specific element of on streaming, too. That's pretty based.
Is specifically about the streaming, because as it stands right now, a lot of films are released...
The Martians. We've already been talking shit. I was joking, and then you get vaporized.
On streaming, even though they go on to make millions upon millions of dollars, the writers get paid less because it's on streaming, even though the companies are making millions of dollars. Address the abuses of mini rooms.
I don't know about, like, when it comes to that type of shit, so that's a little curious.
I want to get a full definition of that.
Yeah, lay it on me.
Let's see what their definition of mini rooms. Here we go. This is a statement from the WGA. As shorter episode orders have become more common, so too have what studio networks call mini rooms, where groups of writers are gathered in advance of the production of a television series to break stories and write scripts. Writing in advance of production or before a series pickup can prevent issues in terms of how to structure your contract. A mini room is a writer's room above all. This is the assertion from the Writers Guild. Guild members should understand exactly what they're signing up for when they are engaging in a mini room project. Because there is often no production commitment at the start, experienced writers may find themselves working at WGA scale. For that reason, writers should try whenever possible to negotiate an overscale weekly rate for each week in the room. Your work has the same value in a mini room as it does in a writer's room. Your fee should accurately reflect your title and your experience. So basically, mini rooms are a loophole, is what I'm understanding here. Mini room.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. I mean, basically the idea is that, like, if you kind of like contractually, going into negotiations or like, kind of brainstorming these, scripts and shit like that in these like mini rooms. So it's kind of like a loophole to kind of like, as like a sense, to kind of like fuck over broadly like their pay and also the conditions that they have to work in too. Because it's in the name itself, mini room. Like it doesn't exactly sound cozy. Libertarians, still working like shit. Yeah, just let these production companies just self-regulate, don't let the workers try to have a voice in it. I mean, come on now, the bosses will be able to regulate this over time. They'll have enough Yelp reviews, to fix that. Go to your house, have one whole neutral grain bar to eat instead of a half. Well, I don't know. That might be just a little too costly.
Loophole way for studios to get away with paying people less because the structure is slightly different for ultimately the same same work. So, address the abuses of mini rooms. That's the third demand. Fourth demand, ensure appropriate television series writing compensation throughout the entire process of pre-production, production, and post-production. So one of the big problems that writers have is that they are underpaid for pre-production work and they are underpaid post-production. What this means is that writers don't end up getting residuals. If a show does really, really well, they don't actually get to see any of the money. And if they do a lot of work for pre-production, they are often underpaid because it's a risk, even though they're still actually doing the work and the company is getting all of the labor there. Now, this is a very manipulative thing that
Which is basically, fundamentally saying that, like, oh, well, hey, if the show does great, then you don't get a cut, and if, it might be a risk, then we're going to underpay you because it might be risky, we might not be able to make a success out of it. But if we do make a success out of it, then you don't get a cut anyway. Like, it's like, hey, you either get fucked or you get double fucked. I mean, and either way, you're probably getting triple fucked because, like, if you have to, like, take a risk and do that type of shit anyway, and it ends up being a success, then you don't get the residuals from that anyway. So, sometimes it's not just a double fuck, but a triple fucking. It's like, oh, wow, great. That sounds amazing. Jesus Christ, man, like, being a writer, holy fuck, dude, it just sounds brutal. Like, Jesus Christ.
Done this for a long time, is that because they don't know for sure that they're going to use the script, they'll pay less for the pre-production work. Even though, as we've seen many times over, they will often hold on to a script and then use it later and make a ton of money off of it. So, there you go. Demand number 5. Span...
As one, I mean, yeah, kinda. Well, yeah. I mean, especially when it comes to, like, the more corporate level of it. I mean, I'm sure it's, like, just as, if anything, at least a give or take, on the more indie level of things. But, like, yeah, like, on this, like, corporate level shit, like, oh my god, ugh. What the fuck?
To cover all television writers. 6. Apply MBA minimums to comedy variety programs made for new media. So comedy variety programs online, they want protections for those people. Increase residuals for undercompensated reuse markets. What that means is they want people to be paid residuals for stuff that is getting rebroadcast on other as specials, that's being rebroadcast on streaming. If there are shows that were originally made for the theaters but are now being brought to streaming, they want to make sure that writers are getting paid for that.
Which is good and based. Shit like this is what makes me hesitant to seek out a contract. I mean, to be fair, I don't know if the WGA is one that also, like, handles, like, kind of, like, more independent writer types and shit that kind of, like, do their own thing. But if so, then, I don't know, reach out to them. Because they might be able to help out with that, I'd imagine. Like, I mean, especially when it comes to guilds, I mean, they are, I mean, a little different from unions and shit, so, like, when it comes to things like that, I imagine they probably work a little differently, so... I don't know. I mean, anyway, yeah, I imagine it's worth a shot just to, merely reach out, just, just kind of see, I'm mad to guess. I mean, because honestly, like, when it comes to, like, unions and, guilds in general, they're always pretty open about, like, working with, people that, like, kind of get active or participating or even being a member of their union shit, even if they're not necessarily a part of, like, the workforce that they're kind of a part of unionized or, like, a part of guild with and shit. Like, so, like, because, like, the UFCW, for example, like, I mean, there's, definitely plenty of different people, that aren't necessarily a part of union, so to speak, but, worked with them or, like, kind of, collaborated, with them and shit like that. Or, even other unions as well. So, I mean, it's like, it's not unheard of. So, I mean, I imagine just like, like, especially for, like, the Writers Guild of America, there has to at least be, like, a little, open branch, for something like that. So, I don't know. I mean, I'd reach, at minimal, reach out to them, and because if anything, there also is probably, even potential, like, legit good contracts that, they might be able to, have available. Be like, oh, hey, there's like, different people that, need some writers and stuff, that might fit your alley and shit like that. We can, set some shit up and blah, 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 blah. So, I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, like, when it comes to, like, going to a guild hall or a union hall and shit, it's always worth just checking out, just because there's always, probably, some sort of an opportunity, at least at the end of the day. So always at least something. And if anything, I mean, at the minimal, there's always going to be at least resources, that, you'll be able to have available, especially when it comes to just, like, knowing your rights as, like, either as an independent, like, artist in this case, or, like, when it comes to, like, as a worker, for my case and this shit, when it comes to, like, worker rights and stuff like that, or your right garden rights, and especially, like, I mean, when it comes to a lot of these different things, I mean, at the minimal, just, going to these different places just to, know those type of resources, if anything else is, worth it, at the end of the day. Like, it really, I can't really think of a reason, where it's not worth to at least go to a unit hall to at least, just, at the virtue, just kind of check out what's going on. Because you're just gonna at least be something that you're gonna, take away from it, for sure.
And then finally, for this part, for compensation and residuals, this is there. We are on number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Demand number 8: restrict uncompensated use of excerpts. I think that's fairly
good.
obvious what that means. They're taking excerpts of a work and not actually paying the writer for it because they're only using a small bit of it, quote unquote.
Basically, essentially plagiarism. Like, hey, you're not going to be compensated, so we're going to plagiarize you instead. Like, and, the idea is like, hey, actually compensate us instead of plagiarizing us. Like, I mean, that's essentially is what they're asking for. Pretty much, like, for what they are, like, these, major 8 demands are so fucking, like, as far as I'm concerned, bare minimal. Like, they're pretty, like, fair as fuck, as far as I'm concerned. Like, and they are, like, and these, production companies and these, and everything are all like, nah, nuh-uh. And they're just all like, nah, about that. They're just like, how dare they? How dare they ask for so much? How dare they, think that, like, it's like, they're worth more than, like, some AI or, like, some, other compensation that we are just not gonna give them at all. Ugh, how dare they? It's like, come on,
Next,
Lord.
Pension plans and health funds. There is one demand under pension plans and health funds: increase contributions to pension plans and health funds. I think
pension plans. You gotta make sure that you have all the pans when you get your pension. I mean, you can't just have, like, your pension plans, but you also have the pans too.
Fairly straightforward. They don't feel they're being compensated enough for their pensions and their health plans, which is
pretty straightforward, yeah. Which is obviously, like, considering it's all, like, bundled up into, like, one simple demand. Yeah, fair enough. Like, I mean, at the very minimal, it's like, hey, can we at least make sure we have some basic health care and benefits / pension plans and stuff? Like, just at least that, like, all nice and wrapped up in, like, one simple demand. Thanks.
Pensions and health funds are pretty rare among writers. Next, demands for professional standards and protection in the employment of writers. This is a big one. For feature contracts, that's for feature films, in which compensation falls below a specified threshold, require weekly payment of compensation and a minimum of 2 steps. There you go. Next,
pretty based. I like it.
Number 2, strengthen the regulation of options and exclusivity in television writer employment contracts. Also fairly straightforward.
And obviously pretty based. And as far as I'm concerned, fair as fuck. Well, I love how, like, when it comes to, like, strikes, like, when you actually read the demands of, like, the strike, it's, like, always, like, no matter what, like, the most fairest shit ever. It's like, can we have, like, these fair demands that, we were asking for? No. It's like, I mean, like, really? Like, I mean, are you fucking kidding me? Like, these are, like, some pretty fair fucking demands, as far as I am concerned. I mean, I don't know all the specific technicalities about, like, you know, being in the writing industry, but, like, I mean, goddamn, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, this seems pretty fair as fuck. Like, I mean, you know, even just, like, you know, with my, like, you know, ignorant, you know, sense about, you know, this broader industry. Like, because all in all, I mean, these don't seem like, you know, extraordinary demands. Like, they really don't. And when it comes to a strike, I mean, if you actually look at, like, you know, the conditions or the demands of the strike and shit, they never are. Like, they're literally just, like, the most basic type of shit. And it's just because corporations are just so fucking bullheaded and stonewalled that they just, you know, simply will refuse to accept those basic fucking things. And that's the reason why strikes exist. It's because, like, when all else fails to get the most bare minimal, then, you know, we're gonna put their shit to a halt. I mean, that's the point. I mean, you know, when it comes to strike, and I mean, no matter what industry, no matter, you know, like, you know, what job position, whatever the fuck, I mean, I always support that shit. Because at the end of the day, it's always about, like, you know, this type of shit. The wages, you know, conditions, benefits, pensions, you know, like how they're treated as workers. Like, all these things, you know, are implied, you know, fundamentally into a strike, no matter what. And of course, go figure, you know, when it comes to this riot skill strike, it's literally because of wages, you know, working conditions, and pensions, and, you know, like, benefits. Like, so the major three, the big trifecta. Like, no matter what, every strike has those major three issues, you know, that are always in, you know, in the demands. And in this strike, what do you know? Those three are in there.
Options are, so an option, I should explain what an option is. In the film world, an option is basically like, it is when a studio purchases the right, but not a promise to produce something. So an option is generally a timed agreement. It will be like, say you're a writer and you write a really cool Star Wars show. And Disney is like, well, we don't know for sure if we want to produce this, but we want to purchase the option of producing it. So they pay you a certain...
They basically are buying the rights to it.
amount, and they have the rights to that script for a certain period of time, and if they decide to make something with it, well, then they go forward, and you usually have a stipulation that says they'll bring you on board if they decide to use your script, and if not, then it expires and you can sell that script to somebody else. Make sense? That's an option. That's what an option is. They want to strengthen regulation of options and exclusivity. Demand,
which is fair enough, because the whole idea of that broader idea of, like, you know, having an option and shit, you know, like what she's pertaining to, like, I mean, it's not a bad idea, like, in theory. Like, I mean, sure, like, the idea of, like, hey, if you want to, like, actually invest and put some real money into, like, making, you know, like, a project that I, you know, was working on and stuff, and if you actually eventually greenlight it, you know, like, I mean, honestly, overall, like, I don't even think it's a bad idea, but they're definitely, you know, and what it sounds like what they're demanding for in this case is, like, they want better regulations and stipends, where it's like, hey, if you don't actually do that, then we want to actually be able to have compensation when it comes to selling that, you know, to somebody else, or, you know, or at least have compensation when having it returned to us when it comes to those rights. And also when it comes to actually greenlighting that type of shit, actually, you know, like everything else when it comes to these other contracts, you know, because everything else seems to, you know, always pertain towards, you know, the contracts of the, you know, the shows or the movies that they happen to be a part of. Everything about these demands seem to, you know, pretty much pertain to everything around that. And just like this, it's like, give us contracts that are actually fucking, you know, I don't know, fair, and actually, you know, let us live, you know, it's like, as we're the backbone of how these shows and movies get made.
3. Regulate the use of material produced using artificial intelligence or similar technologies. That's the one we talked about. They want to restrict using Writers Guild material to train AIs. They want to restrict using AIs to replace writers, and they want to restrict using AI to rewrite shows on behalf of the studio.
I mean, at least for the last two that she was saying there, I definitely, you know, at least especially for the very last one, I definitely agree with. But for the first one, I mean, I'm not 100% sure about that, but I mean, considering that it's a nitpick overall, you know, when it comes to the broader demands, I mean, I'm not really going to be against it. I mean, at least when it comes to the Riot Guild's demands. I mean, the broader fear-mongering about AI overall, I mean, I definitely think it's a little silly. Though I do think, there is a legit understanding as to why there is, and I'm not going to really inherently fault people for it. But, I just think there just need to be more voices that are willing to kind of step up and say, hey, maybe we just need to have a different perspective about it. Because our current system is going to be very exploitative, especially when it comes to AI and shit, is going to be, and also is going to be really built against, prospering us, especially as people. So, like, why don't we, really focus on making this technology more prosperous for us instead of the other way around? Because as it stands now, it's not going to be that way, and it isn't concurrently. So, I mean, I feel like there's at least, some elements of that, that need to kind of, like, be put to service more so than just like, uh-oh, AI bad.
Demand number 4, enact measures to combat discrimination and harassment and to promote pay equity. As we know, ongoing problem, women, people of color, trans people, basically all minorities that you can imagine are objectively shown to be paid less in the writers' rooms for equivalent work and are often subjected to harassment. This is an ongoing known problem, and they are demanding...
I mean, that's just a problem of Hollywood, period. I mean, Harvey Weinstein, say no more. This is kind of just a problem, period, overall. I mean, I'm not really surprised that, like, it's also an issue, like, within, like, the writer sect of the, this broader industry of entertainment. So, yeah, go figure.
Something be done to address this. And finally, revise and expand all arbitrator lists. I'm not actually familiar with an arbitrator list.
Yeah, that one also escapes me, so lay it on me. Hear those little pitter-patters of that keyboard.
Okay, so that's lawyers. Basically, they're saying that they need to have a broader list because the studio's list has way too many studio-favoring arbitrators. So...
Okay, I see what they're saying. Okay, alright, I see what she's saying now, and with, like, WGA, what they're demanding. Okay, I see what they're saying. So basically, they want, like... like the list of, like, lawyers that they're able to kind of, like, freely access, essentially, when it comes to, like, arbitration and shit. Like, it's basically studio/company favored, which is, well, not surprising. So they're essentially saying it's like, hey, actually expand the list so, like, we can have access to, whoever, or at least, a lot more people when it comes to, like, arbitration lawyers and shit, to where... That also expands the list to where there's at least a lot more arbitration lawyers that are going to be at least more likely to be in favor on their side, so they can at least pick those people far more often in comparison to the list that they're previously given, which is going to be fundamentally more in favor of those studios and companies and shit. So I mean, all in all, that's kind of what they're saying, and yeah. Based. I mean, like, pretty much everything that they, outside of, like, the one little nitpick about the AI thing, which is literally, like, 1 out of 3 of the major points about it, it's, like, outside of that one tiny little thing, like, pretty much everything they're demanding is pretty much based. Like, nothing to really, like, outright, be against. Even the whole AI thing, I'm not entirely against. There's just, like, one tiny nitpick about, like, one little thing about it.
An arbitrator is basically, a lot of contracts will say that instead of suing, you have to agree to arbitration, which means you sit down with a legal arbitrator and you have to work out, you basically have to work it out in private. You're not allowed to sue if you sign this type of contract. They're asking that the list be expanded, presumably because there are too many studio favorable arbitrators on that list. That's all the demands for currently. So it's a fairly simple list of demands.
It's fair as fuck, as far as I'm concerned. Like, nothing about that list of demands seems radical at all. And, like, this is, like, what they have to come to just to try to, like, meet these demands, because studios and companies are just like, nah. How dare you ask for these things? This is too much for us to offer. Like, honestly, like, I mean... This makes me wonder what the compromise position of, you know, that these companies are willing to offer. You know what I mean? Like, well, it's like they're compromised. Like, oh, well, we're willing to do this, but what you're saying is too much. Like, I want to know what that is. Like, cause, oh my god. Like, I mean, it's probably egregious, man. Oh man, I can't even imagine, dude. It's probably a fucking joke. It's probably more of a joke than that, like, railway, fucking union contract and shit that fucking that stifled that fucking strike and shit there. It's probably even more of a joke than that. And I'm still goddamn butthurt over that, too. Fuck you, Biden. Like, you fucking asshole stepping in on that shit, you motherfucker. Like, you should not have stepped in on that shit. Oh my god, but like, you know, like, but the fucking nation's economy, but it's like, good, let it get impacted, you fucking old dementia crone fuck. Like, if it's, go away. Step out of it. Get out of here. Like, bleh. Like, man, I'm fucking cretin, man. You want 10 minutes a day for families?
Yeah.
That time is money. You're asking for too much.
Anyway, there's the list of the demands from the Writers Guild of America. Now, I'm going to drop this in chat so you guys can check out this website. This is the WGA contract2023.org. You can find out tons.
You know what? Is the live chat in here too? Hey, it is. Did she put it in here? Hey, it is. There it is. Yeah, let's check it out. Let's look at it real quick. Hey, I like that. Got a bunch of pencils. Which, yeah, this is like the all demand set she was looking at here. Yeah, let's look at the schedule. Why not? New York. Yeah, they got a lot of strikes going on in New York. Got a, membership meeting, got like, the Manhattan, HQ for Netflix, Broadway stages in Brooklyn, Silver Cup Studios on Long Island in New York. Yeah, they're doing all sorts of fucking, like all over in New York especially. That's where a lot of them's happening. Hudson Yards? Where the fuck is that? Specific addresses to be to be announced, I guess. But yeah, a lot of New York here. Oh, West location. Okay, here we go. So here's like in the West. Culver City, which is a bunch of places, and they're doing marches too, like different little walks and different picket walks and shit. So got that going on. This is all in Culver. They encourage public transportation. I love that. Oh, that's nice. Oh, you need to go to the bathroom? Here's some restrooms. CBS. So Studio City. There's a place called Studio City in California. Wait. Studio City. Why? What? That's such a lame name for a city. It's Studio City. Like, what a lame fucking name. Oh my god, what an embarrassment of a name. 2-hour meter street parking. Okay, whatever. So Los Angeles as well. So New York, in California, LA, Burbank as well, out in Disney. So Disney's also, getting some of this too. Fox, right out in Pico Motor and out in LA. And Netflix in LA as well. Paramount in LA. So most of these are probably going to be in LA. Culver City, where Sony is at. Where is Culver City anyway? Universal City? Oh my god, it sounds like a company city. Universal Corporation station in Universal City, California. Like, oh my god. Warner Brothers out in Burbank. Yeah, so I love how all this is in California. Yeah, it's pretty California predominantly. I'm sure there's probably like maybe some smaller locals that probably have like, you know, some information there, but at least for nationally, it looks like it here. Wait, is there any updates on it? Yeah, let's check it out. Let's check out some updates. Anything new? Well, no, not really. Actually, listen, yeah, they pretty much just started this, you know, for all intents and purposes. Oh, whoa, they started on May Day. On May 1st. Hey, good day to start it on. Yeah. They announced it on May Day, at least. On May 1st. Hey, good shit. Symbolic timing, I like it. I like it. I dig it.
It will be tracking all kinds of info and also gives you information on how you can assist writers and see who else is supporting them. Of course, you can also follow the Writers Guild of America on Twitter if you want to keep up with all of this. I certainly will be.
I'm also sure they have like a newsletter they can sign up with your email too. Like, you know what? I'm not gonna do it on like right now, obviously, but I'm sure, like right here, right? Yeah, like Social Toolkit, I bet. Somewhere in here, maybe. Okay, maybe not. I like all that. Like, I like all this type of stuff. I like that. With like the different, like, you know, little stencils. I like it. Kind of get complicated bulletins together. Okay, maybe not in here. I'm sure somewhere in here, but either way, whatever. I'll definitely have to, you know, explore that website a little more, though.
So, there you go. Let's talk about what this...
Because, I mean, I do get paid, well, I guess technically today, so, you know, hey, I might just donate to them. Give them a little, you know, a little cheddar.
Strike is actually going to mean for everyday people. Femboy Low Poly says, my brain is too smooth to understand everything, but I hope the writers win and the corporos lose big time. We'll see how it goes. We will absolutely...
hey, well, your brain ain't that smooth if that's the case.
See how it goes. Obviously, if what I would urge my lovely viewers to do is pay attention to how much writing changes during this time. Pay attention to how shows that release, you know, that are like shows that are written on a short-term basis, how low the quality goes, and remember just how valuable writers are.
I mean, I'm definitely going to, at the very minimal, check out some Gutfeld. Because he's, you know, like his, you know, a lot of his writers are on strike too. You know, because we saw it on their website, like, you know, they're going to be picking it at Fox too. So, you know, like, I mean, obviously, you know, like, Fox News apparently has got, like, some unionized writers there too. So, and they're on strike as well. So, like, I mean, there's kind of a little bit of a virtue of, like, if Gutfeld's going to kind of keep going with, like, this whole fucking weird bullshit of, like, you know, doing his thing and winging it, I definitely want to see the quality change. So, you know, we'll give it a little bit. We'll give it some time. Like, I'll kind of, like, you know, on my own time, you know, kind of, like, you know, pop, you know, and see, you know, kind of on Fox News to kind of see if he's uploaded anything, you know, from this point onward. And if so, you know, we'll at least check out one or two things, just kind of see. And then we'll find, like, something from, like, a month or two ago, or, like, something from earlier this year to see if there, at least, you know, is a quality, quote-unquote, difference. Because honestly, it's probably going to still be utter garbage, but is there, like, a substantial level of, like, you know, garbage quantitative, like, difference here, or is it not any different? Like, it's more of just, like, a fun little experiment, I guess, you know, that I'm willing to, you know, embark on. So, we'll see. I'm willing to entertain it.
Talk to people about it. Bring it up. Maybe go dive in, take a little bit of time and go dive into media that was made during the last writer's strike, just so you can see how important writers are to the media that we all enjoy.
Yep.
And of course, I'm going to be covering this a lot. So, all of you who are here right now, I'm going to be talking about this a lot. And there's a reason for that. I used to be a writer. I still am a writer. It's not my primary work anymore because I'm a streamer, which still entails a lot of writing, believe it or not. But I used to work as a freelance writer, and I write in my free time. This is very important to me. Inevitably, it's probably going to be good for my show that the rest of television is doing poorly. People are going to be looking for new forms of entertainment, and they are probably going to come check out live shows like mine that don't have a writer's strike going on because I am my own writer. And as a result of that, I want to make sure that I'm doing my part in bringing attention to the problems that are making the world the way it is. So I fully intend to be following the Writers Guild of America strike, to be reporting on the news, to have it brought up in our minds here on this stream, and for us to dive into some funny examples of writers' strike nonsense as time goes on. Just to be aware of that. It's something that's very important to me. And I have nothing but solidarity for the people who have made some of the most wonderful pieces of art that we are lucky to get to enjoy. I have nothing but solidarity for them. And I hope that they get their demands and more.
Damn right.
I don't think reality TV is going to save them this time. Yeah, people are pointing out, is it enlightened self-interest? It's double enlightened self-interest, actually. I know that people are going to be fleeing to watch streamers like myself, which means I want to use that opportunity to get people to understand the problems that are going on in entertainment, because I want the entertainment world to be better. But also, I am a writer. I want to be able to do writing in the future. I want to be able to do more than just what I'm doing now. I don't want to just only stream for the rest of my life. But I will have no choice if the entertainment world keeps being as bad as it is. So it's not just enlightened self-interest, it's enlightened interest in something I care about broader even than myself.
Which is kind of the whole point about, like, labor fundamentally. It's meant to be, like, in the most, like, intersectional idea overall, above all ideas fundamentally. I mean, and honestly, like, I mean, there is, like, going to be some, really good stuff that's going to come out of this, like, type of, strike overall. And considering, the different things that, are already kind of, like, there, available, when it comes to, like, alternative, like, media and entertainment, like, like, people are going to be seeking that type of shit out. And, with this going on, like, I mean, the algorithm's going to have to, push that type of shit out because, that mainstream media that it, relies on a lot of these type of writers to be pushing a lot of the type of content out that they normally do ain't going to be there as much anymore right now. So, I mean, there is, like, a silver lining to all of it, and, fundamentally, it's all a good thing. I mean, because this is kind of the whole point about, like, what labor is about. Like, as they're on strike, I mean, of course, there's going to be, scab labor that's going to be involved, but there's going to be, different legitimate, independent writers and artists and different independent production companies that are kind of, like, outside of this that, will be able to have their shot and, be able to kind of, like, become kind of a part of the fold because, the didn't really have their stake in that, but, were able to at least, take their shot because of, people seeking out different type of media entertainment that, they were there to kind of fill in the place and fill that gap in. I mean, and, that's kind of what, hopefully, like, the whole point of, like, labor's, gonna get people to, realize to think and, start seeing, because, like, as entertainment starts drying up, especially in the next couple weeks, oh boy, like, people are gonna start getting sick of that shit, and starts being like, get these writers what they want so that they can get back to making good shit again, please. So, I mean, eventually, it like, especially when it comes to people's entertainment as, like, a form of escapism, to go seek out, like, if people don't have as much access to that, they're gonna get really ornery. So, Get the writers what they fucking want. The demands are fair as fuck. They're not even that, like, extreme whatsoever. So, give them the shit, and then people won't get really ornery about, like, the fact that entertainment's cringe. Anyway. We're going on for a pretty good fat minute. So, gonna get myself some food. Now, I've really been thinking about some pizza, but I've been having like a little craving for ramen lately, so stocked up with some ramen, so I'm gonna like make a shitload of that and just go in a fat coma. So, peace out. And of course, I'll see you on that next one. So, a toodaloo.